Ruthless Arrangement by Brooke Summers. Before we go, please leave a like and subscribe to the channel as a sign of support, thank you. Now let's go inside the book. Enjoy. All I want is my freedom. He's out for vengeance. My life has been plagued by never-ending pain and suffering. He's fueled by anger and hate. Ngaio is the underboss to the famiglia. He's determined to knock down my walls and shatter me. Marrying him was the only chance I had to survive. Being his wife just may be my breaking point. When an enemy rears their head, my life crumbles around me. As danger starts to close in, the darkness surrounds me. Can the mafia man let go of his thirst for revenge to save me? Prologue. Tegan. Aged 10. The fuck are you doing here, bitch? I hear my dad snarl from behind me, his footsteps heavy as he stumbles into the kitchen. He's still drunk from last night. Cooking, I reply without thinking, and instantly brace myself. I'm never to talk back to him. Never to speak out of turn. I'm to do exactly as he tells me, and if I don't, I have to face the consequences. His beefy hand grabs a handful of my hair, pulling it from the roots. Tears fill my eyes, but before they can fall, he slams my head down on the counter. My nose crunches against the granite, and my mouth fills with a metallic taste I've grown to know all too well as blood. Fucking bitch. Talkin' back. What have I told you about that shit? Now get the fuck outta here. I don't want to see you for the rest of the day. It's hard for me to breathe. Between the blood in my mouth and whatever has happened to my nose, I'm struggling to get oxygen into my lungs. I scurry out of the kitchen the second he releases my hair, leaving a trail of blood behind me. I press a hand to my nose to try and stop it, but it's no use. The blood is flowing like a river. I think he broke my nose. Once I'm in my bedroom, I sink to the floor and pray that the bleeding stops soon. Girl, I hear a while later. The doc's here for you. I glance up at Lola. She's one of the club girls, the only one who is nice to me. She looks after me whenever I'm hurting. She's always been the kindest woman here. She also taught me to read and write, something I had no knowledge about until I was 7. I'm not the greatest reader, but I'm determined. One day, I'll be out of this hell, and I'll need those skills. Oh, honey, what happened? Lola asks. I forgot, I whisper. I answered back. Her eyes darken for a moment, before she shakes her head. The doc's here to look at you. Okay? I nod. The doctor is a man my father and the other brothers pay to ensure they're all taken care of, if need be. They're going on a run tomorrow. They'll be gone for a while. You'll stay here. You'll have some recuperation time. That seems to happen a lot. Whenever my dad goes a little too far with hurting me, the brothers go on a run. They're usually gone for at least 5 days. Once before, they were gone for a month. That was the happiest time of my life. I was able to do whatever I wanted without worrying about the consequences. Lola lets the doctor into my room. He shakes his head when he sees me, but just like everyone else, he won't do anything about it. No one goes against my father. The dirty demons MC are animals. They do whatever they want, and people are too scared to say anything. It's broken, he tells me. I'm going to have to clean you up and then get this fixed and bandaged, he explains. It's not the first time the doctor has cleaned me up. This also isn't the first broken bone that he's had to set. It's going to be hard to breathe for a while, but it'll get easier, he says, a little warmth in his voice. Thanks, Doc, I whisper. All right, girl, Lola says as she helps me to the bed. I'll bring you some food later on. Stay in here and you'll be okay. I nod, grateful that she's here. I'm not sure what I'd do without her. She is without a doubt the best thing about this club. I reach for my teddy, the one I had brought with me when I arrived here, and clutch it tight. It was from my mom. The memories I have of her are long gone. I can't even remember her face. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Aged 18. I tremble as I hear people arguing above me. I know what they're saying. I know what they're planning. My stomach rolls at the thought of it. She ain't going anywhere, my dad snarls. She's property of dirty demons. That means she's ours. She ain't leaving. Not now. Not ever. I hate him. God, I hate that man with every fiber of my being. Not once has he treated me as his daughter. Not once has he showed me that he actually cares about me. All he's done is hurt and humiliate me in ways I'll never recover from. The back of my thighs and ass are covered in scars. All tiny little burns. They all hurt like hell while they were being done, but over the years, I've learned to mask my expression and not allow the pain to escape me. The cigarette burns that mar my skin are my warrior marks. I survived them, and I'll continue to survive everything that happens to me in this hellhole. 3 weeks ago, I turned 18, and my life changed for the worse. Instead of being free, like I thought I'd be, I'm even more caged in. I'm now naked and collared, and I no longer have a bedroom in the Demon's clubhouse. I stay in the basement, where I'm used as a way for the men to let off steam. Up until today, I never would have thought they'd rape me, but I'm not sure of that anymore. The moment I turned 18, the brothers started using me as what they referred to as a sperm bank. They would ejaculate over me and watch each other take turns in doing so. But today, 3 of the brothers, Crunk, Boulder, and Smalls, came into the room and started to touch me in ways I had never been touched before. She's staying here, Bear. She's earning her fucking keep, Crunk snarls. They left the basement door open, so I can hear every word they're saying. I hate them for instilling this fear in me. I'm not sure what is going to happen, but my gut is telling me it's bad. Fine. Do whatever the fuck you want with the whore. As long as she doesn't leave, I don't give a fuck, Dad snarls. I hear chairs scraping against the floor, and then heavy footsteps above me. When the basement door slams shut, I know my luck isn't going to change. Oh, Tegan, Crunk taunts. You're in for a real treat. I recoil at his voice. I doubt that very much. The man is an asshole on the best of days, but today, with the way his voice is filled with anger and menace, it's one of his worst. I pull myself further into the corner of the room, into the depths of darkness, hoping and praying that he won't see me. Wishful thinking at its finest. I should know better. His laugh is maniacal, and I hate it. You can try to hide, Tegan, but you won't be able to continue to do so forever. He doesn't come to me. The little alcove I'm in is away from the door to the room they hurt people in. My little space has very little to it. Just a makeshift mattress, a flimsy blanket, and a bucket in case I need to go to the toilet. Crunk makes his way to the torture room, and within minutes, I feel heat. I know what it means to have that heat blasting from the room. He started a fire. He only does that if there's going to be a guest in that room or if he wants to brand someone. Out Out of all the men who are part of the Dirty Demons MC, Crunk is the worst of them all. He's the meanest son of a bitch ever. He hurts people for fun and lives to torture them. He begins to whistle, and it sets me on edge. He's gearing up to hurt someone, and I have a deep suspicion that it's me. He's coming for me. For 18 years I managed to stay out of his lair, but my time has come to an end. Crunk is going to do whatever the hell he wants with me. My stomach rolls with nausea, and I fight the urge to vomit. I don't know for sure that he's planning on hurting me, and if I throw up, it'll only add fuel to the fire. The Dirty Demons don't like it when I'm sick or upset. They lash out at the sight of tears and won't stop until I pass out, so I can't annoy them anymore. What seems like mere minutes later, he's standing in front of me, that huge, scary smirk on his face as he looks at me. "You're comin' with me," he tells me, as he reaches for the collar on my neck and unlocks it. I don't speak. I haven't spoken to anyone since I was 13, when I watched my father kill Lola in front of me for giving me food. Crunk grips my hair and pulls me to him. The moment I'm flush against his body, he releases me. I can't go anywhere. There's no escape for me. None whatsoever. We're going to have some fun, Tegan. This has been well overdue. I've been wanting to do this since you were 12, he tells me, his hands palming my breasts. I fight back the urge to recoil. That'll only lead to me being beaten. I let him do whatever the hell he wants with me. He's going to do it either way. I either allow him to, or I get hurt, and then he does it anyway. I'm in survival mode. I'll do whatever it takes to survive. One day, I'll be free. I just hope that it won't be because I'll be dead. Once we're in the darkened room, his hands start to roam a lot more than my breasts. They run down my ass and then toward my vagina. He runs a finger along my slit and chuckles. I'm going to enjoy taking every inch of you, Tegan. From this day forward, you're mine. But first, there's something that needs to happen. The world needs to know who you belong to. He lays me on the dirty floor and tells me to stay. I don't dare move. Hell, I'm barely breathing. I hear him moving behind me, poking around in the fire. His footsteps are heavy against the floor as he moves toward me. Burning hot pain rips through my thigh. It's unlike anything I've ever felt before. I suck in a sharp breath as tears flow from my eyes. God, what the hell is he doing to me? He holds the hot poker against my thigh until I almost pass out. Now, he growls, throwing the poker to the ground. It clatters against the tiled floor. Everyone will know exactly who you belong to. My body stills at the sound of his zipper being undone. No. God, no. This can't be happening. I start to move, trying to get to my feet, but my leg is in so much pain that I'm barely able to lift my head. Crunk grips my hips and pulls my legs apart, then settles between them. I scream when he pushes into me, ripping away my innocence with his evilness. After everything that's happened, I never thought the Dirty Demons would break me. But Crunk has absolutely shattered me. How am I going to survive this? These men are never going to let me go. I'm stuck living in this hell. There's no escape for me. 1. Elio. 4 years later. Ty's been shot, Emiliano growls. He's my right-hand man. He proved his loyalty to me when he came on board the moment I moved to Indianapolis, relocating from Chicago to work alongside me. How? I snarl, pissed that this shit is happening first thing in the damn morning. My ass is on the way to Chicago to pick up my sister-in-law's cousin and bring her to Indianapolis with me. Why the fuck I'm the one who has to do this shit is beyond me. But the boss wants it done, and I'm the man he turned to. When Rocco says jump, I say how fucking high. That's the way it goes. Right now, we're trying to figure that out. From what the men have gathered, he was on his corner, doing his damn fucking job, when he was gunned down by a dude on a bike. Fucking hell. Did anyone see if the biker was wearing a cut? At the moment, we're having problems with the dirty demons. They hate that the gallows are growing rapidly in Indiana. We have amassed over 50 men within the first 3 months. All those men have proved their loyalty to the famiglia and are now soldiers. From what Raoul said, yes, they did. It was the dirty demons. We're working on how the fuck this happened, boss. There's no way that Ty should have been alone. Everyone knows that shit. So why the fuck, on a night when he's alone, do the demons shoot him? Emiliano is smelling a rat, as am I. This shit is why I was wary about having so many new men join the ranks. While they have shown their loyalty, it doesn't mean they're only loyal to us. Something about this situation doesn't sit right. I'm a distrustful bastard by nature, and this is starting to smell like a setup. Find out who the fuck was supposed to be with him last night, Emiliano. Whoever it is has blood on their hands. I want them found. On it, boss, he replies. I'll have the answer by the end of the day. Good, I'm on my way to Chicago. Any news, call me. I want whoever the fuck did this, Emil. I want their heads on a platter. We need to send a message out. No one takes out one of our men and gets away with it. There haven't been any fucking turf wars over the past few months. Not after the shit with the Masters going after the Gallaghers, and both of my sisters being caught up in it. That feud killed my youngest sister, Vivi. So between the Gallaghers and the Gallows, we took out the entire family and organization. No one kills our family and lives to tell the tale. Since then, there hasn't been anyone stupid enough to come at us. Whether or not they've been biding their time and growing allies is something we won't know until the time comes, but these fucking demons are going to pay for killing Ty. I have Lorenzo scouring the security footage from the surrounding buildings to see if he can uncover anything. Lorenzo is one of the newer recruits. The man is 19 and has an IQ of 130 or something like that. He's bright as fuck and can hack anything you put in front of him. He's been a huge asset since joining us. Not to mention, he's a cold-blooded killer. It's how I met the guy. He beat a guy to death, and it would have been his 3rd strike if he got caught. He has had some anger issues. We made a deal. I cover up the death of the guy he killed, and he comes to work for me. While he's ruthless as hell, he's of more use to me being my tech guy, something he's okay with as long as he's able to unleash his rage every now and then. Emil, find who did this and who allowed it to happen, I snarl. There's no holding back on this one. We need to let people know that we mean business. They need to know that if you come after the gallows, you should expect payback. On it, he replies, and I end the call. I drive toward the boss house. Rocco isn't happy, but neither am I. My brother took over the reins as head of this family from our shitty father. My father used to be someone I admired, until I walked into the house one day and found him beating the shit out of my sister Adelina. My sister was badly beaten, and I often wonder if she would have survived if I hadn't shown up. From that moment onward, Rocco, Dario, and I were determined that our father wouldn't lead our men any longer. Of course, my father took the only way out he could when he stepped down as capo. He put a gun to his head and pulled the trigger. He didn't want to feel the wrath of his sons, nor did he want to feel the wrath of Adelina's husband, Hayden Gallagher. Thankfully, since Rocco took over at the helm, the famiglia has grown leaps and bounds. We have more men than ever before, and the loyalty of those men is fierce. We've grown the legitimate side of our businesses by almost double, and we've tripled the income from every business venture we have. The famiglia has become one of the biggest crime families in America since Rocco took over, and every made man is making more money than they could have ever dreamed. But that could be taken away if we get complacent and our enemies start to come for us. Rocco and I want this shit with the demons to be over and done with. If it means taking out the entire chapter, then so be it. We're not going to lose everything we've built because these fucking assholes are looking to get in on the action. Hell fucking no. I reach Rocco's house just as he and Dario are climbing out of the car. My brothers wait for me to park my vehicle and climb out. Just as I do, my cell rings. Yeah. Boss, Emiliano says. It was Clover, the sergeant at arms for the dirty demons, he says, and I hear the grin in his voice. Excellent. Find the bastard, Emil, and once you do, we'll send the demons a fucking message. My anger is palpable. These bastards have come into our territory and taken out one of our men. There's no way I'm letting this go. No fucking way. Rocco grips my shoulder. We'll get our revenge, brother, he promises. We'll pay Ty's family a visit and ensure that they're taken care of. I grit my teeth and nod. I know his mom would appreciate that. Ty joined our organization so that he could help his mom pay for his father's medical bills. Having us take care of them will put them at ease, especially as there's 3 other boys in the house that are underage. I'd have Dario bring Chloe to Indianapolis, but I don't trust that he'd leave her untouched. I can't deny that. Our brother may be the youngest of the 3 of us, but he's also the biggest player. He can have a woman swooning within minutes. The last thing we need is the Gallaghers on us because Dario doesn't know how the hell to keep his cock in his pants. I like women, but I don't have a death wish. No one is stupid enough to go up against the Gallaghers. Besides, your wife is extremely protective of the girl. I love Jade, but Christ, she's vicious. I smirk. My sister-in-law is definitely vicious. She's also extremely vengeful. The woman took down everyone who assaulted her while she was in jail, and she had no fucking mercy in doing so. It was awesome to watch. I'll bring her to Indianapolis untouched. I'll hand her off to Hayden and Ade, and then my job is done. Rocco chuckles. She's 18, Elio. She's not a fucking ticking time bomb. I shrug. Same thing. Is she ready? He shakes his head, smiling, as he leads me into the house. Yes. She and Jade are having coffee. I glance at my watch and see that if I leave in the next 10 minutes, I'll be back in Indianapolis by lunchtime. Thank God for that. I can't be stuck babysitting for the rest of the day. There are around 10 bikers on my tail. None of them are wearing any cuts. At first, I thought it was the dirty demons, but those assholes always wear their cuts. They take credit for everything they do. So who the fuck is it and what the hell do they want? Chloe's eyes widen as she realizes something's not right. The fuckers rev their engines as they edge closer and closer. Whatever the fuck they want, they're not going to get it. Hell no. Fuck, I growl when I see a van coming toward us. These fuckers set this up. I swerve to the left, reaching over for Chloe, needing to ensure that she's okay. I push her head down to her knees. Get down. The van slams into the side of the car. I glance at Chloe and see the fear shining in her eyes. Her mouth is open, but no sound comes out. If she screams, I know she's alive. My car flips as we hit the barrier at the side of the road. I'm thrown forward, my shoulders jarring as the seatbelt locks, stopping me from going anywhere. The car continues to roll over and over again. Chloe's scream is filled with terror. It's a fucking sound I never want to hear again. Christ. There's a sickening thud, and I watch as Chloe's eyes start to close, blood seeping from her head. Open your eyes, Chloe, I snarl. Fuck. I need her to open those damn eyes. It's too late. She's sunk into the darkness. Finally, we stop flipping, and thankfully, we land upright. Footsteps sound, and I hear shouting. Those fuckers are getting closer. I try to slide my hand down to my knife and gun, but I'm completely pinned. Fuck. My door is pulled open, and I'm face to face with a masked fucker. No cut. Well, if it isn't Elio Gallo, the masked fucker says as he pulls the cigarette from his lips and blows out a puff of smoke. You sure are a fucking headache, aren't you? I don't answer him. I grit my teeth. Who the hell is he? He sure as fuck knows me, but unlike him, I'm no coward. I won't hide behind a mask. If I'm going to kill someone, I'll make sure they know exactly who it is who's ending their life. It's time to teach you a lesson, Gallo. He reaches for my shirt and pulls the buttons off. His eyes darken with rage, and I'm fucking pinned. There's nothing I can do. No matter how fucking hard I try to fight against the hold of the seatbelt, I'm unable to move. My hands are stuck, as is my body. He sucks on the cigarette, pulling in a deep breath of nicotine. His smirk is filled with menace as he brings the lit cigarette to my chest, pushing the red-hot tip into my skin. Pain hits me, as does the smell of burning flesh. I strain against the hold while listening to the fucker laugh. It's no use. I can't fucking move. The asshole takes the opportunity to continue with his torment. Over and over again, he burns me with the red-hot cherry of the cigarette. 15 burn marks mar my skin. Some are deeper than others, but all of them are going to leave scars. Fucking cunt. The second I find out who they are, I'm going to come for him. I'm going to kill him. He throws his 7th cigarette to the floor, crushing it with his boot. Good luck, Gallo, he snarls as he brings his gun out. No one knows you're here. I doubt anyone will find you before you die. Wrong, I hiss through the pain. When I find out who you are, you fucking coward, you're going to die. Not me. You. His laughter pisses me the fuck off. He thinks he's going to get away with this? Not a fucking chance. He brings the gun down against my temple, pistol whipping me, and there's nothing I can fucking do as the darkness hits me. My last thought is of Chloe, and that I hope she's okay. 2. Elio. You're okay. I hear the Irish brogue of my sister-in-law. Elio, did you hear me? Yes, I grind out. There's a fucking pounding in my head, and my chest feels as though it's on fire. Where's Chloe? Silence ensues, and I open my eyes. The light blinds me, but I blink through it. Where is she? I growl as I plant my hands on the mattress and push myself up. Why the fuck am I in this damn hospital bed? You need to be careful, Jade whispers. Please, Elio, your chest needs time to heal. I shake my head, trying to shake away the pain. It's a few fucking cigarette burns, Jade. Her face is pale as she glances at her husband. Rock? I ask, wondering what the fuck I've missed. There are cigarette burns, Fratello, but there's more. I grit my teeth. What did those cunts do while I was unconscious? They poured lighter fluid onto your chest, Jade whispers. Thankfully, a witness saw someone running from the scene and the cops and ambulance were on scene really quickly. They sent me a light? I ask, and Jade nods. No wonder my fucking chest feels as though it's burning. Those fucking cunts. Where's Chloe? I ask again. They took her, Jade tells me. It's been 3 days, Elio, and we have no idea who took her. Fuck. 3 days. I've been unconscious for 3 fucking days? Fratello, Rocco says as he steps closer, his arms crossed. His eyes have a glint of hardness. He's ready to kill. Tell me what you remember. It was bikers, I say through clenched teeth, as my chest burns yet again. No cuts, no insignia, nothing. The fucker who did this to me knew who I was, but they were in masks. I didn't see their faces. Jade nods, turns on her heel, and leaves the room, no doubt to call her family and update them. They're going to pay for what they've done to you, Elio, Rocco assures me. Swear to you, Fratello, we will get you revenge. My jaw clenches. How bad? I ask him, knowing that if anyone is going to give me a straight answer, it's him. Bad. You needed surgery. You had to have skin grafts. It's why you've not been awake. It's going to take some time to heal. I don't give a fuck. I'm alive. I want revenge. Find out who did this, I hiss. I want their head on a platter, Rock. I want them to fucking pay for what they've done. We will. No matter what, Elio, we'll get our revenge. Something about the way he's saying the words pisses me off. He's not telling me we'll get our revenge on the man who did this, just that we'll get it. The question is, why? McKenna and Dennis are still trying to call all of their contacts, trying to see if they can help uncover who took her, Jade says as she re-enters the hospital room. It clicks. The only reason my brother wouldn't say it is because of his wife. When you say we'll get our revenge, you mean after the Gallaghers have gotten theirs? Rocco's jaw clenches, and that right there gives me the answer. Dennis' daughter was taken. I was fucking set alight, I hiss at him, just as Dario enters the room. When the fuck did you stop putting the famiglia first? I question him with disgust. Famiglia comes first, always. I get that Jade is his wife and has to be his priority, and I have no problem with that, but I sure as fuck have a motherfucking problem with the Gallaghers being put ahead of us. That's my family, Jade says, crossing her arms over her chest in defiance. That's mine, Dario snarls. The fuck, Rock? Why the fuck did you ever agree to this shit? If the men find out about this, there's going to be uproar. Rocco nods, his jaw tight as he stares at me. No matter what, you'll have your revenge. Fuck you, Rock. You made a fucking deal without even thinking about what's best for the famiglia. When the hell did you become dad? But, Jade begins. Nothing, Jade, Rock says, his voice low but filled with anger. They're right. That deal should have never been made. But I had to. It was what was right at the time. But if the tables were reversed, I'd be just as pissed as Elio. He doesn't know the full story, she says, throwing her hands in the air. I don't need to, I hiss. Think my chest speaks for itself. She's 18, Elio. She's only 18. I know exactly how old she is, Jade. Tell me, if it were Hayes in my position and Aude in Chloe's, how would you react? She looks away. Rocco's right, she says after a beat. We'll get you your revenge, but my family needs theirs too. This is utter bullshit. Getting into bed so closely with another family was meant to strengthen our bond, not have the fucking Irish take over. I glare at Rocco. When can I leave? I need to get the fuck out of here. Being in this place and not being able to do anything is going to drive me crazy. You're going to need a few days at least. They'll see how well the graft is taking first. But from what the doctor said the last time, it looks good. So hopefully in a few days. Christ. Now I'm going to have to put up with both Adelina and Jade fussing over me. That's not what I need in the slightest. We're going to find out who did this, Dario assures me. Every man is on the job. I smirk. Dario and I are a lot alike now that he's grown the hell up. We're loyal to the famiglia and will do anything to rectify a wrong. Knowing my brother, he's working on a scheme to ensure that I get my revenge. Thanks, bro. Have Emiliano come see me when you can. He nods. He's my first call, he assures me. You need pain meds, bro? You look like you're in pain. I'm fine, I say through clenched teeth. I'll be even better if I can get the fuck out of here. Dario smiles. Always were an impatient fucker. I'll call Emiliano. Try not to kill anyone, he says, his gaze on Rocco. Jade also says her goodbyes, but Rocco stays. He watches me with assessing eyes. You really think that I'm not putting the famiglia first? Tell me, brother, what would the men say if they found out about the deal you made? That you agreed to let the Gallaghers have the man who took Chloe, all while you sit back and don't get revenge on the people who burned me? He's got to see that it's a bad look. Fuck. He steps up to the bed and regards me with those dark eyes so much like our father's. I've made a deal that when the bastards are found, they die. I thought they'd have been found by now. It's been 3 fucking days, Elio, and not one person has come forward with information about them. No one knows who they are? He shakes his head. No. So while Jade thinks I did her family a solid by agreeing to let them take those bastards out, we're working on finding them, and as soon as we do, we're moving into their turf. I want that shit, Elio. I want them and their families to know that they can't mess with the gallows. I shake my head. I should have known he'd be a sneaky bastard. Of course he'd want the territory of whoever did this. They'd have to have a vast amount of it. No small-time fish are going to come after a Gallagher and a Gallo. No. Someone has big balls, and they were hoping that I'd die so they'd get away with it. Bullshit. That's not happening. Ever. Find them, I snarl. I want them found, Rocco. I want to know who the leader is. I want to ruin him. I don't care if it's a child of his, I want to destroy them. He smirks. That, I can do. I nod, still beyond pissed that I can't get the revenge I want, but I'll make sure I get to deal some sort of pain to someone. He's still alive? I question Emiliano. Emil smiles. Yes. He's tried to escape 3 times, and all 3 times he's been beaten. But he's still breathing. I'm now curious to see what the asshole looks like. My men love to use their fists. love to show people just how ruthless they can be. They mean business, and they'll do whatever they can to hurt someone. Is Lorenzo here? It's been 10 days since that shit happened and Chloe went missing. 10 days, and still there's no sign of her, and no one knows who took her. I spent a total of 9 days in the hospital. The doctors let me out once I was cleared, with the instruction to not do anything strenuous. I had to laugh at that shit. He's here and waiting for your go-ahead. I grin. It's time for Clover to meet his grisly end. Walking into the hotel that's owned by an associate of ours, I move quickly through the lobby and toward the elevator. The security feed for this building, along with the entire block, has been off all day, thanks to Lorenzo. The man is a genius. I don't ask how he does shit, just as long as he gets it done. Boss, I'm greeted by my men as I enter the old laundry room. I nod to them as I glance at Clover. He's been stripped of his cut. The dirty demon's leather cut is lying on the floor with his blood soaking it. His face is battered, and his eye is bloodshot, like a vessel has burst inside of it. Lorenzo, I say loud and clearly. This is the man who killed Ty. I know you've been dealing with Ty's mom while I've been otherwise indisposed. I feel it's only right that you get to be the one to end him. Lorenzo grins widely as he steps up to Clover. I've thought about what I want to do to you, asshole, and I think there's only one way that you and your club will get the message. He holds out his hand, and Raoul hands him a fucking samurai sword. Christ. These men are fucking maniacs. What's wrong with shooting someone or even beating them to death? Not flashy enough for these guys, I guess. They have to go big. Your head will be put on a stake and displayed in the grounds of the Dirty Demons clubhouse, so that every single one of your brothers can see just what happens to those who mess with the famiglia. He brings the sword up and slices along Clover's throat. It runs clean through. No mess, no fuss. Clover's head severs, and I watch as it falls to the floor. The fucker's eyes are still open, staring at us. You got a plan, Lorenzo, do it. Raoul, call Marco and Nina and have them clean this place up. Emiliano and I walk out of the hotel. One fucker down. Now we just have to find out who's behind the bullshit of taking Chloe and burning me. Once we know, then we can form a plan and move forward. 3. Tegan. The air is thick. It's stifling. I can barely breathe with the tense energy running through it. Heavy footsteps fall as someone makes their way downstairs. I scramble backward into the darkness, not wanting to be seen. I want to fade away into the darkness and never ever be here. The smell of tobacco, urine, and sweat hits me. It's Crunk. That man never washes. He's so fucking dirty that my stomach rolls whenever he's near me. His stench lingers in the air for a long time. Since Crunk raped me 4 years ago, the demons have shared me like I'm a piece of meat. I'm passed between them. Over the past 4 years, I had been used and abused. I'm the brothers' personal whore. Whatever they want, they take. I don't fight back. I don't argue. I take it. I've become numb to it all. But there's only so much that I can withstand. I know that there will come a time when that numbness fades, and when it does, I'll crumble. I can feel parts of me slipping under already. The door adjacent to me unlocks, and I stare blankly at the walls cloaked in darkness. I clench my teeth as I bring my knees to my chest. There's a young girl in that room. I've seen her. I cleaned her up after the men branded her with their cum. She's strong, a hell of a lot stronger than I am. She's got fire in her eyes. I don't recall a time when I ever felt a fire inside of me. I was conditioned from an early age to do exactly as the men say. Lola told me about how I ended up here at the clubhouse. My mom was one of the club girls. She got pregnant and was discarded like trash. The men here are assholes who can't look after anyone but themselves. They didn't want kids around, so they sent away all the women they impregnated. My mom left, and from what Lola said, she loved me a lot. She also made the mistake of putting my dad's name on my birth certificate. When my mom died, I was almost 3 years old, and I went to my only living relative, my father. He was furious that he had been put on the birth certificate, but he took me in, something I don't understand because it would have been better for all of us if he had let me go, and I've been here ever since. I hate it. All I wish for is freedom. Bang. My body trembles at the sound of a gunshot. What's going on? My breathing deepens as I pull my legs tighter against my chest. Rat-a-tat-tat. Oh my God. There's someone here. The gunshots continue, some loud, some muffled as though they're coming from outside. My heart pounds as I press my head against my knees. God, what the hell is happening? No wonder the men were on edge today. I knew there was something happening. I could tell by the atmosphere. The air was thick. Never did I think it would turn into a gunfight. I'm not sure how long the gunshots continue to go off for, but each and every one of them has my body flinching at the sound. When the gunshots stop, I hear yelling, voices I have never heard before. The door to the basement is opened with such force it bangs against the wall. I bite back a whimper as feet pound against the stairs. Whoever it is, they don't belong to the demons. The men don't notice me in the darkness, too focused on their mission. The door that holds the girl splinters, and I can hear the men arguing with Crunk. My heart pounds when I hear one of the men growl, "Get the fuck away from her," his voice filled with emotion. He cares about the girl. I said, "Get the fuck away from her," he snaps. I've never had anyone care about me, someone who'd go to any lengths to protect me, as he has done with the girl. Sometimes I wish I had just one person who'd love me. Lola came close, but ultimately, she threw me to the wolves when she told them I had started my period and was ready for them. That destroyed me more than anything a man could have done to me. She was the only person I cared about, and I thought she felt the same about me, but in the end, I've realized that I can only count on myself. The light from the fire in the room allows me to see the men as they leave. One has the girl tucked safely in his arms, while the other drags an unconscious Crunk out of the room. I continue to hear yelling upstairs, and I can make out some of the words. The men who came for the girl are taking the dirty demons. Those who are still alive. My heart stutters at their words. They're taking them away. I stare at the wall in shock. They're taking them away from here. Hope blooms in my chest. Can this be real? Within minutes, all I hear is silence. For the first time in my life, I feel peace. Utter peace. I bite back a sob as a sense of relief washes over me. I'm free. Oh, God, I'm free. I can't stop the tears from falling. Never in a million years did I think this could happen, but here we are. All the demons are gone, and everything they did to me bursts from me. The pain, the anger, the betrayal, all of it washes over me, and I can't stop the sobs from racking through my body. Why would anyone do what they did to me and to the girl? Why would they rape me continuously? The sobs continue to rip through me as my mind replays everything they did to me. I'm weak, so damn weak. I should have told them to leave me alone. I should have fought against them. Done something. Instead, I just laid there and took it. The light from the fire dims, the cold starts to seep into my body, and it hits me. I'm tied by my collar to the wall. I can't move unless I have the key, but that's inside Crunk's pocket and he's no longer here. My freedom wasn't long-lived. Sooner or later, I'm going to die here, just as I always knew I would. I thought that when death came for me, I'd be more frightened. Instead, I'm at peace with it. I think that having the last days of my life without those animals has made it better. I lie down on the ratty, makeshift bed. I'm tired, my tears still tumbling down my cheeks, but I leave them unchecked. I close my eyes and smile. I'm alone. No one can hurt me. Not anymore. I wake with a start, shrouded in complete darkness. The fire is out, what with no one around to feed it and keep it going. I blink into the darkness as I try to rack my brain as to what woke me. I hear the door opening and instantly hold my breath. I can't have anyone find me. No. I want this peace. I want to fade away without any more pain. A light flashes in the darkness, and I hear heels tap against the floor. Are you sure? I hear a soft, Irish accent ask. I'm sure, a man replies, his tone very brisk. He, too, has an accent, only his is British. I also know from his voice that he was here earlier. He's the man who dragged Crunk from the room. She's down here, Jade. Let's find her. We need to get her out of here, the woman says again as she shines the light against the wall in front of me. I press tight against the wall. No. I don't want to go. I finally made peace. I need to stay here. I want to stay here. I blink harshly as the light shines into my eyes. Oh, I'm sorry, the woman says as she lowers the light. My name's Jade Gallagher. How about we get you out of here? I shake my head and press as tight as I can against the wall. The light shines once again, but this time, instead of being in my face, it shines against the ceiling, letting me see both of the people who are standing before me. Both have worried expressions as they watch me. Why? She asks, a furrow forming between her eyes. I just want peace, I croak. Not speaking for years has made my voice husky and rough. I don't want to be hurt anymore. Jade crouches in front of me. What if I were to promise you that you wouldn't be hurt? Would you come with me? I blink. Is she for real? Judging by her accent, and the fact that she's a Gallagher, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to put two and two together and come up with the fact that she's part of the Irish Mafia. There's no one alive who hasn't heard of the famous Gallagher clan. I just want to get you out of here, let a doctor look at you, and then find you someplace safe to sleep, she says. No, I say, shaking my head. Please, she implores. What's your name, love? The British man asks. I'm Calvin and this is Jade. What's yours? Tegan, I breathe. It's been years since I last spoke my name. It feels foreign against my lips. I like it, he says, giving me a grin. What do you want? To die, I say honestly and easily. I hear both of their sharp intakes of breaths. Please, Jade says, don't. There's so much out there for you. I blink. Out where? My words are cold and sharp. I don't trust them. How can I? Everyone I've ever known has hurt me. Why would two complete strangers help me? Silence spreads between us. Tegan, Jade whispers. How long have you been here? Since I was 3, I reply. My dad wouldn't let me leave. Okay, how about this? She begins. We unlock you, let you have a shower and something to eat, and then go from there? A shower sounds nice. I've had to wash with a bucket, and that was only when the men let me. Is everyone gone? I ask her, needing to know that it's safe to go upstairs. I promise you they're gone. Calvin moves toward me, and I brace. I watch him, wondering what he's going to do next. His eyes harden as he grows closer, so I turn onto my front and lie down, just as Crunk instructed me to do whenever a man was angry. He told me it meant they would need relief. Oh, Tegan, Jade whispers. Tegan, Calvin says softly. Please turn around. I do as he says, and he reaches for my collar, unlocking it. The moment it's off me, I'm able to breathe a little easier. I don't want anything from you. I just want to help. But why? No one has ever helped me, so why would you? What do you want from me? I call bullshit. There's no way these two are here out of the goodness of their hearts. No fucking way. As much as I hate the demons, they taught me many lessons, the foremost one being not to trust anyone. People always want something in return. Okay, yes, I do want something in return, he says, and I nod. I knew he did. I want you to get out of here, and then when you're healthy, I want you to work for me. As a whore? I ask, wondering what else I'm good for. No, he says, his words hard as stone. I'm in need of an assistant. Can you do that for me? I still don't buy this shit. I feel as though there's something off about all of this. But if I'm able to get out of here, maybe, just maybe, I can find somewhere to hide and then they'll never be able to find me. Maybe, just maybe, I can live my life without anyone hurting me? Okay, I whisper. I'd like a shower now. Jade smiles at me. She has pretty eyes and a soft smile, but there's something cold behind that assessing gaze. She's a killer, both of them are. I've lived around enough of them to know one when I look at them. I've been hurt by enough to know what one looks like. She helps me to my feet and up the stairs. With every step that I take, I grow stronger but weaker at the same time. My body is weakening as I've not eaten in a day or so. I've also not walked very far in a long time. But my resolve is growing stronger. For the first time in my life, I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. I just pray that no matter what happens, I can find somewhere to hide from these two and live my life quietly and without worry. 4. Tegan. I'm sitting in a coffee shop, a cup of coffee in my hands, warming me up. It's weird being outside, away from the confines of the clubhouse. I can't help but watch everyone with a distrustful eye, wondering what their plans are. I'm constantly on edge and in fear, but I push it back and focus on the two people in front of me. It's been 2 days since the demons were taken from the clubhouse. It was the strangest feeling to be upstairs rather than locked in the basement. Both Jade and Calvin left me after I had eaten and had a shower. They had something to do, and judging by the dark look in their eyes, it was to kill someone. I just hope that it was Crunk and the rest of the men. I'm not in the least bit sad that my father is dead. I'm just so relieved that neither he nor any of the other brothers can hurt me again. That night, I slept in my old room. I was surprised that it hadn't changed. Not a bit. I crawled into the bed, and as soon as my head hit the pillow, I fell straight to sleep and didn't wake up until I heard Jade calling me the following day. I have a feeling that she thought I would have been gone when she returned. I probably should have, but I was so tired, I needed the sleep. Now, I'm feeling better, more alert, so when it's time for me to disappear, I will be better equipped. Being outside and seeing things for the first time is scary and intimidating. I feel foolish whenever I have to ask Jade about things quietly, not wanting to be overheard. She's answered every single question that I've had, and she hasn't made me feel stupid or told me to shut up. She's even explained a few things to me without me having to ask. I take a sip of the coffee. This is definitely something that I'll be having again. Maybe caffeine wasn't the best idea, Jade says with a smile. What's your plan from here, Tegan? I shrug. I'm so overwhelmed about everything that I can't think straight. Everywhere I look, there is something that I've never seen before. My mind's chaotic as I try to shuffle through things. Sure, I'm not all that ignorant to things. I've seen cell phones and even know how to use them. I also know what cars are. Lola taught me about a lot of things growing up. Looking back now, the things she taught me were the most important things for me to learn. It's understandable, Kelvin says. He's someone I can't make out. He's being sweet with me, but I can see the underlying anger in his eyes. It's like he's holding it back, letting it bubble under the surface. I understand that you don't want to tell us what happened in the clubhouse, but I do believe you'd benefit from talking to someone. Yeah, that's never going to happen. I can't and won't talk about it. You were held captive for almost 20 years, Tegan. Not all that time was in the basement, I tell him. That only happened when I turned 18. 4 years. I'm grateful that was all I had to endure. He rolls his eyes and sighs. Semantics, woman. My lips twitch at his words. If he wasn't so confusing, I could like him. He's funny. All right, Jade says. If you won't talk to someone, what are you planning on doing? I stare blankly at them both. Surely, they can't be this and believe that I tell them what my plans are. I don't know, I semi-lie. Where do I even go? You can either stay with me, Kelvin says, and I recoil in horror. God no. Or we can put you up in an apartment. Fully paid until you find your feet. No way. I can't, I whisper. I can't do that. No. I won't be indebted to them more than I already am. I couldn't live with the thought of owing them something. Or even worse, them thinking they can take whatever they want because they have helped me. Jade sighs heavily. Look, Tegan, right now, I'm not comfortable leaving you alone in a city you don't know. Kelvin nods. I agree. Jade reaches for my hand and squeezes it tight. You've been through so much already. We just want to keep you safe. That's all we want. I pull my hand free of hers, pissed that I'm in a position where I'm fighting against everything I want to do with what others want me to do. You have no idea what I went through. You have no damn clue as to what happened. She licks her lips. That may be so, but I can guess, she says softly, her voice low so only I can hear her. I went to prison. I was there for 5 years, and for those 5 years I was repeatedly beaten and raped. It hurts. Even now, I can feel their breaths on my neck, and they're all dead. My heart aches. I hate that she's felt what I have. How did they die? I ask her, wanting to know if they got what was coming to them. She smirks. I love revenge, and let's just say mine was sweet. She murdered them. I knew the moment I saw her that she was a killer. I'll never be able to get that, though, will I? She glances away and shakes her head. No, you won't. I get to my feet. It's time to leave. How do I even know they're dead? How do I know that you got them all? As far as I'm aware, the only man you took from the clubhouse was Crunk. There was no one left, she tells me. I shake my head. That's not good enough. How can you be so certain? How can you be so sure that you got every single brother? If you didn't, then guess who they're coming for? I walk quickly away from the table and out of the coffee shop door. I don't look behind me. I know they'll follow. There's no way they'll let me escape. My feet hit the sidewalk hard and heavy as I push my body to run. I need to get away. I need to find a way to escape them. I notice an underground parking lot up ahead and quickly glance behind me to see if I can spot Jade and Kelvin. They're just leaving the coffee shop now. I push harder, wanting to put enough distance between us. I dart into the parking lot and run toward the back of it, where I crouch down behind a car. I have the perfect angle to see if they'll come in here. The darkness is something I'm used to, so I'll be happy to stay here all night if it's what it takes to ensure that I'm safe and they won't take me. I keep my breathing even, not wanting the sound of my breaths to give away my position. I wait. Minutes tick by, but there's no sign of either of them. I can't be sure that they're not just holding back, waiting for me to make a move, so I waited out even longer, while also giving myself time to recover from running. When darkness starts to fall, I make my way out of the parking lot. The streets are still filled with people, and I hope that I'll be able to blend in. I walk around the city, watching everyone closely, keeping an eye out in case Jade and Kelvin are still out here. I stumble across a shelter. There's a queue of people waiting outside, and I'm hesitant to join it. What if someone in need of a bed doesn't get one because I'm here? Hey, I hear called out. I turn to see a brown-haired woman around my age. You're new. I nod as I cross my arms over my chest. She reaches for me and pulls me into the queue behind her. What's your story? My dad died, and I have nowhere to live, I say. It's not a lie, but it's also not the full truth. I'm sorry about your dad. Girl, stick with me. We'll get you sorted. I'm Portia. I give her a soft smile. Hey, Portia. I'm T. They'll be opening the doors soon. We should be good to go in and get a bed. Some nights, it's chaotic with people trying to get one. It's always worse when the weather turns nasty. I can't imagine how hard things can be out here on the streets. There are a few rules you have to learn, T. Rule 1, don't steal anything from another one of us. That shit's not tolerated. We band together in groups. There are now 6 of us. There's Ursula, Marcus, Nell, and Polly. It's always better in numbers. Remember that. I nod, taking in her advice. I may not trust her, but I'll listen to knowledge she's freely giving me. I want to stay alive. I'm finally free and out on my own. I want to thrive and survive. Rule number 2, she says, ticking off her fingers as she goes. Don't trust anyone. No matter who they are. I have that one down already. I doubt there will ever come a time when I'll be able to trust anyone. Not in this lifetime anyway. Rule number 3, never, and I mean never, be alone. No matter where you go, you have to do it in pairs. The streets are dangerous, especially now that the motorcycle club has been taken out. It's every criminal for themselves right now trying to fight for that turf. My eyes widen. An entire chapter taken out? I ask slowly, trying to act shocked and surprised at the same time. She nods. Get this, the Gallaghers took them out. Or so the word on the street says. Well, them along with the gallows. From what I've heard, the demons took a Gallagher girl and the family were out for revenge. As for the gallows, the demons sideswiped one of the gallows cars, injuring the second brother. It's fucked up if you ask me. Who the hell goes after the biggest and most connected crime family of them all? I shake my head. Crazy, I murmur. She nods. Exactly. Only those that are either crazy or power-hungry would try and take on such a force. She lets out a tut. Stupidity. And now look where it's got them. 6 feet under. Who are the gallows? Her eyes widen at my words. Girl, the family dynamics of the Gallaghers are crazy, but I can give you a quick rundown on the gallows. She takes a deep breath, her gaze scanning the crowd. You know Jade Gallagher, right? The daughter of Liam, he's the boss of Chicago? Well, she married the capo of the Italian mafia in Chicago. The two of them are the modern-day Bonnie and Clyde. Vicious, ruthless, and so in love it's sickening. But Rocco is a gallow. Hence why you'd be stupid to take on the Gallaghers. They're connected, but more than that, they're powerful. My lips part in surprise. I was right, Jade is part of the clan, but I had no idea just how powerful they were. The Gallo family is as follows. Aldo and Natalia had 5 children. 3 boys and 2 girls. No one knows what went down between the family, but word is that Aldo was sick with cancer and handed Rocco the reins of the mafia before he killed himself. His wife died not so long after he did. Did they kill themselves or were they killed? Their youngest daughter was only 13 when she was caught in the crossfire of a war the Gallaghers were involved in. They almost lost their other sister too. She's also married to a Gallagher. Hayden is the boss here in Indiana. God, they're everywhere. Oh, here we go. Are you ready? She asks as the door opens and people start to enter the shelter. You said not to go anywhere alone, but you are, I say, wondering if it's one of those things, do what I say and not what I do. She nods. I'm not. Nell is ahead of me. She's talking to a friend of her grandmother's. Nell was born on the streets and has never left them. She's a social butterfly. She knows everyone there is. Any more rules that I should know? I question, wondering if I'm making the right decision in asking. One last one. Rule number 4, information is money, T. If someone has money, you'd better believe that most people on the street would give up their own mother if it meant they'd get cash. I swallow harshly. I don't know anyone or anything, I say instantly. She smiles. That's the best way to be, T-girl. Never give up information on your friends. That's a line we don't cross. She links her arm through mine and pulls me into the shelter. Yo, Nell, she yells. We got a live one. This is my girl, T. Christ. She's really taking me being part of her crew seriously. I was just hoping to do a few nights here, and then get the hell out of Indianapolis. Oh, newbie, a woman with bright red hair cries as she runs over to me. Oh, honey, she says as she holds me at arm's length. You really have been through it, haven't you? I glance at Portia, wondering if she'll clue me in as to who the woman is, and why is she staring at me like she's going to cry. This is Nell, tea girl. Nell, this is tea. Nell nods, her red hair flying everywhere. Portia, she's now ours to protect, she says softly yet fiercely, so that she's not overheard. Ours. Portia stands up straight and an angry look forms on her face. Nell here is an empath. She can feel pain. I take a step back. Don't do that, Nell whispers. I'm so sorry for the pain you feel. I don't know what happened, but I do know how terrible it was. It's time for me to go. I can't be around people who know what happened to me. I don't want the pitying glances. Just like Nell's giving me now. I want to be free of all the chains that are holding me down, and my memories are one of those chains. Looking between Portia and Nell, I have a feeling that escaping these two is going to be a hell of a lot harder than it was to escape Jade and Kelvin. Right now, I just need to get through tonight. Take it one day at a time. Thriving is surviving, and that's exactly what I plan on doing. 5. Elio. 1 month later. My jaw clenches as I pull on my shirt. My chest is completely covered in scars. They're jagged, red, raw, and angry. I'm beyond pissed that I haven't been able to exact revenge. The Gallaghers closed ranks when the time came and only let those closest to Chloe get the revenge they sought. What angers me the most is that they allowed an outsider to be a part of their vengeance. A member of the Viper Fury MC in New York was present and helped kill the bastards. I'm not giving up. There has to be someone who was involved in this shit that is still alive. Someone that I can take down and ruin just as those cunts did to me. Elio, I hear Rocco call out. He pulled into the driveway 20 minutes ago. No doubt he was on a call. My brother has gained many alliances since he took the helm of this family. The gallows power has stretched wide. Soon, we'll be expanding into Missouri, and when we do, Dario will be taking up the position of underboss there while Rocco continues to lead. Everything okay? I question as I reach for my jacket and pull it on. The scars on my chest pull at the movement, and I bite back a wince. Fuck. The sooner that shit stops happening, the better. Has Emiliano found anything out yet? He asks as I walk into the kitchen, where I find not only him but Dario seated, having coffee and eating breakfast my chef, Jason, made this morning. I take a seat, and Jason places a cup of coffee in front of me, quickly followed by a plate of food. Not yet. He's digging, but nothing has popped up yet. Why? I'm always curious when my brother takes an interest in things. It means he has a plan. Well, Dario here managed to find something. I have a feeling that we can use it to our advantage, Rocco says gleefully. Oh, now I'm intrigued. Bear has a daughter, Dario informs me. Tegan Mitchell is 22 and lived in the Dirty Demons clubhouse the majority of her life. I grin. Now that is some news to receive bright and early. Now, here's the problem, Rocco says. She's vanished. No one has seen her at all since the clubhouse was raided by the Gallaghers. Well, fuck. But, now we know who we're looking for, I say. It won't be hard to put out some feelers and find out where she is. Dario nods. Exactly. Then when we find her, we come to some sort of arrangement with her. I raise a brow. I want revenge, plain and fucking simple. She either marries you or she dies. He grins sadistically. I blink. Marry her? What the fuck? Yes. A marriage that's filled with hatred will be the ultimate revenge. The woman will forever be trapped. She'll live constantly in fear, wondering when her time is up. Every morning, she'll wake up and wonder if today is the day she'll die. Christ. What the fuck is wrong with Dario? I wanted revenge, and this would be the best way for it. Having her marry me would be the cruelest thing to do, and I fucking love it. You do this, Rocco says, his eyes hard. No one can find out. You mean your wife? Dario hisses. Christ, Rock, this is famiglia business. Since when did your wife start to interfere with our business? I sit back and watch my brother's face. With the way our business has grown, I have a feeling she's been giving input. If anyone finds out that a woman has been involved in our dealings, there will be hell to pay. Anger and disappointment flicker through his features. My wife, he snarls, has nothing to do with the business. I'd prefer not to rile her. She's a fucking menace when she gets going, and finding out that my brother, her brother-in-law, is basically going to force a woman to marry him, I don't even want to know what happens behind closed doors. She's going to be pissed. Well, that's no lie. If Jade finds out about this arrangement, she'll have something to say for sure, but I have no intentions of telling her anything. What Jade doesn't know won't hurt her, I tell him as I reach for my coffee. He nods. Exactly. But let me be clear, Elio. I know you want revenge, and I do too, but this girl is a woman. Remember that. We are not our father. I start to eat, ignoring his heated gaze on me. He thinks I'm going to go off the deep end, and I might. Fuck, I might end up losing myself in this vengeance. But, fuck, I'll never be my father. Not fucking ever. My father was a sick bastard in more ways than one. His death was easy and painless, far more respectable than he deserved. If I had my way, I'd have taken him out and made sure that he felt the pain he put both Dario and Adelina through. We continue to eat as Rocco catches us up with the latest information about what happened with the dirty demons. They're all dead. Bear was burnt alive while the others were electrocuted. I'm glad the fuckers felt the lick of the flames, felt the heat crawling up their body. I just wish I had a front row seat to it. Now, Rocco says eerily as he gets to his feet. When you find this Tegan girl, Elio, you need to make sure it looks legit from the outside. Flash the cash and all that shit. The last thing we need is Jade and Adelina on our cases because of what your plans are. I roll my eyes. The man is so wrapped up in his wife. I like my sister-in-law. She's good for Rock, and I fucking love that she's tough as hell and wouldn't think twice about slitting your throat. Christ, having to pander to the expectations of what the Gallaghers do rather than what the Famiglia does gets a little too much sometimes. How about find your balls? Dario fires back. Neither of us would go against him in public. Hell, we'd never say it if there were other men around. You're the damn boss, Rock, but all we hear about is your wife and what she wants. He pushes his fist down against the counter. I'm the boss. Then damn well fucking act like it, Dario hotly says. We're all waiting for you to step up and be the boss. You wanted this, Rock. You wanted this enough to push aside our sister's feelings. You got it. Now fucking start acting like a boss. Rocco looks to me. He shouldn't, because I agree with Dario. Every word he said is the truth. I'd do anything to protect Jade, but lately, with this shit, sooner or later it's going to come out that his wife is closer than she should be, and that's a huge no-no. anyone finds out just how close Jade is to the operations, and we're all fucking dead, I say low. Don't you get that? We adore Jade, we fucking do, but she's not part of the famiglia, Rock. You say you want this. That this is all you've ever wanted. But it sure as fuck doesn't seem that way anymore. He runs a hand through his hair. I'll talk with Andrea, he snarls. I'll talk to you both later. He walks out of the room, leaving Dario and I alone. No doubt he's going to bitch about us, but when he's finished his rant, he'll realize that what we have said is right. Dario looks at me. Ready? He asks. For what? He rolls his eyes. We're going to find that demon girl. Finish your breakfast, I tell him as I continue to eat mine. I should have known that Dario wanted revenge just as badly as I did. He's worked hard to find it for me, and I'm grateful that one of my brothers had my back. I'm still pissed about how Rock allowed the Gallaghers to take out the demons, and that anger is going to last for a while. He'll be pissed, but he'll eventually see that we're right, Dario says once we're finished. I nod. He will. I get why he's keeping her close. She's a good ally. But he's playing a dangerous game by doing so, and it's not only his neck on the line. Dario reaches for his cell. Yap, and as much as I love Jade, she's family. I'm not going down because their fucking pillow talk turned to work. I chuckle. I can't imagine either of them having pillow talk. I can imagine Jade torturing Rock for the information she needs. Where is Tegan, Dario? My brother raises a brow at me. Cut the bullshit. You wouldn't have done all the work to find out who she is, without having gone deeper and found out where she was living. I tried, but everywhere I looked came up empty. The girl is fucking good at hiding. But, I say, trailing off, because I know he's building up to something. I paid a homeless guy I go to for information. He sent me to 2 guys here in Indianapolis, who I gave $200 to, and they sang like fucking canaries. His grin is one of triumph. Your girl stays downtown in the homeless shelter. I blink at his words. What the fuck is she doing there? I've got to admit, brother, she was fucking smart. Homeless people are hard to track. Had those guys not given her up, we probably wouldn't have found her. Christ. Dario did some digging. Alright then, bro, you worked your ass off, so you're with me this evening when we go and find her. He grins widely. The shelter opens at 7, although people could be queuing from any time after 5. Then we stake the place out from 5. You have a picture of her? He shakes his head. No, not a single one. I reach into my pocket and pull out my cell. I hit dial on Lorenzo's number. Boss, he answers. I need a picture of Tegan Mitchell, I say, and relay the information Dario told me, including her height, age, and date of birth. On it, he says. If she's homeless, then it'll be a little harder to find, but I'll get it for you. Oh, I have absolutely no doubt in my mind that he'll find it for me. If there's anyone who could, it would be Lorenzo. You ready for this? Dario asks as he rubs his hands together. The guy is itching for some action. Since our enemies are no longer, he's been bored. He thrives on a challenge, and finding Tegan has been something he could sink his teeth into. The sooner I have her, the better, I grunt. I hate waiting around. I have no patience. I stare at the grainy picture Lorenzo sent through. It took him almost 6 hours to find it, and what he found wasn't the best, but it's better than nothing. Tegan is tiny. she's 5'2" at best. She's thin, and her jet black hair is long and hangs down her back. She looks in need of feeding. She's not my type at all, but fuck, she's beautiful, even in this shitty picture. Oh, here we go, Dario says. I glance in the direction he's looking and see the woman herself. The picture didn't do her justice whatsoever. She's gorgeous. Stunning. I nod to Dario, and we exit the car. I make a beeline toward her. She's aware of her surroundings, because the second my car door opened, her gaze zeroed in on me, and not once has it wavered. She's ballsy, that's for sure. She doesn't show any fear, just keeps watching me. Tegan Mitchell? I ask. Her eyes narrow. What's it to you? She fires back, and my cock twitches at the roughness of her voice. Just want to talk, sweetheart, Dario says as he flashes her his smile. Firstly, I'm not your sweetheart, she says as she crosses her arms over her chest. She's wearing an ugly gray t-shirt that's 3 sizes too big for her and a pair of black leggings. Even wearing rags, she looks amazing. Secondly, she sighs, I don't know you and I'm not in the mood for talking. The woman beside her places her hands on her hips and taps her foot. We're in a rush, so if you don't mind. I've had enough. I forgot to introduce myself, I say coldly, and both women's spines straighten. Elio Gallo, and this is my brother, Dario. Tegan's face pales. What do you want? She questions, and there's still a bite to her tone. I glance to her friend. Leave. This doesn't concern you. Tegan leans over and whispers something to the girl, who doesn't look happy but nods. Okay, so what do you want? She asks once her friend has gone. I step toward her and am thoroughly impressed when she doesn't back down at all. She keeps her head held high and watches me, her gaze cold and assessing. Did you really think you'd get away with everything your father did? There's no change in her expression. Those steely gray eyes of hers are expressionless. What exactly is it that my father did? I smirk. You're playing with fire, Tegan. I can withstand the flames, she shoots back. Now, what is it that my father has done? I glance at my brother and see that he's standing against the wall, his arms crossed over his chest, his foot resting against the dark gray bricks. He's grinning. He's loving this shit. I open my shirt, giving her a peek at the design her father left on my skin. She glances down at it and flicks her gaze back to mine. He burnt you. He did. That's not something I can forgive and forget. Her tongue wipes along her bottom lip. What do you want from me? He's dead. Long gone. You can't get revenge from him. I smiled. Oh, little girl, you have no idea, not from him, no. But from you. Yes. She rocks back on her heels. Why? What did I ever do to you? It's time to pay for your father's sins, Tegan. That fire flames in her eyes again. I can't wait to fuck it out of her. What do you want? She hisses at me. I have an arrangement of sorts. She raises a brow. We're getting married. She laughs. No, she says, her face dropping when she sees just how serious I am. No. It's not happening. God, why would you even propose such an idea? Told you already, revenge. Realization dawns on her. This isn't going to be candles and romance, it's going to be brutal. You said it was an arrangement. Looks as though you're the only one who gets anything from me marrying you. That, Sweet Tegan, is where you're wrong. You get your life. Her laugh is humorless. So this is a ruthless arrangement. I marry you or I die. I grin. Exactly. She glances between Dario and me. How long do I have to give you an answer? Sweetheart, I wasn't born yesterday. I let you leave now, and you'll be gone quicker than I can blink. Oh no. You'll give me your answer, right here, right now. I fucking hate you, she hisses at me. But fine. You get what you want. I'll be your wife. I lean in close. Don't worry, sweetheart, I fucking hate you too. Now get the fuck into the car. I nod at Dario, and he walks over to her, gripping her arm and pulling her toward the vehicle. She's going to drive me crazy, that much I know. But the question is, will she go through with the wedding, or will I get to slit her pretty little throat? I guess time will tell. 6. Tegan. Sitting in the back of this car, it takes everything that I have not to cry. God, just when I think my life is finally changing, I get knocked back to reality. I had friends. I had people who actually seemed to care about me. Portia and Nell were always around me, helping me acclimate to society. They know my entire story, and I know theirs. It wasn't easy opening up to people I didn't know, but they made it a safe space for me. That's something that I never had before, and I couldn't keep my past from them. Both women cried when I told them about my life. They swore that they'd protect me, and I know they would have. But going against the gallows is something I would never allow them to do. These men would kill them without blinking. Being around Portia, Nell, Ursula, Marcus, and Polly was insightful, and it also made sense as to why Portia and Nell were always together. Those two are thick as thieves. I didn't get good vibes from the other members of their group, so I mainly stuck to myself when we were in group dynamics. But I was and will always be happy to be around Portia and Nell. During the past month, I found myself. I learned who I was, and I finally found the strength that I always knew was deep inside. It took me a long time to stop doing the things I was conditioned to do. I no longer had to worry about what my words or actions would do to trigger someone. Not everyone is an animal and out to hurt people. Over the past 4 weeks, I haven't been hurt or touched once. I have been able to grow as each day passes. I have also learned that the trauma I went through shouldn't be swept under the rug and pushed aside. It's the life I lived, and I should feel it. I should be angry that it happened, and I should cry because the person who was supposed to protect me didn't. Where are we going? I ask, as Elio drives around the city. Home, he replies, and the darkness in his voice causes me to shiver. The man hates me. I can feel it in the way he looks at me, along with the way he speaks. His tone is dismissive and filled with anger. I haven't done anything to him to warrant marrying him, but of course, these men, so full of power and money, are able to do whatever the hell they want. As long as they get whatever they want, they're happy. Screw everyone else. Elio's out for revenge. What my father did to him is unforgivable, and I hate that he was hurt, that my father was the man who burned him, but it wasn't me. I have suffered enough at the hands of the man who was supposed to love and protect me and his brothers. I shouldn't have to pay the consequences for his actions. I don't deserve to pay for his sins, and yet here I am. There's a lot about this entire situation that doesn't make sense. He wants revenge, so he's marrying me. Why? I don't understand why anyone would marry someone for revenge. What does he gain from it? The car comes to a halt outside an apartment complex. It's gated and needs a code for access. The gates swing open, and Elio drives through them. My nerves are shot as he parks his car in the parking lot. I hate the unknown. He has something planned for me, and I wish I knew what. He switches off the engine and turns in his seat to look at me. He pins me with a look. You'll be staying here until the wedding day. You even think about running, Tegan, and I'll find you. Make no mistake, there's nowhere on this fucking earth that you can hide from me. You run, I'm finding you, and then there'll be hell to pay. He climbs out of the car, as does his brother. Fuck. My personal gilded cage. How fucking lovely. Dario opens the car door for me, and I climb out. Thank you, I say softly. No matter how much I hate these two bastards, I have manners and will always use them. Dario's eyebrows raise a fraction, and he inclines his head to me in acknowledgement. Come, Elio growls as he walks ahead of me. His strides are long and purposeful. He's a man who carries himself well, his head held high. He's a man who possesses power. Even the air around him is thick and filled with it. I walk to keep up with him, though my steps are shorter and uneven. We enter the building, and warmth hits me. That's something I haven't felt in a really long time. Even at the shelter it's not warm, but here, the warmth hits you as soon as you walk into the lobby. Elio hits the button on the elevator, and the three of us wait in silence for the carriage to come. The doors open with a ding, and I come face to face with a mirror. I look a lot different than I did the last time I saw my reflection over a month ago, when I was found in the basement of the clubhouse. I don't look as pale, and my cheeks are a healthy peach color rather than gray. The doors close once Elio swipes his card. The three of us look so weird. Both Elio and Dario are over 6 feet, giants in comparison to me. I barely reach Elio's elbow. The silence spreads between us, and it's killing me. So, is this where you bring all your women? I question, unable to stop myself. Elio slices me with a dark look. No. You will be my wife, Tegan. That means there are no other women. My stomach drops at his words. Oh, that's a shame, I murmur. Dario's shoulders shake with contained laughter, whereas Elio's nostrils flare. Why would you say that? If you're fucking other women, you're staying the hell away from me. It's simple. The demons were the same. If they got their kicks elsewhere, they'd leave me alone. The grin on Elio's face is sadistic, and I grit my teeth. He looks down at me, towering over me. He's trying to intimidate me, and it's working, but I'll never show it. That, sweetheart, is exactly why you'll be the only one. He's a fucking pig. The elevator comes to a stop and the doors open. We're on the top floor and walk straight out into the apartment itself. This is your home, he tells me. Until we're married at least. I don't acknowledge his words. I don't want to marry him, and I'm praying I'll be able to find a way out of it. I'm not sure I'll be able to survive being tethered to him, especially as he has so much anger in him, and all of that rage is directed at me. He could destroy me unlike anyone has before him. I walk aimlessly around the apartment, taking everything in. It's beyond beautiful. I'm scared to touch anything. I don't want to break it. It's just so clean and pristine. I feel like me just being here is tainting it. Where are your clothes? Dario asks, and I realize that both men have followed me around as I take everything in. I shrug. I don't have any. What do you mean? He says as he comes to stand in front of me. Are they still in the clubhouse? I shake my head. No, I just don't have any. His brows furrow as he studies me. I hate that he's trying to figure me out. Did you not live in the clubhouse? I nod. I did, but I don't have any clothes. Now, are we done? I'm tired and would like to sleep. I catch Elio's jaw clenching. We're done, he tells me. But remember my words, Tegan, you run. I wave him off. You'll find me. Yeah, I heard the threat. Does he not know that I'm not afraid of him? That there's nothing he can do to me that hasn't already been done? He places a card on the coffee table, along with a key, some cash, and a bank card. This is for you. I stare at the items in disbelief. Why is he giving me money and access to his bank? Use them however you want. That's not going to happen. I won't be using his money. Hell, I'd rather not have anything from him. I cross my arms and look at both men. I'm beyond tired, I'm scared, and I want to be alone. I'm not stupid enough to go running, because if I do, the first place they'll look is at the shelter, and I won't let them near Portia or Nell. No way, no how. So I'll stay and do exactly what he wants, but that doesn't mean I won't be thinking of ways to escape this hell without putting my friends in danger. The gallows nod and turn on their heels. Once the door closes behind them, I'm able to breathe. I look around the apartment and wonder what I did in another life to deserve being kept by men like some animal. The door opens and Elio walks in with a piece of material in his hands. Here, he says. You'll need something to sleep in. He puts the item of clothing on the table. I'll be back tomorrow, he tells me, although it seems more like a threat. He doesn't wait for me to say anything, just leaves as quickly as he came. I stare at the t-shirt, my heart beating so fast I feel as though it's about to explode out of my chest. Why did he give it to me? Why did he bring it to me? I'm so confused. 1 minute, he hates me, and the next he's being nice by giving me something to wear. I decide to put him and his actions out of my mind and instead go to take a shower. The thought of having a shower excites me. The warm water, no time limit. I can scrub myself until I'm red raw and enjoy it. Over an hour later and I'm cleaner than I have been in a very long time. Elio's t-shirt is on my body and falls to below my knees, but it covers me completely. I wash the clothes I was wearing and they're hanging in the bathroom to dry. I've never felt so lucky and unlucky at the same time. Elio has given me a blessing, one that I never thought I'd have. The ability to be clean whenever I want. But he's also given me a lifetime of doom. He's marrying me, and that means he's going to take whatever the hell he wants from me, whenever he wants it. The thought makes my stomach roll and nausea burn through me. God, he's going to rape me just like the demons did. I want to scream. I survived that shit before, but God, I prayed that it would never happen again. Now, I have no choice. I'm going to be Elio's wife, and he'll want sex. Whether or not I want it won't matter to him. I'll have to regress into that state of mind, go back to that numbness I felt when I was at the clubhouse. I crawl into bed and close my eyes tightly. Everything I've worked hard at trying to overcome is going to be for nothing. I'll be back to where I was, only this time, my hell will be one man. Elio Gallo. I wake with a start. It's bright, the light from outside shining through the huge window. I left the curtains open, wanting to feel less caged in. I climb out of bed, desperate to pee. I'm groggy as I enter the bathroom, so it's not until I'm on my way out of the room that I notice the clothes that I had hanging up drying are gone. My heart pounds mercilessly, and I feel a coldness seep into my bones. Someone's been here. I quietly pad through the apartment, wondering who the hell it is. My stomach drops when I see Elio sitting on the couch. A suitcase beside him. Oh God, tell me he's not moving in. You could have knocked, I say dryly, pissed that he scared the life out of me. Where are my clothes? Those ratty things are in the bin, he says without turning his head. There are some new ones for you in the suitcase. They should fit. He gets to his feet. I was going to wake you, but you looked peaceful, he says as he steps into my space. His eyes are softer than I have seen them. This man confuses me to no end. 1 minute he's cold and mean, and the next he's being sweet. I can't deal with it. The whiplash is making me doubt everything. Thanks, I respond warily. But why did you let yourself in? His grin sends a weird sensation over me. Something I've never felt before. This grin isn't evil or conniving. It's a nice one, and it makes him look less scary. Sorry to disappoint, babe, but I have access to this apartment. I wanted to drop the clothes off to you, along with this cell. My number's programmed. Call me if you need me. That is never going to happen. There'll be more clothes for you soon. I just need to see what your style is. I stare blankly at him. My style? There's no such thing. I don't have one. He shakes his head. Call me, he says as he walks out of the apartment, leaving me alone again. I move toward the suitcase. This man is driving me crazy. Opening it, I'm shocked by how many clothes are inside. Dresses, skirts, t-shirts, leggings, jeans, pants. He's really got me one of everything. I sit back on my haunches and look at the clothes. He's going to drive me to the brink. He's going to hurt me and be nice, mixing the pain with the pleasure. I can just see it now. He's going to completely screw me up. I don't know how I'm going to survive. 7. Elio. Walking out of the apartment, it takes everything to keep going and not turn around. That woman is driving me crazy. I'm attracted to her, who the fuck wouldn't be, but there's a vulnerability that's pulling at me and I can't let it. I need to keep her at arm's length. Thought I'd find you here, Dario says, leaning against my car. How is she? Alive, I reply, hitting the key fob to unlock the door. What are you doing here? He grins. He's a fucking menace, always has been, but he's grown up in the past year. The boss wants to talk to you. He's on his way to the dirty demon's compound. I guess my brother had the same idea I had. Why? Dario shrugs. I felt like being nosy. I bet he did. Get in the car, I instruct him. Why are you so invested in this? I ask once I'm in the vehicle and pulling on my seatbelt. He shrugs. I dunno, he murmurs. There's something about her. She's a spitfire, but she also brings out my protective instinct and I don't fucking like it. He can join the club. You think it's a ruse? I can't make out if she's playing us or not. She's got fire in her eyes and has a lot of guts to stand up to us, but then she acts as though she's never been given anything before. It makes no sense whatsoever. I don't know. There's not much to go on about her. No one has been able to uncover anything. He's right. The only details we have about Tegan are her age, date of birth, and the fact her mom died when she was almost 3, then she went to live with her father. Since then, there's nothing. No social media presence, no banking, no cell phone. It's like the woman is a ghost. Dario drums his fingers against his thighs. What I don't get is why she was at the homeless shelter. With the amount of money her bastard of a father had, surely she could have gone anywhere. She should have left the country and never returned. Nothing is adding up. Hopefully, the clubhouse holds more details. 40 minutes later and I'm pulling into the Dirty Demons clubhouse. Rocco's already here, and I'm surprised when I find Jade isn't with him. I'm curious whether or not he's informed her that I'm set to marry, and if he has, does she know all the details? Boss, Dario says with a grin. The fucker just likes to infuriate Rocco. Our brother has told him multiple times that when it's just the 3 of us, we don't need to be so formal, but Dario just loves to push his buttons. Rock shakes his head. Want to explain what we're doing here? Elio met his fiancée last night, so we're trying to get as much information on her as possible. Rocco's brows raise. You found her? I slide my hands into my pockets. Wasn't too hard, I say as Dario grins. That fucker is determined as any when he gets going. So where is she? In my apartment. I put her in a place where my men are. The apartment complex is for the famiglia. Every apartment is occupied by a maid man. They all have their instructions to watch her. She leaves, I'm going to know, and there will be a man on her at all times. Rocco nods as we walk toward the clubhouse door. You work fast, brother. Has she agreed to the union? Dario chuckles. Not like she had a choice now, did she? No, I don't suppose she did. Are you announcing the union? I nod. Yes. In our world, the announcement gets made, letting everyone know the date of the wedding and where and when it'll take place. Then you'll have to tell Aude and Jade, he says, and I grit my teeth. Fuck. My sister isn't stupid. She'll know that something isn't right, especially when nothing has been said about Tegan before. So, what is it we need from here? Tegan's stuff, Dario answers. The woman has nothing. She also claims she has nothing. I walk into the clubhouse. It's completely empty, and there's broken glass and shell casings everywhere. The Gallaghers sure caused a fucking scene when they came. The entire city is talking about it. Of course, no one knows what happened for sure, but everyone knows that the Gallaghers were looking for the people who took one of their own. There's a heavy smell of urine, mold, and musk. The stench is awful. It's a wonder anyone could fucking live like this. I make a beeline for Bear's office, and the further I get into the clubhouse, the dirtier the place gets. The floor is sticky, and I'm not sure if it's from the dried blood that's present or if there's something else on it. But Christ, this clubhouse needs to be burned to ashes. The office is a mess. How the fuck the man ever found anything is beyond me. Looking around, I see there are pictures of him and the patched members of the Dirty Demons, but not a single one of Tegan, his daughter. I rummage through the drawers and important documents to see if there's anything of use, but there's not. It's just permits and premises. I do, however, stumble across his bank details. I'll ensure that Lorenzo does his shit and transfers everything into Tegan's name. Elio, Rocco calls out from upstairs, and I take the stairs 2 at a time to get to him. You seen this shit? He asks in disgust. How the fuck were they living like this? It looks like the club hadn't been cleaned in months. Hell, years. There's dried blood coating the kitchen floor, and there's yellow stains on the wall that look like dried piss. Christ, these fuckers were animals. Did you find Tegan's room? I ask, wondering how the woman managed to survive this shit. He shakes his head. No. I sigh, wanting to get the fuck out of here as quickly possible. Every room I enter is filthy. There are cobwebs on the walls and dust coating the furniture. The only parts that look lived in are the beds. Every room is the same. Until I come to the furthest room from the kitchen. Opening the door, I can already tell it belonged to Tegan. It's the only room that's clean, not to mention, there's a stuffed animal on the bed. I reach for it. It's been looked after. It obviously means something to her. I open the wardrobe, only to find it empty. Not a fucking thing. Where the hell are these women's clothes? Nothing makes damn sense. How the hell has this woman survived? I have so many questions and no answers. There's only one person who can give me what I need. I need to talk to Tegan. Let's get the fuck out of here, I say to Rock once I'm out of Tegan's room. You may want to see this, Dario says as we make our way downstairs. He's standing by a door. I found where they were holding Chloe. 13 days those fucking animals had her. No one knows what happened to her. The Gallaghers are keeping quiet, but they have said she wasn't sexually assaulted. Dario leads the way down toward the basement, his torch shining to show us the way. Again, this basement stinks. There's a smell of piss, shit, and sweat, not to mention the smell of burnt ashes. Dario leads us through another door and shines the light. There are 2 poles cemented into the floor, rope on the ground beside them. No doubt that's where Chloe was tied up. Blood pools around the poles, and I shake my head. Fucking animals. Christ, what the fuck did they do to her? There's a fireplace beside me, but that's it. No windows, nothing. Let's go, Rocco says, his voice tight. He's the first to leave, Dario right behind him. I look into the darkness. Those demon fuckers knew exactly what they were doing. There are no lights down here, not a single fucking one. Chloe would have been shrouded in darkness the entire time. Unless the fire was on, she wouldn't have been able to see. My gut is screaming. There's something about this place that is calling to me, but I can't fucking decipher what it is. I make my way out of the clubhouse. Both Rocco and Dario are pissed as hell. How the hell did Tegan survive? Dario questions. He's showing a little too much concern for her, and it's pissing me off. Hell, how did Chloe? I shake my head. I don't know, but I'm determined to find out. Dario, you're coming with me, Rocco tells him as he throws him the keys to his car. We've got suppliers to see. He wants to expand into Missouri due to the legalization of cannabis. Rocco wants to start his own farms. It's a great way to get more money, keeps the costs low for production, and takes out the middleman. It's setting it up that is going to be the hardest part, which is why he's going to see some suppliers. Be careful, bro, Rocco says once Dario moves toward his car. You uncover Tegan's past, you may not end up liking what it'll do. Why are you speaking in riddles? I question him. I fucking hate when he's cryptic. Look, you find out about the girl's past, if she has one, and it could change how you feel. You're hell-bent on revenge, Elio, but that may change if you start digging for answers. Leave Tegan to me, I growl. He grins. I've noticed how you tense up whenever Dario speaks about her. You're possessive already, aren't you? I ignore the question. There's no way in hell I'm getting into this. I know exactly what that woman is doing to me, and I can feel the possessiveness rearing its ugly head. I gotta go, I say. Let me know what happens with the suppliers. If they can find someone who'll set this shit up, it'll mean more men, more money, more power. He gives me a chin lift. You should find out her story, Fratello. Find out how a woman survives that shit. I pin him with a glare. You've never been on board with this plan. His jaw tightens. We don't rape women, Elio. I never once fucking said I would. I never would do that. Christ, I may fucking hate the woman, but I would never stoop so low as to fucking rape her. We're done, I say through clenched teeth, pissed that my own brother would think that I would. I climb into my car, my mood dark and my anger palpable. I need answers from Tegan, and I need them now. 8. Tegan. I'm beyond overwhelmed. Everything has drastically changed in the space of hours. I went from living on the streets to living in luxury. I also have an overbearing man on my hands. He hates me. I wish he'd realized that I'm not the enemy. Had he given me the chance, I would have told him how much I hated my father. How much I despise that I'm his daughter. Had I had the chance, I would have changed my name so I wouldn't be a Mitchell. I've managed to put all the clothes away, still in awe at the amount he bought for me. He went overboard, to say the least. My mind is spinning. I have no idea what the hell is going on. One minute he's angry and glowering at me, and the next he's being sweet and watching me intently. It's crazy how he's making me doubt everything I'm thinking and feeling. Before Elio, I never felt a connection with anyone, but when he looks at me, I feel as though I'm the only person in the world. I've never felt attraction. The abuse and trauma I went through has made me repress everything that I felt, and now that I'm free, or as free as I can be, I'm able to feel that connection and I hate it. I know what it means to have it, and I don't want it. He could break me. He could shatter me. I never wanted anyone to have the opportunities to do that. I kept myself blocked off from it all and wanted to go through life without that pain. I stare at the walls of the bedroom, and it's as though they're closing in on me. I can't breathe. I feel as though I'm falling back into that space. That vacant, numb space I was in while at the clubhouse. I can feel the cold slipping into my body and closing me off. I need to breathe. I need to get out of here. I slip on the running shoes, then grab the key card for the apartment and my stash of cash that I hid last night. My breathing is hard as I step into the elevator, my hands clammy. God, I don't know what happened. Why am I going back to this space? I worked damn hard to get out of it, to free myself from the shackles and to be who I was destined to be, and with just a few hours, a man can send me back there. I hate it. I fucking hate that all it takes is a few words, angry looks, and threats, and I'm slipping back into my nightmare. I claw at my throat as the elevator makes its descent to the first floor. The second the doors open, I stumble out of them and rush toward the door. I need air. When I'm outside, I place my hands against my knees and suck in some much-needed oxygen. I'm shaking. I can't believe that I'm back here. Tears fall down my face, and I swipe them away. No. I'm not doing this. I'm not breaking. I will not allow anyone to break me. I've survived so much to be here, and I won't fall. I brush away the tears and lift my head. I hold it high as I walk out of the gate to the complex. I'm damn proud of how far I have come, and I will not crumble. My hands are trembling, but I ignore it and keep on walking. I don't know how far I walk, but I don't stop until I reach a diner. I'm hungry and I need some food. I take a seat in the small mom and pop diner and look over the menu. Everything looks amazing. I work out what I can get for the $20 I have, including tip, and settle on a cappuccino and sticky buns. The bell dings above the door and two men walk in, both of whom are wearing dark suits. They remind me of the way Elio and his brother dress. They also have that dangerous air about them. I continue to drink my coffee and eat my bun as the men take a seat in the booth in front of me. "Are you sure about going after the boss?" the tall, dark man says as he raises his hand to get the attention of the server, his flashy Rolex showing as he does. I also catch sight of his gold signet ring, one that has a gold G in the middle of the black onyx setting. The short, heavier-set man nods. "Yes, it's the only way." "What the hell do you think is going to happen if we allow this shit to continue? Letting our boss be so entwined with those fuckers." "I agree," the tall guy says. "But we're talking about offing the boss, Hugo. It's not that easy. Anyone finds out that we're the ones to do it, they're going to come after us. We'll be dead before sunrise. His brothers will kill us without hesitation. But I'd rather have them lead us. Hell, even Nicolo would be a better solution than what we have now." I try to ignore them. They seem like men who have no worries about being overheard, but they're plotting a murder. How stupid do you have to be to say it out loud in a busy diner? I finish up my bun and down my coffee. I need to get out of here. The last thing I need is to be involved in this crap. I learned a lot of things while on the streets, and one of them was stay the hell out of business that doesn't involve you, and this certainly doesn't. The server takes their order and moves toward me. "Can I please get the bill whenever you're ready?" I say softly, not wanting to draw attention to myself. "Of course. Give me 2 minutes and I'll have it for you." The two men continue to speak about taking out their boss, and I'm wondering how stupid they really are. Whoever their boss is really does need to get rid of them. They're a liability. The server drops my bill on the table, and I leave a 20 on top of it and get to my feet. I feel the heat of their gazes on me, and I stupidly look up and come eye to eye with the tall guy. He glares at me and leans into the short guy, whispering something. I keep moving, trying my hardest not to make it obvious that I'm in a rush. Thankfully, they don't say anything, and I make my way outside, but as I walk past the window, the small man smiles and winks at me while the taller guy runs his thumb across his throat. I swallow hard and carry on walking. Fuck. They know that I heard what they were saying. What happens now? I walk around the city, my heart pounding and my mind whirling. They definitely know that I overheard them. But they don't know who I am. They have no idea of my name and there's no trace of me. I take a steadying breath. That's right, there's no way they could know who I am. I'll just stay away from the diner in the future. My heart rate returns to normal, and I feel a little better. I hear Nell shout, and spin on my heel in the hope of finding her. A hard body crashes into mine, and I reach out to steady myself. What the hell, T? You disappeared. I thought for sure you were a goner. I wrap my arms around Portia and hold her tight. I'm sorry. I didn't know how to contact you. I was planning on coming to the shelter tonight to speak to you. Nell crashes into my side and holds me tight. The main thing is, are you okay? I'm alive, I breathe. I don't know what else to say about it. Okay isn't a term I'd use right now. I'm confused as hell. Tell us everything, Portia says as she pulls me with her into an alleyway. What did he want? Where did he take you? Did he hurt you? She fires question after question, her eyes wide, and I can hear the worry in her voice. I decide to be honest. These women have helped me so much. Without them, I wouldn't have survived on the street. I wouldn't have grown stronger and found who I am. Portia shakes her head, fire raging in her eyes. No, she hisses. No, it's not happening, T. I won't let it. Nell has tears in her eyes. She's right, it can't happen. You've been hurt enough. I won't let him hurt you. There's nothing we can do, I whisper. This is happening. If I don't do what he wants, he's going to kill me, and I can't and won't allow him to hurt the two of you. That's my worst fear. I finally have people that I care about, and I can't let them get hurt because of me and my issues. So what, we just wait around and pick up the pieces? What if there is nothing to pick up? You could be killed, Portia hisses. Why are you acting as though this is final, T? Why are you not fighting it? I look at the woman who is close to tears and tell her the truth. I don't have that fight, I whisper, hating that I'm not that strong. I don't have the fight in me. I'm strong, but not that strong. I don't want to die. It's that simple. I can't die. I have had a taste of freedom, but I haven't fully had it, and I want that. I want to be able to live my life as I want, not by the demands of someone else. Nell pulls Portia into her arms and holds her. No matter what, Nell says fiercely, tears shining in her eyes, you come to us if you need us. I nod. I promise. I'll check in with you twice a week. They both nod. Good, then it's settled, Nell says with a smile. Come on, let's get you back home before that psycho thinks you're running. Rule number 3, T, Portia says. Never be alone. No matter where you go, you have to do it in pairs. I know why they want to walk with me. They want to see where I'm staying so they can check up on me whenever they want. I adore them both for wanting to protect me. What I don't understand, Portia says after minutes of silence, is how did they find you? Nell nods. You have no physical trace, T. You don't have social media, you don't have a cell, no bank. There's no evidence that you are even alive, and yet those two assholes pulled up on you as though they knew exactly who you were. How is that possible? I swallow hard. I never thought of that. Someone told them, I whisper, knowing that it had to be one of the 6 people I was close with. Nell shakes her head. No. No way. There's no chance, T. Why would they? Rule number 4, information is money, I tell her. Portia releases a string of curses. Those fucking assholes. They were flush this week. I wondered why, but thought they had a good few days picking pockets. But no, they fucking sold you out. But Portia, they wouldn't. Marcus and Polly are family, Nell implores. Surely you know that? Portia doesn't answer her, but it's clear that she doesn't agree with Nell. On the streets, it's every man for themselves, and I get it. They didn't know me, and when the opportunity for money came along, they took it. I can't say I would have done the same, but that's just me. Everyone is different, and I don't blame them for it. What's the plan? Nell asks as we stop outside the gated entrance to the apartment complex. You're going to go ahead and marry him? I wring my hands together. What choice do I have? There's no way out for me. There's only death, and that's not something I want. I have fought hard over the years to be where I am. I will not fall at the first hurdle. No way. Then we'll be with you, Portia promises me. No matter what, we've got your back. Tears sting the backs of my eyes. God, what am I going to do without them? I hate that we're going to be apart, but I'm not losing them. They're my friends and they care about me, just as I care about them. Go, I tell them. You need to get back in time to queue for the shelter, I whisper to them. A thought comes to mind and hope blooms in my chest. I wonder if I could have them stay with me. That would be amazing if I could. They'd always have somewhere warm to stay and have a place that they could be clean. There's only one way to know. I have to ask Elio. 9. Elio. The moment Tegan stepped out of this apartment, I knew. Aurelio called me. He was worried because the woman was crying, but she pulled herself together and walked downtown. He stayed back a few feet behind her, making sure she wasn't alone and that she was safe. He reported back to me, letting me know where she was and who she was with. I shouldn't have been surprised that she would have met up with her friends. The woman she was with last night seemed to want to kill us. She is protective of Tegan, and I'm curious how Tegan met the woman, considering she's been on the streets for years. I learned a lot about the women she's with. I had Lorenzo do his thing, and he compiled a dossier on both Portia Adams and Nell Harris. Nell has been homeless, as has her family, for years. From what Lorenzo uncovered, Nell was born on the streets. Portia Adams is another story. She ran away from home at the age of 16 and has been on the streets since then. No one knows her story, but from the rumblings around town, her stepfather was an asshole who had plans of selling her. I enter the apartment, and my anger grows. She left the house without the cell phone and she didn't take the money. What the fuck is with this woman? Doesn't she understand how dangerous it can be in the city? I place a bag on the ground. It holds her stuffed teddy in it. I had it dry cleaned. Thanks to the extra money I paid, it was done within a few hours and ready for me. I pace the living room floor as I wait for her return. Aurelio let me know that she was on her way back. The moment she enters this apartment, I'm going to be demanding answers. It's another 40 minutes before the elevator doors open and she walks into the apartment. The moment she sees me, her lips part in surprise. Why the fuck did you leave without your cell and without the money? I snarl at her, unable to keep my anger in check. She takes a step backward and hurt slashes through her eyes before she closes them. When they reopen, they're void of emotion and cold and empty. They're not mine. I had my own money, she says, her words detached and cool. Do you know how dangerous it can be out there? What would have happened had something gone down? I wouldn't have known because you didn't bring the damn cell, I hiss. Christ, Tegan, do you have a death wish? She releases a mirthless laugh. If I did, I wouldn't have agreed to this ruthless arrangement of yours. I'm doing as you asked. You never said I had to take anything you give me. I run a hand through my hair. Christ. This woman is going to make me gray before I'm even 30. What the fuck? Want to tell me why you left this apartment? She blinks. Didn't realize I was caged in, she fires back, and thank fuck she's letting that fire out. Her being cold and distant isn't going to work. I fucking hate it. You're not, but I arrived here looking for you, wanting to speak with you, and you were gone. She throws her hands in the air. Fine, I'll take the cell, but I have no idea how to use it. I glower at her. That's a fucked up excuse. Who doesn't know how to use a cell phone? You'll take the damn money with you too. She purses her lips as she crosses her arms over her chest. You'll take it, Tegan. You never know when you may need it. Stop being so stubborn and take it. Fine, she hisses. I smirk. The woman hates conceding to me. But you let Nell and Portia stay here with me. I curl my lip in disgust. Wanna repeat that? I snarl. There's no fucking way she's asking me to take in 2 homeless women. I want Nell and Portia to stay with me. This isn't a negotiation. You don't get to make requests. You're here because I say so. She shrugs as a slow smile forms on her face. One that I don't trust. I see her brain working and wonder what the fuck she's up to. Okay, she says softly. I don't buy it. No fucking way. What the hell is she planning? I went to the Dirty Demons clubhouse this morning, I say casually, and watch as her eyes widen in surprise. What I want to know is how a woman like you managed to live there. The fucking place is rancid and should have been burned to the ground years ago. My room was okay, she tells me as she hugs her arms around her body. I take a step toward her. She holds her head high, watching every single step that I take. Your room was, I tell her. But the rest of the place wasn't. She shrugs. I didn't use any other room. My chest feels taut, and the skin burns. Fucking phantom pains. What do you mean you didn't use any other room? How does someone live in a house for almost 20 years and only stick to their bedroom? I was only allowed to be in my spot. Spot? Why does she put it that way? What are you hiding from me, Tegan? I ask quietly as I push into her space, my face just inches from hers. Her breathing deepens, and as she watches me, there's confusion in her eyes. Good, she needs to be confused because that's exactly how she makes me feel. I have no fucking idea what's going on between us. It was supposed to be revenge, and yet there's something about her that makes me feel protective and possessive of her, and I fucking hate it. What are you hiding from me? She fires back. The perfect distraction tactic, ask the same question right back. But unfortunately for her, that shit doesn't work on me. I reach out for her, pushing her black hair behind her ears. Why are you scared? Her eyes slide away from mine. Look at me, sweetheart, I say gently. What are you scared of? She meets my gaze. Everything, she whispers. Is there something you're scared of? I don't answer her. Of course there is. I'm scared of losing my family. My sister. I've lost one already, I won't lose Ade. No fucking way. What would you do if you were in my position? If your hands were tied and you had no choice but to do whatever was asked of you? What if you were forced to marry someone who hated you so much it hurt? Finally. Fucking finally she's answering me, yet her words aren't telling me the entire truth. Yes, I get that she's scared of me, but there's so much more that I'm missing. Your father did this, I snarl, pissed that she's making it out to be all on me. She laughs. No one is forcing you to do this, Elio. No one has a gun to your head and is telling you to do this. It's all on you. At least own your fucking actions. You're doing this because you want revenge. You're doing this because your pride was hurt. Own it. My hand wraps around her neck, and I push her to the wall. She's going too fucking far. Never, I snarl, have I hurt a woman, but keep pushing, Tegan, and you'll be the first. Your father was a piece of shit, and revenge is a necessary evil. You're his child. You lived with him for almost 20 years, so don't act innocent. You knew exactly who he was. You're right, my father was a piece of shit. He deserved everything he got. But I am not him, and as much as you think you have everything worked out, you don't. Now take your hand off me and fuck off. Oh, there's that fire that I wanted. My fingers tighten around her neck. I'm not blocking off her air supply, but it's a warning that she needs to calm the fuck down and remember who she's dealing with. Her eyes darken and her breathing deepens. My cock tightens at the look. Christ, she's fucking beautiful. Funny, I murmur, my lips brushing against hers. You're all mouth and no action, Tegan. You want me to go, make me. I slam my lips against hers and kiss her. My mouth moves over hers, and she steals beneath me. I devour her, and I'm just getting started. She moans in the back of her throat, and her tongue slides against mine in a bold move. Her lips taste sweet like honey, and I want more of it. This isn't the kiss of a woman who has been with many men, but one who's innocent. That's okay, I can show her what to do. My cock thickens again. This is even better than I thought it would be. The warmth of her palms against my chest causes my body to tremble with rage. She tries to push me away from her, but her efforts are futile. Her strength is no match for the mass of my body and the height difference between us. Her nails dig sharply into my skin, scraping over the ugliness of the scars that linger there. The memories come rushing back, and the anger boils inside me until I lash out. Don't fucking touch me. I rage against the thought of her trying to clear away the marks her father left behind. No one is allowed to touch me. Her hands drop and she stares at me with wide eyes, her lips parted and plump as hell. Fuck, I want to kiss them again. This woman is a fucking devil. I'm fighting everything in me. 1 minute I hate her, hate who she is and what she represents, and the next, I want her more than I need air. I take a step backward. Next time you leave the apartment, Tegan, take the cell and the money, I snarl. That bag's for you. I move toward the exit, pissed that I lost my head and allowed her to get close to me. Let her touch me. I haven't let anyone do that since it happened, and I won't have her be the first. Her father is the reason the scars are there. I hear her sharp intake of breath. Jazzy, she breathes. I turn and see that she's on her knees, the stuffed teddy in her arms, tears falling from her eyes. She brings the damn thing to her face and buries her head into it. I swallow as I watch her body shake. I did the right thing in bringing it to her. But fuck. Why the hell does she affect me so much? Why the hell do her tears make me want to rip apart the world? This shouldn't be happening. This isn't how it was meant to be. She's my revenge, and yet every breath she takes, I can't help but doubt myself. She raises her head and looks at me. Thank you, she whispers, big fat tears rolling down her face. I don't remember my mom, she tells me. My dad never spoke about her, and he never had pictures. I don't remember what she looks like. This was what I had when I arrived at the Demon's Clubhouse. It was something I had when I was with my mom. It's the only thing I have from my time with her. So thank you. The elevator doors open, and I step into them, my gaze firmly on her. I have no idea what I'm going to do about her. One thing I do know is that revenge is still on my mind. My cell rings the moment I step out of the elevator. I look down at the screen to see that it's Rocco calling me. "What's up?" I ask, knowing that he wouldn't be calling me at this time unless he needed something. "Raul's been hit," he says, his words hard and filled with anger. "How bad?" I demand. He hesitates a beat, and I know what he's going to say before he even says it. "He didn't make it." "Who?" I want to know who the fuck killed my man. As of yet, we don't know. He was at the club. We're going to find out who did this, Elio, and when we do, there's going to be war. "I've got calls to make," I say, my jaw clenched. Christ. Whoever did this knew what they were doing. They took out one of my most trusted men, and in my sister's club. They're going to die for what they've done. It's time for the gallows to make a statement. We don't hide behind the Gallaghers, and we don't need anyone to fight our battles. It's time to turn up the heat and get dirty. I want the cunt who did this to be found by the morning. 10. Elio. It's been 2 weeks and we still have yet to uncover who killed Raul. I'm beyond pissed. I'm fucking furious that no one is coming forward, not even the informants we've had for a while. I have a suspicion as to who it is, but I can't guarantee it, and until I know for certain, I can't kill the Pakhan without proof. The Albanian mafia have coexisted with not only the Famiglia, but also the Irish. They have silently gone on their way, their main industries being drugs, guns, and sex trafficking. Neither us nor the Irish touch the sex trafficking. It's not who we are nor what we stand for. As we didn't hone in on their turf, there's been a silent understanding that we'll coexist and not attack one another. It's worked for most part, especially as they've focused more on their trafficking of women than the drugs we've been able to grow in Indiana. Now they've lost 4 of their top soldiers and they're out for blood because Sergei Turgenev, the new Pakhan, has taken them out to try and reignite a decades-long feud. Ever since the Dirty Demons died, there have been different criminal organizations trying to take over what was essentially their turf. But they're already too late. Between Hayden Gallagher and I, we've already taken it over. Our men have already worked the streets and now we're selling our product there. But the Russian Brava are different from the criminals trying to earn a patch of turf. The Brava don't play well with others. They want everything for themselves. Not only are the Albanians into sex trafficking, but the Russians are too, not to mention anything else they can traffic if given the chance. Turgenev has already opened a studio on the street where one of the Albanians were killed and has opened up a porn studio. They've got a foot in the city, and there's no doubt in my mind that they'll do whatever the hell they can to get more. But the Albanians have a lot of allies, whereas the Russians are notorious for making enemies. What do you need? Nico Lowe asks with a grim look. Do you still have informants within the Chicago Brava? His jaw clenches as he nods. I do. I'll contact them. Whoever took out Raul learned from the demons, Elio. They've learned what happens when you keep it close to your chest. Bragging about what you've done only leads to war, and these fuckers aren't ready for that yet, hence why they're keeping it close to their chests. Assholes. Do it, I say through clenched teeth. I know that I'm asking the man to go to the depths of hell to make that call. His daughter got mixed up with the wrong crowd. She got addicted to drugs and her life was taken too early. He's grieved a fucking long time for the loss of her, and he'll continue to do so until the day he dies. He also feels a lot of guilt for what happened. She witnessed him killing a man, and it broke something inside of her. She was 14 and one of the sweetest girls you could ever meet, and seeing her father, a man she adored, as a murderer, completely destroyed her. You got it. Raul was one of us, and we need this shit done. Appreciate it, I murmur as we wait for Rocco to join us. Today has been a meeting for the entire famiglia. Every maid man had to be in attendance. There was a lot on the agenda for Rocco to talk about, including my upcoming nuptials and the expansion of the famiglia into Missouri. Rocco and Dario walked toward us, my youngest brother grinning. That can only mean one thing. Trouble is on the horizon. I like to think of Dario as my personal fortune teller. His mood dictates what's about to happen. And my brother loves death and destruction. Elio, you're with me. Nicolo, I take it you know what we need? Rocco says, and Nick nods. Let me know if you have answers. We need to find out who killed Raul before they get too comfortable and come after another one of our own. Nicolo takes a step backward. On it, boss. I'll call you when it's done. My wife isn't happy, and neither is Ade, Rock tells me once we're alone. Who told them? I ask, wondering when it was announced to anyone outside of the men. He holds his head high and stares at me. I did. Meet me back at the house. Jade and Ade have a fucking list of shit they need you and Tegan to do before the wedding. Including setting a fucking date. He's pissed, and I can't help but smirk. I don't have to listen to the bullshit whining that I'm not doing what I'm supposed to. Thank fuck it's not me who'll have to put up with their constant questions. Don't fucking smirk, he growls. Wait until they descend on Tegan, asking her for shit, and then that smirk will be wiped off your face. I shrug. Let them, I say as I move toward my car. I don't care what they do, as long as they put her off that ridiculous idea of those two homeless women moving into my fucking apartment. Elio, I hear my sister-in-law growl as soon as I enter hers and Rocco's house. I flash her a smile. Yes. I ask with a raised brow, wondering what the hell her panties are in a twist for. You're getting married, and your sister, and I haven't even met the woman yet. I stare blankly at her. Have you met any of the women that I've fucked? My sister scrunches her nose in disgust. No, and I really don't want to either. But you're getting married. Surely that means you're serious about her? My sister has felt the pain of this world a lot more than others would in their lifetime, and yet her pure and innocent views still remain. She went through the roughest patch when our sister died. The bomb that exploded in hers and her husband's house killed Viviana instantly and left Ade with a deep scar on her cheek, one that has remained as a constant reminder of that day. Addie, her husband, Hayden, says, calling her over to where he's sitting with their daughter, Viviana, in his arms. Maybe this isn't like that and could be to do with work? The anger in her eyes makes me smile. My sister rarely gets angry, and when she does, it's a sight to behold. Pensavo che tu, fratello mio, fossi miglior di nostro padre, she spits in Italian. I thought that you, my brother, were better than our father. Rocco doesn't check his tone when he fires back at her. No, sorella. Ricorda con chi stai parlando. A una decisione di Elio. Non farmi arrabbiare. Don't, sister. Remember who you are talking to. This is Elio's decision. Do not anger me. Ade takes a step back, and her husband tenses, ready to defend her if need be. Mi dispiace. Ma devi capire che e de pussy, fratello. Non lo capisci? She asks, her voice softer than it had been. I'm sorry. But you have to see that this is crazy, brother. Surely you see that? She's worried, and I understand that, But going against Rocco isn't the way to do it. Va bene. Ma, Adelina, mia sorella, a una decisione di Elio. Non la mia e non la tua. It's fine. But, Adelina, my sister, this is Elio's decision. Not mine and not yours. Ade nods me despias, she says to him with a smile, and turns to me, congratulazioni. Non vedo l'ora di conoscere la mia nuova sorella. Dimmi come? I'm sorry. Congratulations. I can't wait to meet my new sister. Tell me, what is she like? Jade holds up her hand. I love you, Ade, but could someone please translate? Ade's cheeks flush. Sorry, I forget, she says sheepishly. Don't apologize, Hayden says as he wraps his arm around her stomach and pulls her into his body. She was asking what his new bride is like, Rocco says. Tegan Mitchell is the daughter of Bear. That reminds me, Elio, you need to get a ring and sort out the engagement notice. I nod, already on the ring. It's being made as we speak and should be ready to collect in 2 days. Jade sucks in a deep breath. Tell me you are joking, she hisses, her words vibrating with anger. Tell me you are not forcing that woman to marry you because of some sort of vengeance? This isn't any of your business, Jade, I say, really not in the mood to argue with my sister-in-law. Oh, she says, waving her hand, it fucking is. Tell me, Elio, are you taking the famiglia back into the 80s? I mean, that's when the men all rape their brides. I laugh mirthlessly. You got your fucking revenge, Jade, so don't come at me for how I get mine, I snarl. She throws her hands in the air. This is an innocent woman we're talking about. I pin her with a glare. How about we trap you in a fucking car, burn you until you're unconscious, and then set you alight? Then you come to me and talk about what I'm doing. Until then, stay the fuck out of my business. Her eyes widen at my words. Not once have I been this angry with her. I've never treated her as anything less than my brother's wife. She's always been given the respect she's due. But she's pushing me to the limit, and there's only so fucking much I can take. I turn to my brother. His jaw is set. No doubt he wants to punch me for speaking to his wife the way did. Call me when Nicolo has answers, I tell him as I turn on my heel and walk out of his house. My anger rises with every step I take. Jade, I hear my brother say, I get that you're angry, but he's right, this isn't your business. You're going to let him hurt that girl, she says. You know that, right? You let this happen, and he's going to hurt her. I know my brother, Jade. I know what he's capable of. I hear laughter and know that it's coming from my sister-in-law. He may not rape her, Rock, but there's more than one way to hurt someone. I don't condone this. I can't believe you do either. I don't listen to this bullshit anymore. I've got more important things to sort out. Like who the fuck killed my man. Tegan Mitchell is a pain in my fucking ass. The woman has got under my skin, she's invading my thoughts, and now my sister-in-law is concerned about her. I need a solution. I need to find a way to keep her at arm's length. The way she is, the sweet that she has in her, that fucking vulnerability, it's a weakness for me, and I've already been burned by a motherfucking Mitchell. I'll be damned if I let it happen again. 11. Tegan. 2 weeks later. I watch as the sun shines over Indianapolis. It's become my thing since I started to live here. It's been 2 weeks since I last saw Elio, since he kissed me and left me wondering what happened. One minute he was kissing me, the next he's angry as hell that I'm touching him. He's constantly giving me whiplash and I hate it. I can't decipher him. I learned a long time ago to watch people and gauge their reactions, learn from their movements and their expressions. Eyes are the depths of the soul, they're a window for us to see what people truly think. Learning all the ways people hold themselves has kept me alive. Until Elio. The man has me so confused, I don't know whether I'm coming or going. I hear footsteps behind me. Why am I not surprised that you're already awake? Portia murmurs. I went against Elio and have had both Nell and Portia staying with me. They're my friends, and I have an extra room. I have a warm place to stay, and I want the same for my girls. They're the best people I have met. They don't want anything from me, they just want to be friends. They have protected me, and I love them for that. I'll always do whatever it takes to help them. I shrug. I doubt it'll ever change. I have coffee ready, I tell her as I clutch my own cup between my hands, trying to warm up, but it's no use. The coldness I have throughout my body never warms. It's always going to be there. She makes her coffee and then comes to sit beside me, both of us watching the sunrise. The window in this apartment is huge and you can see the entire city from it. Still unable to sleep? She asks softly. No, I reply emotionlessly. Since that first night I moved in, I haven't been able to sleep for more than 2 hours. The nightmares that plague me leave me shaking and unable to breathe. There's no going back to sleep for me after I have them, and they're happening every night. Shall I try and get you some sleeping pills? Portia asks. It could help you sleep? I shake my head. Thanks though. I don't want to be in a position where I'm extremely vulnerable. Not again. No way. I get it, she tells me. I'm the same way. I can't bear the thought of being asleep and not being able to wake up if something happens. She gets me. She understands it all. I don't feel as though I'm damaged goods around her. She doesn't judge, and neither does Nell. I think it's why we get along so great. Are you comfortable staying here? The first time I asked them to come and stay here, they both were extremely hesitant. I pushed until they relented. I am. I just don't want you to get in trouble with Elio. You've come a long way, and Nell and I have heard the stories about what Elio and his brothers have done. They may not hurt women, but we all know that if you're pushed to the limit, things can change, and the life those men live, they could lash out at you, and then what? What's going to happen? I rest my head against her shoulder. Thank you for caring, but I want you both here. I need to know that you're safe, and having you with me is the best way to ensure that. Never, she whispers harshly, has anyone cared about Nell and I the way you do. You're stuck with us. No matter what. I laugh, loving that I have friends. For the first time in years, I have people I can trust and rely on. We sit in silence, watching the sunrise and deep in our own thoughts. I'm still adjusting to life without being tied and naked. Being able to do the simple things like use a bathroom was a hard adjustment. I kept trying to find a bucket, as that's what I'd had to endure. It's been tough. Some things aren't as easy to stop doing. Like the moment I hear a man's voice in the street, my entire body freezes and I push close to the nearest wall, trying to make myself as small as possible so that I'm not seen. Thankfully, my girls are there to shield me when that happens. The door to the bedroom opens, and I turn to see Nell wearing a deep green summer dress. She looks gorgeous. Her beautiful red hair is flowing down her back, shiny and sleek. Over the past week, we've managed to find some clothes from the thrift shop, most brand new with tags on them. Being able to shower and wash the clothes makes a huge difference to the way we feel and has given not only me but also Nell and Portia the ability to love ourselves more. Nell, I say with a smile. You look amazing. She beams at me. You think so? I nod. Yes, you look stunning. She's not wrong, girl. You do look amazing. Where are you going? Portia asks. Nell's hands ring together as she shifts from foot to foot. Well, with Tegan letting us stay here and us actually having a physical address, I was hoping that I could maybe get a job. I have an interview today at the library. It's only part-time, but I thought, she trails off with a shrug. I put my empty coffee cup down on the floor as I rise to my feet. I rush over to her and pull her into my arms. That is totally cool. I'm so proud of you, I tell her, and I truly am. As a woman who was born on the streets and grew up on them, she's uneducated, but she knows a lot. Over the years, people have taught her how to read and write. She's a quick learner, and I know she's going to be amazing whatever she puts her mind to. Really? She asks shyly. I nod. Really? And you're going to knock their socks off. You are amazing and you look beautiful. Let's get you some breakfast. You don't want to go to your first interview without some food. Portia reaches for her and whispers how proud she is and that she wishes she could do what she's doing. But for Portia, the moment she steps into the workforce, it could get back to her stepfather, and that's something none of us want. Her stepfather is the reason she's on the streets. She ran away from home, and she's determined to never return. 2 hours later and we're all ready for our day. Portia's going out shopping with the money Elio left me. I hate using it, but both Portia and Nell agreed that we need to eat, so we would only use Elio's money for food and necessities. I begrudgingly agreed. We need food, and as long as we don't go overboard with the cash he left behind, it will last us a while. Okay, remember, Portia says as she and Nell leave, be back before nightfall. That's a promise we've all made each other. We're free to come and go as we please, but we have to be back before nightfall. It's just a precaution to ensure that we're all safe. I'll be back, she promises us. Have a good day, ladies, she says, and I love that she's so upbeat and happy. I'll see you all soon. I watch as she and Portia leave the apartment. I'm not stupid. I know this apartment contains Elio's men, and that they no doubt have reported back to him about who's coming and going from this apartment, but he's not been back since that kiss. I'm grateful for the reprieve. He messes with my mind whenever he's around. I tidy the apartment, wanting to keep it clean for us all. I throw our bedding into the wash, wanting the girls to have a clean bed to come home to. I smile. I enjoy doing this. Knowing that I'm free to do whatever I like is refreshing, but cleaning takes my mind off everything else. The elevator doors open, and I turn to look at who's here. My heart stutters as I watch Elio walk in with Jade Gallagher right behind him. Everything falls together. I should have known. She did this. She's the reason I'm here. God, I knew she was lying when she said she wanted to keep me safe. And what does she do? Have her brother-in-law threaten to kill me if I don't do as he says? Yeah, she was a fucking liar. To what do I owe the pleasure? I drawl, knowing that the best way to keep him at arm's length is by acting like a bitch. I need to steel my heart and keep my guard up at all times. Around my girls, I'm able to be me and I'm able to be free, but with everyone else, I have to keep my guard up and make sure that no one can hurt me again. Elio's eyes narrow and darken on me. This is, he begins pointing to the woman behind him. Jade Gallagher, I hiss. Yeah. So again, to what do I owe the pleasure? Jade steps forward, her eyes watching me carefully, but I'm not the woman she met almost 2 months ago. I'm stronger than the woman she found in the basement. Tegan, with the wedding happening next week, we have a lot to do. Today, we need to get yours and Elio's pictures taken for the announcement of your engagement. I don't say anything. I just continue to stare at them. I'm horrified. It's been 2 weeks and not so much as a call on that stupid cell phone that he gave me, and now he's back and he wants me to take pictures so that he can pretend to the world that we're a happy couple, that everything is glorious and perfect. It's bullshit. Tomorrow, we'll be shopping for a wedding dress, Jade tells me. As long as it's black, I'm okay with that, I retort. Jade's eyes light up at the thought of me wearing a black dress to a Catholic wedding, whereas Elio's eyes narrow even further, and his lips curl at the ends in displeasure. Tomorrow at 10, she tells me. I'll pick you up, and we'll make a day of it. Great, I reply, less than enthusiastic. I'd rather not be with her, but I guess I have no choice. She grins. Excellent. Now, Maria is on her way up with some dresses for you to try on, and her stylist will get you ready while Johanna gets the room ready for the shoot. She claps her hands. I'll make sure they're ready. She enters the elevator again, all the while smiling brightly. I fucking hate it. I know she set me up, and now she wants to act as though nothing happened. I can't do that. As soon as the doors close behind her, Elio advances on me. I thought I said no to having those women here. I look up at him. He's towering over me, trying to be intimidating. The dark look in his eyes has my body shivering. God, what the hell has he done to me? Before that stupid kiss, I'd retreat from that darkness, but now, I'm staring at him, curious as to what he wants from me. You did, but I wasn't sure whether to take that as a let me think about it no or not. They're safe here, Elio. They can sleep without wondering if tonight some drunken asshole will find them and rape them. They don't have to worry about finding a safe space to bunker down for the night. That happened to you? He questions, and there's anger in his voice. I blink, wondering what he's talking about. Someone tried to hurt you? Not while I was on the streets, no. Portia and Nell kept me safe. It's not a lie. Without them, I dread to think of what could have happened. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out a black box with gold trim. My breath catches as he opens it and pulls out a beautiful platinum band with a huge pale pink square diamond that's nestled in the middle of the ring. Here, he says gruffly. I shake my head. There's no way that I can wear that. It's too expensive, too precious. What if I lose it? I whisper. It's too nice. It's yours. We're getting married, Tegan, and there's no going back. Now give me your hand. His voice is hard, and I flinch at the tone. I do as he asks, and he slides it onto my finger. The ring feels heavy. I've never worn any jewelry, and having this as my first piece is making me nervous. Please, I whisper. I can't accept it, Elio. It's beautiful. Without a doubt the most beautiful thing I have ever seen. But I've never had anything like this before. I don't want to break, lose, or destroy it. I don't want to taint it. This ring is pure and so damn beautiful that having it on my finger makes me feel as though I'm tainting it with my past. I shouldn't have been given this. I shouldn't be given something so expensive and precious. Look at me, he snarls. This is your engagement ring, Tegan. His eyes are piercing as he glares at me. His nostrils flare, and his jaw clenches. Whatever the fuck you're thinking, stop. This is your future. Remember that. The elevator doors open, and Elio takes a step backward. He turns his back on me and slightly shields me from the people who enter the apartment. Well, let me see her, a shrill voice says. I already don't like her. There's a dismissive tone to her words, and that fuels fire in my belly. I step out from behind Elio and come face to face with a woman who's beautiful, beyond gorgeous. Her blonde hair stops at her chin in a sort of blunt bob. She's dressed in black slacks and a white blouse, although she forgot to fasten a few buttons, so I can see her black bra. Well, I suppose we'll do our best, she says. I didn't realize she was so plain. I laugh. Jealousy is such an ugly look on people. I'm sorry, I didn't realize everyone had to be so obvious with their attempts, I say, pointedly staring at her unbuttoned blouse. Now, why don't you turn around and return to whichever rock you crawled out of? The bitch turns to Elio. Really? She huffs. Are you going to allow this? She waves her hand in my direction, woman to speak to me like that? You heard her, he says angrily. Leave, and don't even think about coming back. Your work for the gallows is done. Her mouth opens, and she stares at me with open hatred. But Jade grabs her arm and pulls her toward the open elevator before she can say anything else. Elio whirls on me. You do not listen to that bitch, he growls as he steps into my space. You do not take what she says in. You are not plain, far fucking from it. The bitch is just jealous. My stomach flips at his words, at the intensity in his eyes. Oh wow. Does he like me? I stare at him in complete wonder. Holy fuck, why am I reacting to him this way? Why is my stomach flipping and butterflies swarming? I don't understand why I'm breathless as I watch him. Oh no. I like him. It's the only explanation I have. I like Elio Gallo. I am so damn screwed. How the hell am I going to survive being married to him when all he's after is revenge? This doesn't bode well for me and my mental state. I could fall for him. I can feel it in my heart. Crap. I need to step back and remember exactly what he has planned for me. I need to remember why he's marrying me. I can't fall for him. 12. Tegan. Are you excited? Nell asks with a smile. She's dressed to the nines again. She got the job, and both Portia and I are so damn proud of her. We're so happy that she's able to start merging into the working world. I can't even begin to wonder how tough it must be for her, but I'm so damn proud. It's a dress, Nell, I say evenly. I'm not happy about going shopping for a wedding dress, and even less happy that it's going to be with Jade Gallagher, the woman who lied through her teeth only for her family to put me back into a cage. Thankfully, this one isn't suffocating, as of yet, that is. Oh my God, I hear Portia squeal in excitement as the elevator doors open. T, you have to see this. She rushes toward me with a newspaper in her hands. We got a call from the doorman. You had a delivery. Look, she says as she places the newspaper in front of me. Splashed across a center page is my face. Well, mine and Elio's. God, they worked fast, I mumble. After that bitch was removed from the apartment, Johanna got to work on doing my makeup as Jade, and I picked out a few outfits. Within an hour, I was primped and pampered and in Elio's arms as pictures were taken of the two of us. I look at myself in the newspaper and I don't recognize the woman staring back at me. She looks happy, and that's something I hadn't expected to see. I know it's not a true emotion. It's all photoshopped and edited to an inch of its life. But damn, I look happy. You look beautiful, T, Portia says as she wraps her arm around me. Remember, as long as you're safe, that's all that matters. We'll find a way out of this. Even if we have to ride it out for a year. We'll get some money together and run. Nell joins us and holds me too. She's right. We're in this together. We're sisters, T. We're not losing you. Not now, not ever. I love you both, I whisper, saying the words for the first time in my life. Their arms tighten around me. Love you, they both reply. The elevator doors open, and Jade Gallagher walks in. She takes in the three of us embracing and her steps falter. Sorry, don't mean to interrupt. The girls let go of me and move away. No worries, I say as I reach for my to-go cup of coffee. I'm ready. She nods. I just wanted to say that Elio called me this morning. He wanted me to pass on a message to Portia and Nell, she says, and I stare at her, my body tensing. He wants to let you know that once he and Tegan are married, you are both to stay here. He's letting you have the apartment. I blink, completely surprised by her words. What? I whisper as I feel Nell get close to me. Really? Jade nods. Really? I'm not sure why or what changed his mind, but yes. He's letting both of them stay. So you'll have a few more days of sharing a room, but you'll get your own when Tegan moves out. Holy shit, I can't believe that. I'm not sure what made him change his mind, but I'll be sure not to say anything so he changes it again. I'm beyond happy that my girls are going to be safe, that they'll have a place to live when I'm not here. My stomach is in knots whenever I think of living with Elio. The thought of being in the same house as a man has my heart racing. Will it be like last time? Is he like the demons? Ready? Jade questions, thankfully pulling me from my thoughts. I nod. Sure. I'm nowhere near ready, but I have to do this. I don't have any other choice. I'm marrying Elio, so I have to put on a brave face, smile, and do exactly what is expected of me. An hour later, and we're downtown. Jade has tried to get me to speak, but I have so much to say, and speaking to her the way I want to is a huge no-no in front of people. Portia and Nell have been a huge help in having me understand the dynamics of what the mafia is like. It's a respect thing. Being disrespectful to an underboss in public is seen as an insult and will have you killed. The men we have with us are Jade's men, Saulan and Rose. Both men are her most trusted soldiers. Her right-hand man is her eldest brother, Hayes. He's not here today, but both Saulan and Rose have the utmost respect for Jade. They seem to worship her. We enter a bridal shop and I'm surprised to find it completely empty. Mrs. Gallo and Miss Mitchell, I'm Lydia. Welcome, the very smiley, gray-haired lady greets us, handing both of us a glass of champagne. I smile at her as I take the glass from her. Thank you. She beams at me. I appreciate you choosing to shop here, Miss Mitchell. We're honored to have you. She's laying it on thick, but I just nod. Having you wear a dress from her shop means that people will come here, Jade says quietly to me. Your wedding will be spread over magazines, just as your engagement was in the newspaper. Be prepared to have your pictures taken everywhere now, Tegan. With the money and power that you and Elio will have, it's only normal for people to be drawn toward you. Christ, that's just utter craziness. Why would anyone take any notice as to what I'm wearing or what I'm doing? Surely, there are other people they could watch and look at? Miss Mitchell, have you thought of a design you'd like? Lydia questions. She's standing in front of me, looking expectantly at me. I shake my head. Ma'am, I say politely, I've never been one to dream of my wedding. I don't even know what would suit me. Jade, however, waves me away. I have a few ideas. Tegan, you sit down while Lydia and I find you the perfect dress. I shrug, glad that I don't have to worry about looking through loads and loads of dresses. I take a seat, noting that both Sauron and Rose are stationed outside of the store, watching as people pass them by. 20 minutes and 2 glasses of champagne later, Jade and Lydia have dresses ready for me. Okay, if you'd follow me, Lydia says as she leads me toward the back of the store. We have 5 dresses for you to choose from. I understand that you're not into the traditional look, so we have picked dresses that aren't like that. I'm intrigued. Thank you, I say softly, grateful that she's taken what I feel into consideration. I guess I should thank Jade for putting all of this into action. She leads me toward the changing room. She pulls back the curtain, and my eyes widen when I take in the beautiful dresses. All of them black. I turn to look at Jade, who's seated on the seats around the mini stage. You wanted black, Tegan. I think you'll look beautiful. Go, try them on. Be comfortable. I hate that the woman seems to know me better than I know myself. The thought of wearing white to get married in seems unseemly. Especially after everything that has happened. White is for pure, and I'm far from it. I'm tainted all the way to the core. There's no part of me that's pure. Not anymore. I lost that a long time ago. I step into the room, and immediately my gaze goes to the lace gown. It's so beautiful, I'm afraid to touch it. "Ah," Lydia says from behind me. "The moment Mrs. Gallo said you'd like a black gown, I thought this would be perfect for you. It will complement your features." I lift it into my hands, unable to believe just how beautiful it is. "Shall we get you into it, Miss Mitchell?" I nod. "Yes, please," I breathe, hardly daring to blink in case this is all a dream. I strip down from the summer dress that I'm wearing and hear the sharp intake of breath from Lydia. I grip my teeth, knowing that she's seen the marks on the backs of my thighs. The burns that were left there by my father. "Ready?" I ask, looking through the mirror, seeing that her gaze is firmly on my legs. I hope she won't ask questions. There's only so much I can take, and my past isn't one of them. She seems to pause for a moment and thankfully composes herself. "Yes, sorry, miles away," she says, but I see the tears in her eyes. She helps me into the dress, and I keep my gaze firmly on the ground, not wanting to see my reflection until it's in place and I'm ready. The dress fits me like a glove. It clings to my body. The lace is so soft and beautiful, and the tiny diamonds that are scattered around it shine under the lighting. God, it's even more gorgeous close up. When I glance at Lydia, I see the tears she had have fallen. "Please don't," I whisper. "Don't cry." She shakes her head and moves in closer to me. "You, my dear," she says so low that I can barely hear her words, "have been through so very much. I can tell by the look in your eyes. Now you have to marry a man who is just as dangerous as whoever put those marks on you." I don't know what to say. She's right. Elio is without a doubt dangerous. The coldness behind his eyes tells me that he could even be worse than my father. Worse than Crunk. Be safe, my dear. Do not let him break you. I know that if Jade overheard her say these words, she'd be in trouble. I'm already broken, I reply. She shakes her head as she takes a step backward, her eyes wide and the tears falling even harder. God, I hate that I've upset her. You are beautiful, she whispers after she's composed herself. The tears have gone and she's standing taller. Are you ready? I nod. Yes, I breathe. I'm ready to see what I look like. The dress feels amazing on. I just hope it looks good. I keep my gaze on my feet as I move out of the changing room and toward the mini stage. I stand up and take a deep breath. Everything around me fades away as I look into the mirror. My breath leaves my lungs as I stare at the woman looking back at me. God, I look so beautiful. It's hard to believe it's me I'm glancing at. The mermaid wedding dress has a plunging V-neck that showcases my modest C-cup. The lace starts from the top and flows all the way to the bottom. It has beautiful pale pink diamonds scattered around, and I realize they match my engagement ring. Jade steps onto the stage with me. You are without a doubt the most beautiful bride I have ever seen, Tegan. This is you. She turns to Lydia. Do we have a veil? Do you think it's okay to get it? I ask. I know this is what I want without a doubt. Jade is right. This is who I am. This dresses me right down to a T. Trust me, she says, and I step backward. That's never going to happen. She releases a heavy sigh. He'll be pissed, yes, but he can't deny how beautiful you look. Lydia returns and fits the veil onto my head. Both she and Jade take a step back, and tears burn the backs of my eyes. I wish this was real. That I was marrying a man who loved me and cherished me. God, I wish my mom was here. It's been a while since I thought of her. Growing up, I used to think about her a lot, wondering how different my life would have been had she not died. That stopped when I hit my teenage years and knew that no matter what, she wasn't coming back. I only had myself to depend on. But seeing myself in this dress, I can't help but wonder if she'd be proud. If she'd agree with what I'm doing, and if she'd be by my side through the worst of it. This is the one, Jade says thickly. We'll take it. Lydia nods. Certainly. Let's get this measured up. The bust is a little loose, as are the arms. I nod and follow her back into the changing room, where she helps me out of the dress after she's pinned it together, ready for alterations. This is the perfect dress for you, she says softly. I wish you health and happiness in your union, Miss Mitchell. Thank you for everything, I say once it's off and she has it. She smiles at me. It's been a pleasure. Thank you for choosing to shop at Lydia's bridal store. She exits the changing room, the dress in her hand, and leaves me alone. I reach for my sundress and pull it on, glad to be alone for even the littlest of time. The moment I reach the front of the store, I notice Lydia is standing outside, speaking with a woman. Jade reaches for my arm and pulls me to a stop. You have time, she says. Say whatever the hell it is that you want. I wrench my arm from her grip. She's giving me the go-ahead. She could live to regret this. All the anger I've had over finding out that she was married to the bastard Gallo boss hits me. Fuck you, I hiss. Fuck you for trying to make me believe that you wanted me to be safe when in actual fact you were giving me up to that bastard. Fuck you for making me think that you cared. I knew you were full of shit the moment I saw you. I had no idea what Elio was up to, she says, her voice a little harder than it had been. I laugh. Sure you didn't. It's not like your husband is the boss of Elio. You expect me to believe that your husband didn't have a hand in this shitstorm? Bullshit, I hiss. Stay the fuck away from me, Jade. I don't want your type of help. The thing about Elio is, at least he's not a liar. He's upfront about being a bastard. I turn on my heel and storm out of the store. Jade's right behind me, but thankfully she's not saying a word. I'm pissed, beyond angry that she's still trying to act as though she's innocent. There's no way in hell that I'd believe she had no idea what her husband and his brother were up to. I hear an engine start up as I get close to the edge of the sidewalk. I want to go home and forget this shit. I step out onto the road, glancing to my right. The sound of tires squealing hits me just as a hand grips my arm and wrenches me back. I watch in horror as the black Ford Taurus heads toward us, steering away at the last second. What the fuck? I whisper as I watch both Salan and Rose move quickly after it, both on their cells talking to someone. Both of them are beyond angry as they grow further away, continuing on foot in the direction of the vehicle. Let's get you home, Jade says, keeping a tight grip on my arm. She doesn't let go as she practically pulls me toward her car. What the hell happened? Why on earth did that car try to hit us? Does someone want Jade dead? I have a sickening feeling that Jade wasn't the intended target. What am I going to do? 13. Elio. Are you ready for this? Dario questions. I glare at him. No, I'm not fucking ready. Today is the day I marry the princess of the dirty demons. The woman who drives me crazy with just one look. It infuriates me how easily she can get under my skin, and how at ease I feel around her. Tonight, you'll make her yours, he says, and I grit my teeth. This fucker is all about sex and getting with as many women as he can. Wait until it's your time, I say through clenched teeth. I can't wait for you to fall to your fucking knees. He smirks at me. Just as you have done. I mean, since that cunt burnt you, you've become withdrawn and angry. I get it. I'd be the fucking same. But Elio, you've not been with a woman since it happened. Anger washes through me at his words. The fucker's getting too close. I move quicker than he expected. My fingers clench around his neck. Watch it, I hiss. You're pushing it, Dario. You have no fucking idea what the hell you're talking about. Okay, enough, Rocco snaps as he enters the room. We don't need Dario bleeding before the ceremony. I release him and move away, my chest heaving as I glare at him. Dario straightens his jacket. The sooner he gets laid, the better. I'm not sure how much longer any of us can take him being a fucking moody bastard. He walks out of the room, muttering to himself, no doubt cursing me with every name under the sun. Dario's just being Dario, Rocco tells me. He always pushes our buttons, but he's right, Elio. You've been a surly shit since things went down with the demons. But it's not just that. This woman, she gets to you, doesn't she? I don't need a shrink, Rock, I snarl, pissed that he couldn't have left when Dario did. Neither are helping matters. What I would like is for someone to tell me who the fuck killed Raul. It's been weeks and still no word. I'm even more certain that it was the Brava. Those fuckers have taken out some members of the mob. They're walking a fine line, staying away from the heavy hitters, but still going after those who have enough power to help them grow. We're working on it. Ngaio is waiting for his contact within the Brava to get back to him. Those fuckers are keeping things close to their chests. It's not fucking good enough, Rock. This shit should have been dealt with the moment it happened. He nods. It should have, but we have no fucking clue who's done it and we can't just act on our gut now, can we? I raise a brow. Given the chance, I would do exactly that. He shakes his head. We've got Lorenzo, Ngaio, and Andrea working on it. After the wedding, I'll talk to Kelvin and see if he has anything for us. Kelvin Acaster is one of the biggest players in Indianapolis. The man thinks he runs things, and to a degree he does, because he's got his fingers in everyone's business. I have a feeling that he also has spies in everyone's organizations. If I find out he has one in ours, I'll take out whoever the fuck it is. There's a knock at the door, and Aude peeps her head around it. Hey, am I interrupting? I shake my head. Never. My sister is without a doubt one of the most important people in my life. I let her down before and went through life keeping her at arm's length. In doing so, I missed the signs of abuse she suffered at our father's hands. Had I kept a closer eye on her, I'd have known that she was being hurt. She smiles as she walks in. I'll leave you two alone, Rock says as he presses a kiss against Ade's forehead. Are you nervous? She asks softly as she steps up to me. You look angry, she comments. I've a lot on my mind, I say, not wanting to hurt her feelings by telling her to mind her damn business. I'm not nervous, just wanting this day to be done already. She rolls her eyes. Today is a joyous occasion, no matter how you both came to be here or the reason for it. Remember that she's probably going to be scared. Don't be a monster to her, Elio. Be the man I know you can be. She gives me a bright smile, rises to her tiptoes, and presses a kiss against my cheek. I don't say anything. She has no idea what mine and Tegan's relationship, or lack of one, is, and I understand that she wants everyone to have a marriage like she has, but life doesn't work that way. We'll do whatever we have to in order to survive, and I need revenge. She walks out of the room, giving me a bright smile as she does. You good? Rocco asks as he enters, and I have a feeling he was listening to what she was saying at the door. I nod. I'm ready as I'll ever be. He gives me a grim grin. Then let's get you married. Waiting at the front of the church for Tegan to join me feels like an eternity. I can feel the gaze of every man and woman here. They're all no doubt confused as to why the announcement happened, and within the week we're getting married. It's not how things are usually done. Sure, there are quick marriages, but nothing like this. I hear the heavy doors opening and the sharp intakes of breaths, along with a few gasps. Turning, anger burns in the pit of my stomach as I watch Tegan walk in wearing a fucking black dress. I can't deny that she looks beautiful. Without a doubt, she's the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. Her jet black hair is flowing down her back, weaving in with the veil that matches both hair and dress. She has every man and woman's attention as she walks toward me. She holds her head high as she makes her way down the aisle. Even though she's short, she's got a huge presence. I've noticed that although she's skittish and jaded, she's extremely fiery, especially when pushed. There's so much she's hiding. I can see it in her eyes, the sadness, the pain, the determination. It's all there in those gray eyes of hers. She's good at hiding her expressions, but sometimes she lets slip, and when she does, it's an onslaught of emotion. "Hi," she whispers as she stands beside me at the top of the church. Her floral scent hits me like a freight train. It assaults my nostrils and surrounds me completely. Christ. This woman is driving me insane. "Thank you for the dress," she says. I nod tersely. I can't speak right now. She's too close. I need this ceremony to get started and finish as quickly as possible. Never did I think I'd be standing here wanting to fuck a woman I hate. I always knew that I'd marry someone. It's what's expected of me. It's what I'm meant to do. I thought either my father or Rocco, when he took over at the helm, would be the one to dictate who I marry. Instead, I've taken it upon myself. Rather than strengthening some of the bonds the famiglia have, I'm doing this selfish thing for revenge. I couldn't give a fuck. I'm doing what I want and fuck anyone who has an opinion about it. The ceremony begins, and I stand tall, looking forward at the priest as he gives his mass, blessing both Tegan and I and the union we're about to take. Christ, his tone is very slow and droning. I wouldn't be surprised if there were people in the back asleep by the end of the ceremony. "I, Elio, take you, Tegan, for my lawful wife, to have and to hold, from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, until death do us part." The words are like gravel leaving my lips. Every single word is said begrudgingly. In this life, there are no divorces. The only way out of a marriage is via death. Something that can be arranged for Tegan, if she's anything like her father. "I, Tegan, take you, Elio, for my lawful husband, to have and to hold, from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, until death do us part," Tegan repeats after me, her words soft and hesitant. Is she second-guessing herself? It's a little too late for that. I slide the wedding band onto her fingers, feeling her trembling hand. She's shaking like a leaf and our marriage hasn't even started yet. I know that I'm an asshole, but have I truly given her a reason to be this frightened? She licks her lips as she moves a little closer to me, her hand reaching for mine, the wedding band ready to be placed on my finger. Her gaze catches mine, and I see the question in her eyes. Am I going to hurt her? Fuck. Why the hell does she make me want to protect her? Why the fuck have I got that instinct in me? I shouldn't, not after what her family did to me. Her father scarred me, left me with permanent marks, ones that run deeper than the flesh of my skin. That bastard got off lightly where I'm concerned, and I won't stop until I get revenge. I have to keep repeating that to myself. If I don't, Tegan is going to live a life of luxury and I'm going to be a man without a cause. I hold my hand steady for her, and she continues to tremble as she slides the band onto my ring finger. I feel a heated gaze on me. Someone's glaring at me. I raise my head and see Jade staring. The woman has been on a motherfucking crusade since going with Tegan to select the wedding dress. I don't know what the fuck her problem is, but she's continuously warning me about hurting my own bride. I now pronounce you Mr. and Mrs. Gallo. You may kiss your bride, the priest says. His monotone voice hasn't once changed throughout the entire ceremony. I step forward, Tegan's entire frame freezing as I reach for her veil and lift it over her head. The second it's clear, I pull her into me, bend my head, and kiss her. This isn't like the previous time we kissed, this is chaste and filled with promise. Tonight, I'm making her mine. When I pull back, she's looking up at me with those big doe gray eyes, that question still there, but this time it's almost begging. Don't hurt me. I take her hand. I'm not even going to touch that, not now. I have no fucking idea what I'm going to do with her. One thing is for sure, I'm going to fuck her. I need to get her out of my system so that I can get my head straight. We walk down the aisle to the church exit, listening to a chorus of Aviva Gli Sposi from the guests, including my nana, who is waiting at the church doors for us. Long live the bride and groom. It's been weeks since I last saw her. She's no doubt ready to tear me a new one. My nana would go head to head with the devil if she was angry enough. She's old school, and she knows all about this life. My nana was the man who started the Gallo Famiglia. He's the one who built this from the ground up, with nana right by his side. Bambina, mi hai nascosto questa bellezza. Perch? Nana asks as she pulls me in for a hug, kissing both of my cheeks, her frail hands holding on to me. Child, you have been hiding this beauty from me. Why? Nana, la incontri adesso. Non spaventarla, I say as I smile at her. Nana, you're meeting her now. Don't scare her off. Sayakikaz, ora presentami lami and nuova bellissima nipote, she says with a smile, patting me on my cheek. I swear the woman thinks I'm 12 still. Nonsense, now introduce me to my new beautiful granddaughter. Nana, this is Tegan, I say as I turn her toward my bride. Tegan, this is my grandmother. Tegan flashes a bright smile. It's so lovely to meet you, she says softly. Nana reaches for her and pulls her into her arms. And you, Bella, and you. She turns to me, her eyes flashing with warning. Prenditi cura di lei, Elio, trattala bene. Non farò del male o che Dio mi aiuti, Nana hisses at me. Christ, that's both me and Rocco that she's warned about hurting our wives. What the fuck? Then again, looking at who her son was, she probably can't be sure. Our father was a fucking bastard who hurt his daughter. Let us celebrate, Nana says. There's food for everyone. That's Nana, ready to feed the 5,000. I keep a hold of Tegan's hand and walk out of the church. I want to keep her close to me, for today at least. I don't trust anyone around her. I grit my teeth. Fuck, the possessiveness I'm feeling is new. I've never felt this toward another woman before. What the fuck is going on? 14. Elio. I watch as Lorenzo dances with my wife. Both of his hands are at her waist as she holds his shoulders, while they sway gently to the music. The only reason I'm not ripping his hands off her is because she's watching me. Her gaze is focused on me. She's uncomfortable, Rocco remarks. She is. Tegan has been uncomfortable throughout this entire day. She's unlike any other woman I have come across. In this world, the women and their mothers live for weddings. They'll have everything planned out from the very beginning and would be ecstatic on their actual wedding day. But not Tegan. No, she's angry, she's uncomfortable, and she's hurting. Those steely gray eyes of hers are conveying every emotion as she sways with Lorenzo. Are you not going to dance with your new bride? Dario grins as he stands beside Rocco and me. We've done everything expected of us. We've cut the cake and had our first dance. I'm quite content to stay where the fuck I am and watch on from the sidelines. Where have you been? Rocco questions. Our little brother smirks. That's all we need to know. He's found a woman and a secluded spot and fucked her. That's the way he usually is. Hell, once upon a time I'd have been the same. But things change and shit happens. Now, I'm staring at my wife, wondering what the hell I'm going to do. Watching her look so timid in Lorenzo's arms has me wanting to snatch her away from him. But I don't. Instead, I keep my legs planted where they are and just watch. The song changes, and I take a steadying breath when Lorenzo releases her. She flashes him a bright smile and moves away. Instantly, she's swarmed by her girls. Portia and Nell. Both women were her bridesmaids, and both women know exactly what's going on between Tegan and me. My wife has been spilling secrets, if the glares from her friends are anything to go by. Tegan walks toward me, both girls at her back. The server comes around and I reach for a glass of champagne, just as Tegan does. "Come on, T," Nell says, pulling at her hand. "Let's dance." Tegan smiles and places her glass down on the table behind me before returning to the dance floor. It doesn't take long before Jade and Ade join them. For the first time today, it seems as though the women are having fun. Jade's upset, Rocco says quietly. He nods his head for us to move away from the crowd that's close by. I leave my glass beside Tegan's and follow him. She won't tell me why, but it has something to do with Tegan. I glance back at my wife, who's got a bright, beaming smile on her face, then turn back to my brother. I have a feeling that the two have met before. When Jade walked into the apartment the morning of the engagement photo shoot, I sensed anger and animosity on Tegan's part, and it felt as though it wasn't the first time either had seen each other. Yeah, I get the same. My wife is extremely open with me, but not about Tegan. No matter what I do to coax it from her, she's not saying anything. Glass shatters, and it's quickly followed by a loud thud. My brows knit together at the sound. But before I can say anything, a loud, shrill scream rents the air. I turn to the high-pitched scream and see one of the Irish men on the floor, his body twitching as foam seeps from his lips. "Rose?" Jade says as she hurries toward him, dropping to her knees to help once she's at his side. "Christ," Rocco growls. "What the fuck happened?" My gaze goes to the table, where mine and Tegan's glasses were. One of them has gone. Rose is twitching beside the table, his entire body shaking with the force of the fit he's having. Nicolo leans down over Rose, a hand on his shoulder to try and keep him in place. He inhales deeply, his nostrils flaring. He's been poisoned, he tells us. I turn to Lorenzo and Emiliano. "Find me the server who gave Tegan and I the champagne," I snarl, knowing damn fucking well that the glass Rose drank from was one of ours, and there's no way it's coincidental that the server came directly to me and my wife. Both men move quickly, their expressions hard. They know exactly why I want the server. "I'm taking Ade and your Nana home," Hayden says through clenched teeth. "I'm not having my wife accidentally drinking something meant for you." I nod. "Go," I say, needing to ensure that Ade is safe. "Take Nana with you for tonight. She spends her time between Rocco's and Dario's homes. But tonight, after this shit, I want her to be with Hayden and Ade. She'll enjoy the time she gets to spend with Viviana." "I'll check in later," he says, his gaze on his sister, who is holding Rose. The man has blood seeping from his lips, nose, and ears. He's dying. "Take care of my sister." Rock's got Jade. He gives me a terse nod, and within seconds he's got both Ade and Nana and is directing them to the exit. My gaze moves to Tegan. She's paler than I have ever seen, her eyes wide and her lips parted as she stares at Rose in horror. She turns to me, and I hold out my hand. She doesn't even hesitate, she moves quickly, clutching at it as she turns away from the scene in front of her. "You do not leave my side," I instruct her. I'm not having anything happen to her. I need to find out what the fuck happened and who the hell is trying to kill me. Is he dead? She breathes, her body trembling against mine. I wrap my arm around her, keeping her shielded from Rose's lifeless body. Yes. She shudders against me. What happened? I'm unsure, I lie. Just don't look. Dario stays close by, ready to do whatever is commanded. Lorenzo and Emiliano return, their eyes hard, their jaws clenched. Boss, Emiliano says. Not wanting Tegan to find out what's happened, I switch to Italian. La mia sposa non parla italiano. Dimmi, hai trovato quel server? My bride doesn't speak Italian. Tell me, did you find that server? Emiliano nods. Sì, ma era morto quando siamo arrivati a lui. Yes, but he was dead when we got to him. My jaw hardens. Fuck. Someone is cleaning up their mess. But the question is, who? Ragionate tutti. Interrogatoli. Scoprite chi caso era e con chi stava parlando. Poteva essere mia moglie che beveva quel caso di champagne. Round everyone up. Question them. Find out who the fuck he was and who he was talking with. That could have been my wife drinking that fucking champagne. Emiliano and Lorenzo both nod. On it, boss, they reply. Elio, you take your wife home. I'll deal with this, Rocco tells us. Dario, go to the manager and get all the security footage. My brother glances at Tegan, who is hiding in my arms, her face pressed against my chest. Hanno cercato di farti fuori, fratello. Qualcuno ti vuol morto. Ma chi? They tried to take you out, brother. Someone wants you dead. But who? I grit my teeth. Non lo so, ma quando lo farò, non potranno nascondersi da nessuna parte. Rocco, li ucciderò. Mi prenderò il mio tempo e mi godrò ogni secondo. I don't know, but when I do, there's nowhere for them to hide. Rocco, I'm going to kill them. I'm going to take my time and enjoy every second of it. You won't be alone, he assures me. We'll find the person who did this. I assure you of that. We're not going to let this go. Hell fucking no. No matter what happens, whoever tried to poison me is going to pay for doing so. Call me, I instruct as I pull Tegan with me. It's time to get the fuck out of here. We're leaving? She asks, her voice shaking just as her body is. It's time to go, I tell her. It's time to have my wife for the first time. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. She SSHY as she stands in the living room of our house. She's unsure of herself, going by the way she nibbles on her bottom lip as she glances around, taking everything in. She's retreated into herself. Gone is the happy, smiley woman who was dancing and having fun with her friends. In her place is a timid, scared woman. Take off your dress, I say, knowing that I need to pull her out of her own head. She blinks, her lips parting as she stares at me in shock. What? It's time, my wife. Take off your dress. I want to see all of you. She shakes her head. No, she whispers. Please. I step forward. I understand that she's afraid, but I'm not going to let her live in fear of me. Yes, I'm a monster on many different levels, but I will not take her against her will. Tonight, I'm going to show her how pleasurable it can be. She hesitantly reaches behind her for the zipper. The sound fills the room as she unzips it. The material loosens around her breasts, as undoes the fastening. I'm entranced, unable to pull my gaze from her. The dress falls to the ground around her feet, and she shifts slightly, trying to hide her beautiful body. Climb onto the table, I growl, my cock thick and hard. I need her. Christ, I want to take everything she has to give. I want to own her, consume her. Tegan, do as I say. Climb onto the table and take off your panties. I want to see all of you. She does as I say, her eyes blank and her breathing deep. Okay, she says softly. Her body is on full display for me, those pale, creamy legs slender and smooth. Open your thighs, Bella Mowgli. Beautiful wife. Let me see that pussy of yours. She lies back, her head resting on the table. She's not watching. She's trying to keep things distant between us. Fuck no, that won't be happening. La mia bella pugnella, I say in a deeper voice, one that has her body tensing. My beautiful little whore. Open your legs and show me what belongs to me. Her thighs open, and I see her beautiful shaven pussy. She's not wet, but that's understandable. She's afraid. I'm going to show her that I'm not always a fucking monster. I'm starving, la mia bella pugnella. Completely famished. I'm going to feast on you. Her breath hitches, but she doesn't say a word. She lies there, waiting for me to do as I please. I step closer to her beautiful body and run my tongue along her slit. I inhale deeply, loving the sweet scent she gives me. She's so fucking beautiful, a man could get addicted. I swipe my tongue against her folds, and she arches off the table. She releases a low, deep moan in the back of her throat, and it's all I need to continue with what I'm doing. I feast on her pretty pussy, savoring every taste. Christ. I'm so fucking screwed. She's mine. All fucking mine. She's soaked, and with every swipe of my tongue, her pussy creams even more. She's soaking wet, yet she's lying here and taking it. It's time to ramp up the ante. I want her screaming my name when she comes. I push a finger inside of her warm, tight, wet channel. Finally, fucking finally, she begins to grind against my digit. She's still shy, her movements hesitant. I smirk when she digs her fingernails along the tabletop. Ah, she cries out as I roll my tongue along the nub of her clit. Her body's tight as a bow. She's close. I can sense that she's about to come. I withdraw my finger and bring my tongue against her swollen folds. I swipe along her wet slit. She's shaking with need, her feet flat against the table, grinding against my mouth. I thrust my tongue into her pussy and her breathing deepens. She's ready. She's about to come. I tongue fuck her harder, deeper, and more intensely. That's all it takes. Her body quakes as she detonates, her pussy flooding my mouth. Elio, she cries out huskily. Good. So fucking good, la mia bella pugnella. Now, I'm going to fuck you. I unsnap my pants, and my cock bursts free. Thick, erect, and the slit weeping with pre-cum. I need to be inside her. I need to claim her. Fuck, I have never felt the need to dominate a woman as much as I do with Tegan. Move toward me, I instruct. I want your ass at the edge of this table. I'm going to fuck you. It's going to be hard and it's going to be brutal. She nods, scooting her body toward the edge of the table. I line my cock up with the entrance to her pussy. I feel the heat of her pussy, and I can't hold back. I slowly slide into her tightness, feeding her my cock inch by inch. She gasps, her back bowing off the table as she takes me. I thrust deep inside of her, and once again, she lies still and takes everything I'm giving her. Christ, it's going to take some time for her to understand that I need, no want, more than just her to lie here. I want her to fuck me just as I am her. She feels so fucking good. It's not going to take much for me to come. But first, I need to feel her come. I want to feel her pretty pussy constrict around me. I pound into her like a man possessed. I'm going to own every fucking inch of her by the morning. Elio, she hisses as I piston my hips, picking my pace up once again. I thrust hard and deep inside of her, my cock thick and about ready to burst. I need her to come. Fuck. She releases a low and husky moan, the sound fucking beautiful. Come, la mia bella putanella, I demand as my balls tighten. I'm close. Come now, I snarl, thrusting even harder than before. Her eyes are wide and filled with confusion. Her breath hitches, and I can see that she's struggling with what's happening. She's enjoying it, though no doubt she thought she wouldn't. She probably thought she'd be crying. Instead, she's moaning, groaning, and ready to come. I bring my fingers to her clit and rotate my hips, pistoning into her. It's deeper this way. So fucking deep. I can't hold back anymore. My cock thickens, and I'm about to come. Christ. Ah, she cries out as I pinch her clit. Her scream rents the air as she detonates, her orgasm washing over her. Fuck, I growl as her pussy clenches around my cock. I'm done. I slide my cock into her, burying myself to the hilt. I groan as I unload stream after stream of cum inside of her. Fuck. I'm so fucking screwed. Right now, revenge is the furthest thing from my mind. I want her again. I want to bury myself inside of her tight, wet channel and fuck her into oblivion, and then I want to do it again. My cell rings, and I pull out of her. I'm instantly on edge, knowing that it has to be Rocco with information about this evening. I glance down at Tegan. She's breathing heavily, her eyes wide and bright, her chest heaving. She's thoroughly fucked. Go shower, la mia bellissima mogli. I have to take this, I tell her, fixing my pants and reaching for my cell. Yeah. Nothing, Rocco growls. The servers have no idea who the man who spiked the champagne with poison was working with. But they did tell us that he'd been with the company for a few years. He was hardworking and hadn't ever stepped out of line. I run a hand over my face. So why the fuck did he do this? I don't know, but we're meeting with the manager of the venue in an hour to go over footage. I turn to look at Tegan and see that she has her dress pulled tightly around her. I'll be there, I assure him. Go, I say to Tegan once I'm off the call with Rocco. Go shower and then go to bed. I'm not sure how long I'll be. Her fingers clench around her dress, her black hair flowing down her back. Okay, she replies softly. There's no anger, no annoyance, just acceptance. Get some rest, I say as I reach into my pocket for my keys. She nods, her big gray eyes watching me. I leave the house, needing to get out of here before I take her again. The woman is muddling my thoughts. She's like a fucking bomb to my anger. Right now, I need to refocus that anger and find out who the fuck is after me. Whoever it is, God fucking help them. 15. Tegan. Do not leave this house, Elio instructs me, his tone hard and his eyes filled with hatred. Good. I'm glad that he continues to hate me. It means that I'm not the only one. We have been married for 5 days, and he's only somewhat nice whenever he's fucking me. Just like all the other men. He fucks me, but he doesn't touch me. Not once has he held me, nor has he touched my body. He's just as the other men were, keeps his hands to himself as he has his way with me. I don't know why that hurts. I have no idea why I thought he'd be different, why I believed that he would be nice. I was a fool. Now I know better. And why is that? I ask, and my words have a bite to them. I'm sick of being stuck inside. For the past 5 days, I've not been able to do anything other than sit in this gigantic house and twiddle my thumbs. He has men watching me, making sure that I don't go against his wishes. They have been keeping me locked up here. His gaze narrows as he steps toward me. I've learned over the years that when men want you to do as they please, they'll try and intimidate you, get you to do whatever they ask by asserting their power. When I was younger, I'd flinch at the tone and at the movement, giving the men the knowledge that they had scared me. But not anymore. That shit stopped a long time ago. Now, I hold my head high and listen to the command. I'll never let anyone see my fear. Not again. Why are you so fucking annoying, he mutters. Can you not do as I ask? I raise a brow. I'm sorry, did you actually ask, or did you instruct me to do something? I want to see my friends, but I'm stuck in your cage until you say otherwise. He glares at me. Pain in the fucking ass. You want to go to the apartment? He questions, his jaw tight and his eyes filled with anger. I nod. Right now, it's best if I don't say anything. Then my men will take you there, he growls. You do exactly as they say. If not, you'll have to deal with the consequences when I get back. Okay, I reply softly, grateful that he's finally letting me do what I want. He moves in so that we're face to face. His nose brushes against mine, and his eyes darken with anger. Trust me, Lamia Bellasima Mogli, he growls, you do not want to anger me any more than you already have. I don't say anything. He's so hell-bent on revenge for something my father has done that he hasn't even thought about me as a person. I'm not my father. I despise him so fucking much. Had he even asked me once about it and my past, then he'd have known how much anger I have for the man who gave me life. He slams his lips against mine. It's hard, chaste, and filled with such rage. Behave, he growls as he pulls away from me. I'll find out if you don't. I watch as leaves, my heart thumping crazily. How the hell am I going to survive a marriage to him if he's always so angry toward me? Every night he takes me, barely speaking any words to me, which I prefer. He fucks me and then rolls over and falls into a deep sleep. In the morning, he'll growl at me to stay here and then he leaves. I won't see him again until he's waking me up and taking me. There's a knock at the door a while later. I'm fully dressed and ready for the day. I'm excited to see Portia and Nell again. It's been 5 days since I've seen them. I left the wedding reception without saying goodbye. I want to speak to them, make sure that they're okay. Mrs. Gallo, Lorenzo greets me. I'm your guard. Are you ready to go? I nod. Yes, please. Out of all the men that Elio has working for him, Lorenzo is by far the easiest to get along with. Not that I get along with any of them. I don't feel comfortable with any man, Elio included. I follow him out of the house. Even though Elio has gone, there are still men surrounding the perimeter of the house. They work in shifts, switching on and off throughout the day, ensuring that the house is safe and everyone inside is too. Have you had breakfast? He questions. Yes, thank you. We remain silent throughout the drive to the apartment complex. I'm anxious, hoping that both my friends are okay. It's been 5 days too long since I've seen them. I'll be waiting here for you. If you need me, just yell, he says once we enter the apartment complex. I hit the button for the elevator and nod. I will. Thank you. I know that Elio's men are busy and that having them babysit me isn't what they want to do. But I'm glad he's brought me here. That I'm able to see Portia and Nell in the flesh and know that they're okay. I slide the keycard into the elevator. The doors close, the card starts to travel upward, and I instantly feel at ease. God, I love this place. It was the first home I had. An actual place where I felt safe and knew that I wouldn't be hurt. The doors open once the elevator reaches the top floor. I step out and am instantly pulled into a hug. Portia and Nell's arms tighten around me. You're okay, Nell breathes. God, you're okay. I am. I'm so glad that you both are too, I cry, so happy to finally see them. They pull me toward the couch. Tell us everything, Portia demands. I do. I tell them about everything that's happened since I saw them at the reception. I explain about the poison, and how Elio has kept me locked in the house since the wedding. I even open up about the 2 men in the diner who are still on my mind, and what I overheard. Everything pours out of me, and I'm unable to stop it. We stayed, Portia says. Your husband shielded you from the truth. He was the intended target for the champagne. He was the one who was supposed to die. But Rose took the drink instead. Oh my God. Why did he keep it a secret? He kept speaking in Italian so that you wouldn't hear what was being said. But we learned everything. This isn't the first time one of their men has died. One of Elio's closest men was killed a few weeks ago. Portia shakes her head. This is crazy. We don't want you to be caught in the crossfire. I'll be fine, I assure them. Elio's going to try and keep me locked up. The mere thought alone has my body breaking out in cold sweats. God, I can't bear to be kept in a cage again. Promise me, Portia urges. If something happens, you'll let us know. We need to keep you safe, T. You're our sister. Nell nods in agreement. We love you and we're not losing you. I hate that they're so worried. I promise, I tell them. I love you both too. You're the best thing that's ever happened to me. Meeting you was the greatest blessing of my life. My eyes well with tears. It's taking everything I have not to cry. Let's watch a movie, Nell says, trying to lighten the mood. I'm thinking of a romantic comedy. I despise those movies. I know that true love doesn't exist. Not for everyone at least. But I watch them because Nell truly believes, and I'm not going to break her heart or crush her dreams of finding her Mr. Perfect. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Hey, I hear whispered as I'm slowly shaken awake. I sit up, confused and drowsy. It takes me a while to realize what's happened and where I am. Darkness has fallen, and I'm in the apartment still. Oh crap. I fell asleep while watching the movie. You should have woken me, I tell Nell, who's sitting beside me, watching me with tenderness. What time is it? It's about 6, she says. You needed sleep, Tegan. The second the movie started, you were out like a light. Portia and I left you to sleep because you haven't been doing much of that, have you? I shake my head. No. The second he returns home, I'm wide awake. I can't go back to sleep. She sighs. You can't live on no sleep. She's right, I can't. I need to figure out a way to function properly, find a way to sleep without having to do so with Elio beside me. Where's Portia? She grins. She's gone to get us some food. The gorgeous man who brought you here told her she wasn't to go alone. He sent someone with her. I raise a brow. Surely she wouldn't have gone with him alone. Portia despises people at the best of times. Being told that she'll have to have a minder will make her spitting mad, will grate against her. She hates being told what to do, and knowing Elio's man, he'll do exactly that. Nell giggles. Yeah, she wasn't happy, not in the slightest. The elevator doors open and Nell frowns. They shouldn't be back yet, she says. I glance at the doors, and my heart jumps into my throat at the sight of a man in a mask walking toward us, a gun in his hands. And it's pointed at me. It's as though time stands still, and everything happens in slow motion. I rise from the couch, pulling Nell with me. Her scream rents the air, and there's no mistaking the fear in it. It's such a horrific sound, chills me to the bone. I push her to the ground, needing to get her out of harm's way. The man continues to move forward, his entire face covered with the mask. Only the whites of his eyes, his lips, and nostrils are uncovered. The darkness in his eyes has me shuddering with fear, but I don't stop. I need Nell to be safe. He fires a shot, and thankfully it misses. I push Nell away even further, glad that she wasn't hit, but knowing the man has a mission and there's no one here to save us but ourselves. My heart is pounding. I feel as though it's going to burst from my chest. He's going to kill us. He advances on us, the gun pointed at me. He fires a shot yet again. Burning hot pain burns through my arm as the bullet sinks into the flesh. I cry out as I sink to the floor. The pain is severe, so much so that I'm seeing stars. God, where the hell is Lorenzo? Surely this asshole shouldn't have been able to make it this far into this complex. Oh God, did he already kill Lorenzo? Is that why he's not coming? No, Nell screams as she rushes toward me, her hair wild, her eyes wide and filled with tears. The fucker raises his arm once again, this time its aim directed at Nell. I push to my feet, needing to get to her. She's my sister, and I won't let her die. The gun fires once again. Nell's eyes widen as blood pools from her chest. I watch, horrified, as she falls to her knees, her hands clutching at her chest. No. God, no. Please. This can't be happening. I drop to my feet in front of her, just as the elevator doors open. Please, Nell, talk to me, I whisper, praying that she's going to be okay. My heart feels as though it's about to explode with the pain of losing her. I'm cold, she whispers. That's bad. God, that's so bad. I hear commotion and know by the low growl that it's Elio. He's here. I'd feel relief if I wasn't holding one of my best friends in my arms. I'm so sorry, I whisper, tears falling from my eyes. I'm so sorry. She shakes her head, her hand reaching for mine. It's stained with her blood. Her lips tremble as she slumps against me. Not your fault, she whispers. You gave me the best few weeks of my life. I swallow back the sob. This can't be happening. Because of you, I got to live my dream. Thank you. She closes her eyes, and her body goes limp in my arms. La mia bellissima moglie, Elio says softly as he kneels beside me. Come. He holds out his hand, ready for me to take. I can't move. My entire body is numb, though I feel the blood from my wound as it trickles down my arm. He lifts me up while Dario gently pulls Nell to the ground. I sob as I see her lifeless body lying there. It shouldn't have been her. It should have been me. Dario, Elio growls, keeping his arms locked tight around my body as he holds me to him. Take that cunt somewhere. Call me when it's time to interrogate him. I want to know how he got in here. I raise my head and look at my husband. I flinch at the darkness swirling in his brown eyes. I fucking told you to stay home. I swallow hard, guilt burning so hard in my stomach. He's right. He did tell me to stay home. If I had, Nell wouldn't be dead right now. I want to fall to the floor and sob. I did this. I caused this. My best friend is dead because of me. Is Lorenzo okay? His jaw clenches. He's been shot, he tells me. It's a flesh wound. He'll be okay. Is that what I have? I mumble, feeling the abyss calling for me. His brows knit together as he looks down at me. What? He shot me. My arms bleeding, I slur as I slump against him, unable to hold my head up any longer. His arms tighten around me. The fuck, he growls, shifting me in his arms. The movement sends pain through me, and I cry out. Blurriness seeps into my eyes, and the last thing I hear as I succumb to the darkness is Elio calling my name. 16. Elio. When I got the call from Lorenzo that there was a man watching the apartment, I was already on my way toward the place to collect Tegan. It was then that I heard the gunshot. I've never felt such a paralyzing fear. My mind instantly went to my wife. The thought of her being hurt or worse gripped me in a chokehold. Dario and I enter the apartment building and find Lorenzo bleeding, a bullet hole in his leg. He's by the elevator, blood coating the floor where he's dragged himself toward it. The fucker's gone to Mrs. Gallo's apartment, he says through clenched teeth. I turn to Emiliano. Get the doctor, I snarl, pissed that someone has managed to get close to her. What I want to know is where the fuck is everyone else? This apartment complex is for my men, and yet a gunshot sounds and no one is here? A hand presses against my shoulder. She's going to be fine, Dario says quietly. You're also going to have to realize that revenge is no longer the answer. I glare at him. He's right, but fuck. I'll be damned if I admit it to anyone. Emiliano enters the elevator with us, our guns drawn, ready for whatever we're about to face. My jaw is clenched as my mind whirls with different scenarios. God, I can't even think straight. I just need her to be alive. Time seems to tick by slowly. The fucking elevator is taking its sweet time to get to the apartment. The doors slide open, and I take in the scene. A man is standing with his back to us, gun in hand, pointed in Tegan's direction. My wife drops to her knees and reaches for her red-haired friend, who's in bad shape. Blood seeps from her back. There's no fucking way she's going to survive this. The fucking bastard readjusts his aim, and my feet are moving. I reach for his arm and pull it back, hearing the sickening crack of his bone breaking. You're a dead man, I growl. The gun drops to the floor as I push the man to his knees. Emiliano, take this cunt, I hiss as I push the fucker into my right-hand man's arms. Right now, I need to check on my wife. I step toward Tegan just as her friend slumps into her arms. She's gone, Mamia Bellasima Mowgli, I say softly. The absolute devastation in her eyes is like a knife slicing through my chest. Christ. I hate that she affects me in every single way. Come. She doesn't move. Her eyes are wide and brimming with tears. I reach for her, lifting her into my arms. Her body is covered in blood. The blood of her friend. Dario helps, pulling Nell from her and lying her on the floor. Tegan sobs in my arms, and the sound is horrific. I fucking hate it. I grit my teeth and tighten my hold on her. She looks up at me, and I see the pain and heartache in her eyes. Fuck. This wouldn't have happened had she just done as she was told and stayed the fuck at home. At least there she was properly secured. She was safe. Now look. She could have fucking died. Lorenzo could have died. Christ. Guilt and shame swirl in her gray eyes. The brightness has gone. Now they're dull and bleak. She asks if Lorenzo is okay. My jaw is going to break if I continue to clench it. He's been shot. It's a flesh wound. He'll be okay. He's strong. Although he was bleeding like a stuck pig, he's alive and he'll be fine. She mumbles something, and I blink, unsure if I heard her correctly. I glance down at her, wondering if what she said is true. What? He shot me. My arms bleeding, she slumps against me, her head resting against my chest, her words slurred and unsteady. I tighten my arms around her. The fuck? I growl. This can't be fucking happening. No fucking way did that cunt shoot my wife. I shift her in my arms, needing to see for myself. She cries out in pain and goes limp in my arms. I glance at Dario, who's watching on with worry. Tegan? I call out as I shake her a little, but it's no use. She's unconscious. Where's that doctor? I grind out, my feet moving toward the elevator. I feel like a caged animal wanting to escape and tear the fucking world apart. He's downstairs with Lorenzo, Dario assures me. Mattia is back with the other woman. She's demanding to know what's going on. Tell Mattia to stay up here with Nell until our men come. The other woman needs to be put into another apartment. She can't stay here, and there's no fucking way I'm letting her back onto the streets. Not after what Tegan told me. I'll have Diego take care of her. He can move her into the apartment across town. It's not as big as this, but it's comfortable, he says, pulling out his cell and calling Diego. I nod tersely at him as I enter the elevator. Emiliano has already gone, and he took the fucking bastard with him. He knows what to do. He'll take him somewhere where I can interrogate him once I've ensured that my wife is okay. Portia cries when I step out of the elevator. Is she okay? I turn to Dario and nod. He needs to explain to her what's happened. My brother moves toward her and pulls her into the corner, where he begins to calm her down and tell her what's happened. Mattia, I say loudly. My man steps forward, his eyes hard as he glances at where the doctor has Lorenzo lying on the ground as he patches him up. I need you to go to the women's apartment and wait for our men to come. They are to take care of her and set everything up for the funeral. He nods. Is Mrs. Gallo okay, boss? He asks as he glances down at my wife's unconscious body. She's been hit, I tell him, unable to stop the growl from escaping. flesh wound. She'll be fine after some rest. I'll personally see that Nell is taken care of, boss. I give him a chin lift as I move toward the exit. Doc, meet me at my house when you're finished with Lorenzo, I instruct him. Lorenzo, you are to go home afterward. Yes, boss, I hear both men reply as I exit the building. It doesn't take Dario long to catch up with me. He opens the car door for me to climb in with Tegan. That woman is crazy, he complains as he slides into the driver's seat. I told her that her friend's dead and the other one has been shot, and she didn't even blink. Like what the fuck? Who does that shit? These women are different. The streets harden them. Portia especially. She has a lot more attitude and hardness than Tegan and Nell have. She's the type of woman who'd slit your throat if she had to. Whereas my wife is all fire and ice, but when push comes to shove, she's a kitten. She's vulnerable. I saw that side today. Watching her as she held her friend, I realized just how fragile she is. Is she breathing? Dario asks as we near my home. Yes, I say through clenched teeth. Does he think I'm carrying my wife's dead body around? What the fuck is wrong with him? She's unconscious, Dario, not fucking dead. The doc will be with us soon, he says. I know he's trying to calm me down, but that isn't going to happen, not until I can get my hands on the bastard who did this to her. Then I'll calm the fuck down. 30 minutes later and the doctor's finished with her. She was lucky, he tells me as he walks out of the room. She's asleep on the bed. From what he said, her body needs the rest. An inch to the left and we'd be having a different conversation. The same for Lorenzo. Both of them are extremely lucky. That may be so, but it doesn't negate the fact that some cunt tried to kill them both. For that, they'll suffer painfully. Thanks, document. He nods at me. Just let her rest. She'll be fine, Mr. Gallo. If you need me, call. I'll see myself out. You have pressing matters to take care of. Even the doctor knows what we're like. His father was our father's doctor, and he and his brother joined our organization when they were 14 and became made men. They studied to become doctors as their father had, and now he's my doc and his brother is Rocco's. We're lucky to have both men in the famiglia. They're huge assets. Ready? I ask Dario once the doc has gone. My brother grins and nods. Ready. Rocco wants an update on everything later. I'll call him once we're done with the bastard who's no doubt scared about what's going to happen to him. The fucker is a kid. Barely 18. He had to have been hired by someone. The question is, who? He's talking about some fucking gala next month and that we're all to be in attendance. I look at him. He really wants to go to a gala? What the fuck happened last year when we went to one? Dario chuckles. There was a fucking shootout and the gala ended early. If it's as good as it was last year, I'm all for going. Of fucking course he is. Let's go. Diego is staying here with Tegan. As soon as Diego brought Portia to the new apartment, he came here and told me how quiet Portia was and that she hadn't argued once with him. Which is unusual. The woman would argue with her reflection, given the chance. He'll stay here and protect Tegan until I come back. I drive toward the one place no one has gone near since they were taken out. The Demon's Clubhouse. It's a no-go area for everyone. It's the perfect place to do what needs to be done. I walk through the clubhouse, my shoes sticking to the floor with every step that I take. Christ, this place needs to be cleaned. I join Emiliano in the room that was used for what the demons called church. The dirty demon's insignia is on the wall, as well as a picture of Bear, which is surrounded by pictures of the previous presidents. Just looking at the bastard's face makes my chest burn. Boss, Emiliano greets as he sees me. He's pleading for his life. He says that he doesn't know who paid him to do it, but they promised him $200,000 if he killed everyone in the penthouse apartment. My gut clenches. He was sent to kill everyone in sight. I turn to the kid. The fucker's trembling in the chair. Did he say who you were after? He shakes his head. No, I promise you. He just told me to kill everyone who was there. He said if I came after 6, that I'd get everyone. He said he'd pay me. I narrow my eyes. When did he tell you this? He came to me 2 days ago with the job, but he called me today at 5 and said today was the day. I glance at my brother, and I see the look of anger and realization in his eyes. This means that someone in our own organization has set this up. Someone from in our ranks told him we'd be there. But the question remains. Who? Tell me about the man, I demand, beyond fucking pissed. Not only has he shot my wife, killed her friend, and shot my man, he's working for someone within the organization. The boy shudders, glancing down. I didn't see him, man. He was wearing a mask. He kept his face hidden from view. I couldn't see him. Tell me something, I snap, ready to shoot the fucker. Something. He was white. He had a gold ring, like something out of an old 80s movie. It had a black square with a gold G. That's all I know, man. I swear. I didn't know it was your house. If I did, I wouldn't have done it. I'm sorry. I raise my gun and pull the trigger. The bullet sinks between his eyes. He's dead instantly. He got off lightly. Had he not been so fucking naive, he would have felt pain. But he was right. He hadn't known, and if he did, he wouldn't have dared done it. But he fucked up and didn't do the research needed. Had he, then we wouldn't be in this position. Emiliano, take care of his body, I say as I turn on my heel and leave. It's time to get the fuck out of here. It's definitely someone in our ranks, Dario snarls once we're outside. I nod. And what he's just said whittles it down to about 5 men. The gold signet ring was given to our father and his closest friends. Lino, Pietro, Stefano, Diego SNR, and Santino. Now we have to find out which of them is behind the attacks. Only those closest to me will be given this information. I move toward my car, Dario on my heels. He'll wait for Emiliano and return to Chicago tonight. Don't forget, Dario says, changing the subject. The gala's next month. Both you and Tegan are to be in attendance. We'll be there, I assure him. As much as I don't want to go, I know that I can't keep Tegan hidden away forever. No doubt Jade will want to see her and bring her into the fold with Adelina and Anne-Marie, her sister-in-law. She's married to Jade's oldest brother, Hayes. Keep your eyes peeled, Fratello. This is the 2nd time that someone has tried to kill you. 3rd time, and they may just get lucky. There won't be another chance. Someone is out to take me down, and I'll be fucking damned if they succeed. 17. Tegan. Awake to darkness and silence. I still, listening to see if I can hear anyone moving around outside. I don't. Elio must be gone. I sit up and hiss out a harsh breath as pain radiates through my arm. Everything that happened today hits me. Nell. Oh God, Nell. She didn't deserve what happened to her. She was so happy. She was finally living the life she had always dreamed, and because of my selfishness, she's dead. That coldness that lived inside of me for years creeps back in. That numbness I had whenever pain hit me takes over. This is why I haven't let anyone in. I can't deal with pain. I bury it deep and don't let it affect me. I can't. If I feel the weight of the loss, the guilt, and the heartache, I'll crumble to the floor and break. I can't do that. I won't allow anyone to see me at my most vulnerable, especially a man who views me only as a sex object. To Elio, I am his to fuck, and that is it. That's all I'm good for. It's all I've ever been good for. Sometimes I wish I was back in that basement before Jade and Kelvin found me. I wish they hadn't discovered my dark corner and had left me be. I'd have died peacefully. I'd be with my mom, and no one would have been hurt. I feel as though I'm drowning in the depths of the ocean. I have to keep wading through the harsh currents, pushing myself every day to keep going. If I don't, a floating raft appears. It's a way out, but it's a final way out, and every minute that passes, that fight I have, lessens. Right now, I'm within touching distance of the raft. It would be so easy to touch it, to grab a hold of it. I release a gasping breath as I push to my feet and climb off the bed. My entire body feels weak, and I know that with the numbness being back, it's only going to feel worse as the days pass. Living in the clubhouse, I remember the numbness. How deep and excruciating it was. It will overwhelm me to the point where every single thing will drain out of me. Then time will stand still, and if you don't have any fight left, there's only one way to stop it. I pad through the house, my breathing deep and hard. I need something, anything to help me. I come across a pair of headphones. Elio had Lorenzo purchase them for me, along with a new cell phone, and they set up an account for me to listen to music. I decide a bath will be the best thing for me. It'll calm me. Hopefully with the music, I can tune my thoughts out. I'm scared right now. I haven't felt this dark in a long time, and I haven't hit this deep so quickly. Everything is tumbling out of control. I'm not sure I can pull myself from it this time. I run a bath, loving the steam that fills the air. I don't know who Elio had to buy stuff for me, but whoever it was went all out. Shower gels, bubble baths, shampoos, conditioners, there's loads. Way too much for just me, but I appreciate the gesture. I reach for the bubble baths and smell them. I settle on a lemon one that smells divine. I stare at myself in the mirror. Blood coats my clothes and face. I look as though I've just stepped out of a horror movie. There's a white bandage on my arm, and I wonder who patched me up. Did I have to go to hospital, or was there a doctor brought to me just as there would have been in the clubhouse? Climbing into the bath, I put in my headphones and start the music. I let the playlist go, not really listening to the lyrics, but enjoying having something fill my head other than my dark thoughts. I reach for the bath pillow and settle back into it. It feels so good to have the water ripple over me. I have the conscious thought to keep my arm out of the water and not get the bandage wet. I close my eyes and take some steadying breaths. The dark thoughts are overridden by the sound of the music. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A deep moan releases from my lips. God, it feels so good. His fingers are heaven as they finger fuck me. In and out, harder and harder. I'm loud with my moans. I'm in ecstasy. It feels so damn good, I can hardly breathe. I writhe in pleasure. I can feel my orgasm building. It's not going to take much more for me to shatter over the edge. The sound of water sloshing has me opening my eyes. My headphones have dislodged and I'm able to hear the sharp breath of a man. Elio's hovering over me, his fingers inside of me as he thrusts them deep. Let me hear you, la mia bella putanella, he growls. I know what he's calling me. I'm not stupid, Putanelli's whore. I must have fallen asleep. The water is now cold and the bubbles are long gone. I didn't hear Elio enter the house. Having the music playing had me tuning out everything else. Stop, I hiss, angry that he's doing this to me, and I was caught unawares in my sleep. He cocks a brow at me. You want me to stop? He questions, his tone mocking. Wasn't it you who was moaning with every thrust of my finger? Get off me, I practically shout at him. I need him to stop. I'm too close to the edge to have him near me right now. I can't deal with it. I don't want to be used. I'm too fragile. His chuckle is deep and throaty. La mia bellissima mogli, he snarls as he gets to his feet. You know your body betrays you. I reach for the edge of the bath and pull myself up to standing. His eyes darken as they rake over my naked, wet body. I was asleep, I hiss. God, Elio, do you have to be such an ass? He smirks. I'm not sure why I'm always surprised when he lets me down. I don't know why I have such high hopes for him. Nothing ever works out that way. Babe, you're my wife. You're mine to do whatever the fuck I want with. I told you when we set this in motion that you were mine. The coldness seeps back in once again, the feelings of despair and darkness simmering on the edge, ready to pull me under at any moment. I step out of the bath, turning my back on him and reaching for a towel to cover my body. I hear the sharp intake of his breath, and I inwardly groan. He's seen my scars. We've been married for 5 days, and he's just noticed my scars. I shouldn't be surprised. He doesn't touch me. Hell, he doesn't look at me whenever he fucks me. What happened? He growls. None of your business, I snap as I wrap the towel around my body, covering the scars with the material. I asked you a question, he sneers, reaching for my arm. I dodge him and move quickly, running out of the room. I hear his footsteps behind me. My heart beats rapidly as I rush out of our bedroom and down the hall. There are enough rooms in this house that I'll be able to hide and lock myself in one of them. I hear his feet behind me, feel the heat of his breath against my neck, and the touch of his hands as they try to grab me. I quicken my pace, pushing harder to get away, my wet feet slippery against the wooden floor. I slide around but manage to keep my footing. The towel is ripped from my body, and within seconds he's pushing me to the floor, his weight on me as I'm lying face down against the wooden floor. I struggle against him, trying to buck him off me, but it's no use. He's got a lot of muscle and he's too heavy for me. You shouldn't have run, Tegan, he breathes, adjusting himself above me. I hear the sound of his belt buckle, and I still. Flashbacks of being in this position in the clubhouse hit me. I stay stock still as he lines himself up behind me, his hands on my hips. He's touching me. He's actually touching me. The feel of his hands on me are unlike anything I've felt before. It's as though he's searing me. He drags me into the position he wants, my ass in the air, my legs parted. Look how fucking hard I am, he grunts as he thrusts deep inside of me. Keep running from me, he says as he withdraws from me, his fingers digging into my waist. I like it. I'll chase you down each and every time, he growls, slamming back into me. My fingernails claw against the wooden floor, scratching it. Even as much as I hate Elio, I can't help but enjoy what he does to me. While he treats me the way the demons did, he hasn't hurt me, and he gives me pleasure when I least expect it. Hell, before him, I had never felt what an orgasm was like. I'd never experienced one. He rotates his hips, thrusting harder and harder into me. With every thrust, he's stretching me, going deeper than before. This is different than the other times he's fucked me. This is more intense. I cry out as his fingers tighten on my hips, biting into the flesh. I can't help it, I push back against him, grinding down on his cock. There we go, la mia bella putanella. Fuck, such a good girl. Look at you go. Take it, la mia bella putanella. Take it all. His words of praise hit me hard, and my body trembles. I'm so close, I can feel the pleasure rising. Look at you, he praises. Look at la mia bella putanella, taking my cock like you were made to. I gasp, unable to breathe right now. His thrusts are brutal. The sound of him pounding into me echoes around the hall. You'd do anything to bella mia bella putanella, wouldn't you? I don't answer him. I can't. I'm barely able to hold myself up. I'm so close to the edge. Come for me, la mia bella putanella, he growls. His next thrust is longer, harder, faster. My orgasm shatters over me, and I cry out, but he doesn't stop. In fact, he tightens his grip on me, no doubt leaving marks on my skin as he hammers into me over and over again. I'm shaking, my fingers clawing at the wooden floor as I see stars. That's it, la mia bella putanella, he snarls. His cock pistons into me, and his hands move from my hips, sliding up my body. He wraps his fingers into my hair. Such a good girl, taking everything I give you, he praises. His fingers clench in my hair as he rotates his hips and delivers thrust after brutal thrust. I'm breathless, utterly spent, but unable to do anything. I'm so confused. He's calling me a whore but praising me at the same time. It should turn my stomach, make me want to run for the hills, but instead, I grind against him, wanting more, needing it. He hits deep inside of me, and I cry out. He repeats it over and over again until my pleasure is rising again. No one else is allowed this pussy. It's mine. Yours, I whisper, loving his possessiveness. Grind that pretty pussy of yours on my cock, la mia bella putanella, he grunts. I want you to come. I do as he requests, pushing back against his thick length and grinding against him. I pull in a ragged breath. I'm enjoying this way too much. Why am I enjoying this? He yanks on my hair, pulling my head backwards as he thrusts deeply inside of me. That's all it takes for me to erupt once again. I fall forward, unable to hold myself up any longer. My pussy contracts around his length. That's it, la mia bella putanella. So fucking good, he growls, his voice deep and husky. It sends shivers over my skin. He thrusts into me once more, his cock swelling as he buries himself to the hilt inside of me. His cum fills me and he collapses over me, both of us breathing harshly. What the fuck just happened? What changed? 1 minute I was beyond pissed, the next, he's fucking me and I'm enjoying it. His cell rings and he lifts himself off me. My heart sinks as he pulls out of me and gets to his feet. The sound of his belt buckle is loud enough to be heard over my ragged breathing. He walks away, leaving me lying naked on the floor. Why do I always get my hopes up? I should know that he's not going to change. All he wants is a warm body to fuck, and that's all he'll ever see me as. I need to realize that. If I don't, I'm just going to end up hurting. I hear his deep voice as he talks on his cell, and I know that he'll be leaving at any moment. I pull myself to my feet and reach for the towel that's discarded on the floor. I wrap it around my body and walk toward our bedroom. I'll be back later, he tells me as I enter our room. I grip my teeth as tears spring to my eyes. Sleep. You need to recover, he says. I watch as he leaves. Not once does he look back. My heart cracks a little, and it's at this moment that I realize what's happened. Why I'm feeling this way. I thought being married would be different. I thought that if he got to know me, he'd change his mind and maybe even fall for me. But he hasn't. Instead, he's just treating me like the other men in my life have. Like I'm nothing but a whore. It hurts me deeply. It affects me more than anyone else has before, and it's because I've fallen for him. Oh God. I've fallen for him. 18. Tegan. 1 month later. Are you ready? Jade asks me, a bright smile on her face. She's trying, I'll give her that much, but the harder as she tries, the more I rebel against it. She lied to me, and I can't deal with that. She wanted me safe, but instead, I ended up in my living hell. It's been a month since Nell died, and in that time, I haven't seen Portia. I can't bring myself to see her. The guilt that I have about Nell dying eats away at me. It's always there, always present. I can't stop seeing her wide eyes and the blood blooming across her chest. It's a sight that I'll never forget. Ready, I reply, my voice emotionless. It's been this way for the past month. I need to keep myself detached. If I don't, I'll end up losing everything I am. Elio's hand lies against my spine. The back of my dress is non-existent. It dips low at the back, thankfully hiding the scars on my ass and thighs. 2 diamond ropes hold it in place and connect to the front of the dress, which is less revealing. It's a beautiful, black, slinky dress that has a thigh-high slit on my left leg. You look gorgeous, Tegan, Adelina says as she smiles. Thank you, as do you. And she does. She's wearing a red dress that clings to her body and flows down to her knees. It's got a lot of intricate details and crystals on it. Let's go, la mia bellissima mogli, Elio says softly as his lips brush against my cheek. I shiver at the action. He's being extremely affectionate, and I don't know how to take it. He helps me toward the car, keeping his hand at my back and guiding me. You do look beautiful, he says thickly as the car door closes behind me. I stare at him in shock as he moves around the vehicle and enters the other side. What's happening? I ask softly, feeling heat rising through my cheeks. Emiliano starts the car. The lights from the other vehicle's headlights light up the interior of our own, and I'm able to see Elio's brows knit together. What do you mean? You're being nice, affectionate, sweet. All those things have never happened before, and I don't understand why now. Don't worry, la mia bellissima mogli, it won't happen again, he snarls, and my heart shatters. I turn my head to look out the window, blinking furiously to stop the tears from forming. Why did I have to say anything? Why open my mouth? If I had kept quiet, things could have been different. Now he's angry and I've only myself to blame. The ride to the gala is quiet. Elio keeps his gaze firmly forward, not once looking at me. I've managed to not cry, yet. The car rolls to a stop and Elio jumps out, straightening his jacket as he does so. Within seconds, he's at my door and opening it. I climb out, taking a steadying breath as the cool air hits me. Chicago is beautiful, and I'd really like to visit again, but take in the sights instead of watching them pass me by while in a vehicle. Entering the venue, Rocco and Jade, along with Hayden and Adelina, walk in happy and in love while Elio and Dario speak quietly together. I feel so out of place. I don't belong here. I hear the gasp of Portia and turn to see my best friend staring at me. She, too, is dressed up to the nines, wearing a purple dress that stops just above her knee. She looks so beautiful. Seeing her hurts. It reminds me of what we lost, what I caused her to lose. Within seconds, she has her arms around me and holds me tight. I've been so worried, she whispers. I know what you're thinking, but you didn't cause this, T. It wasn't your fault. Nell and I, we love you and will always love you. You're our sister. Please don't push me away. I wrap my arms around her, loving the embrace and wondering when was the last time I felt any loving embrace? It was with her and Nell. The only two people who have ever cared about me without wanting something in return, and I've ruined their lives. We take a seat. She stays beside me, letting me know how much she's missed me. The guilt at letting her go through her grief alone hits deep. We continue to talk as the Gallo and Gallagher family talk. It seems as though they're all in attendance. My gaze moves around the room, until it collides with Elio's. He's standing at the bar, speaking with the woman who was at the apartment for our engagement photos. Jealousy eats away at me as she laughs at whatever he says. The two of them are closer than they should be. Hey, Portia says as she grips my hand. Ignore him, she whispers. He's an ass, and he doesn't deserve you. I watch as the blonde woman smirks at me before running her hand over his jacket and walking away. My heart shatters as he follows her. God, I'm such an idiot. I should have known that he was seeing other people. That I was just a fuck and that was it. Fuck him, Portia hisses. Seriously, fuck him. He's an ass. I get to my feet. I need a drink, I mumble. Or 3. She laughs. Hell yes, let's go. She grabs my hand and practically drags me toward the bar. 2 kamikazes please, she asks the bartender, flashing him a flirty smile. Sit, she instructs, pulling me down onto the seat. We're going to stay here and get drunk. The bartender gives us our drinks just as Elio returns, his eyes dark as he watches me down the shot. The liquid goes down easily and tastes nice and lemony. Another, Portia says with a smile. And he's paying. She points at Elio. La mia bellissima moglie, he says as he stands beside me. Go fuck your whore, Elio, I snarl at him. Get your hands off me. Tegan, I hear a familiar voice say, and look behind me. It's been a while. How are you? My eyes widen when I see Kelvin strolling toward me. He presses a kiss against my cheek, ignoring Elio. Hi, I say, a little confused as to why he's acting as though he knows me well enough to kiss my cheek. He reaches for my hand and pulls me toward him. Let's talk, he says, and I glance back at Elio and Portia. My best friend is standing tall against my husband, not letting him move as she speaks to him. You're going to anger him, I say as we take a seat. Kelvin smirks and shrugs. That is the point. The fucker let that bitch touch him and made out as though he went to fuck her. He deserves it. I shrug. He wasn't even gone for 2 minutes. His eyes bore into mine. Bullshit, he snaps. You can act as though it doesn't affect you. You're good at that. I've noticed how you guard yourself, not letting anything touch you. What are you afraid of? I laugh. He's trying to delve into my inner thoughts. Don't try and work me out, Kelvin. It won't do you any good. He raises a brow. Why's that? I'm broken. There's just emptiness inside of me. His expression falls. Gone is the cockiness he had. Hey, he whispers. You're not alone. You know that, right? Bullshit, I fire back at him. You both said you wanted me safe, I hiss at him. Look at me. I'm stuck married to a man who wants to use up everything I have left. I'm nothing but a hole for him to fill. You should have walked away that night, Kelvin. It would have saved me a fuckload of heartache. I rise to my feet, but his hand wraps around my wrist, pulling me to a stop. Let go of me. You can't mean that, he says as he stands. Living is better than the alternative. I wrench my arm from his hold. For you, yes, but for me? No. Every day is a struggle, and sometimes it's not worth the fight. What the fuck are you doing? Elio snarls as he comes to stand beside me, his arm sliding around my waist, his grip possessive and tight. Speaking with a friend. What about you? Looks to me as though you were having fun with the blonde. I close my eyes as both men stand off against each other. Do we have to stay? I ask. I'm done with today. I'm tired. I'm so damn tired of swimming. I can't do it anymore. I just want it all to stop. We're going, Elio growls. Tegan, Kelvin says, but I shake my head and turn away. I'm so damn tired. Elio keeps his hands on me and steers me toward the exit, his steps heavy as we walk. What the fuck were you playing at? He snarls at me. Were you trying to make me jealous? Is that why you let him touch you? Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot that only you are allowed to manhandle me, I reply snarkily. Why do you even care? I mean, Kelvin was right. You were having fun. Am I not allowed? The cold air whips around me as we exit the building. Emiliano is waiting for us, his gaze assessing as he glances between the two of us. He opens the door for me and waits for us to come. He's one of Elio's most loyal and dutiful men. I climb in, not bothering to wait for Elio. I just don't have it in me to argue with him. My entire body feels like lead. I just can't be bothered with it all. I feel as though all the good has left my body. When he walked out of the room with that woman, everything I had left in me evaporated. All my dreams, hope and motivation fled me like a sinking ship. All that's left is pain, misery, and shame. Elio climbs into the front seat and leaves Emiliano standing at the curb. I close my eyes and settle back against the seat. I don't know what Elio has planned, and I don't care either. The car ride is silent. I can feel Elio's anger simmering inside of him. He's about to lash out, no doubt waiting until we're home. 20 minutes later and he's pulling into the driveway of the house we're staying in while we're in Chicago. I'm not sure if it's a family home or if it's somewhere that he's rented, but it's nice. I like it. It's quaint and peaceful. Get the fuck in the house, Tegan, he snaps once he turns off the engine. I bristle at his tone. God, he's such an ass. Everything can change in the blink of an eye. This evening started out with him being attentive and affectionate, and now look at where we are. He's angry. Something he seems to be in a permanent state of. He slams the front door shut as we enter the house. His fingers clench around my wrist, and he pulls me close to him. You're pushing me, Tegan. You're so close to having that pretty throat of yours slit. Keep your shit up and you'll pay the consequences. Threats. God, he's back to this shit. My life is just one giant hamster wheel. It's constant. I feel as though I can't get off. I'm just going round and round. It's an endless loop. His cell rings, and I breathe a sigh of relief. He's leaving. He always does whenever he gets a call. Yeah, he hisses as he answers. I watch as his body goes rock solid. His jaw clenches, and his fingers whiten with the grip he has on his cell. When? I'm on my way. Hope blooms inside of me. He's leaving. I can finally have peace. I know what I have to do. I can't continue this way anymore. I just can't. I have had enough. I don't have the energy to fight the dark thoughts. I don't have the ability to regain the strength I need to continue. Elio ends the call. We're not finished, he grunts. Goodbye, Elio, I say softly. His brows knit together, but he shakes his head, turns on his heel, and stalks out of the house. For the first time in months, I feel at peace. I've made my decision, and I'm actually content. All the pain and heartache will soon be gone. I kick off my heels and pad into the kitchen. It takes me a few minutes to find what I'm searching for. The handle feels cold, the weight of it heavy in my hand, but still, the peace remains. I'm content with my decision. I enter the bathroom and place the knife onto the counter. I look into the mirror. Staring back at me is a stranger. A pale, tired, miserable stranger. I don't know the exact moment I lost myself again, but this time, it's worse than ever before. I need help, but there is none for me. No matter what happens, I'm stuck in this darkness, and there's only one way out. I'm doomed to a life of sadness, pain, and depression if I carry on. I walk back into the bedroom and take a seat on the bed. It's time. I can't pretend to be normal. I'm far fucking from it. I'm broken, so deeply shattered that there's no fixing me. I glance to my left and see a stationery set on the quaint dresser. I'm moving toward it, knowing that I need to leave Elio a reason as to why I'm doing this. To let him know that he's finally got his revenge. That he's beaten me down until there's nothing left. He's got what he wanted. The words pour from me. Everything I've wanted to say just flows onto the page. I'm not sure how long I write. It feels like hours. I don't mind. I still have time to do what I need to. Once I'm finished, I leave the note on his pillow, knowing that he'll see it when he returns home. I step into the bath and place the steel knife against my wrist. I close my eyes. There's pain at first, but the anticipation of what is to come soon overcomes it. I slice across my wrist, hearing the tear of flesh and veins as I cut through them. Blood seeps from the wound, a deep red in color, and I feel woozy as it rushes to my brain. I lie back and let the blood seep down my wrist, watching it flow into the bathtub. I pray that this is the end. Goodbye, Elio, I whisper, my words slurred. I loved him. I did. I stupidly loved him just as much as I hated him. Now he can move on from the hatred he holds in his heart. He can be set free, just as I am. 19. Elio. Watching as she laughed with that fucking asshole pissed me off. She's mine, she shouldn't be with another man. But the moment he put his hands on her, I couldn't hold back any longer. The look of tenderness in his eyes as he looked at her angered me more than anything. It was as though he knew her, and that didn't sit right with me. There's so fucking much that she doesn't talk about, the scars on her ass and the backs of her upper thighs, her past. Hell, she's not spoken about losing her friend. She just doesn't speak. The car ride home was intense. She was in a world of her own as she looked out of the window, whereas the anger I had was simmering on the edge. She doesn't say anything, not a fucking word, as we enter the house. Instead, she stares at me with those dull eyes of hers, and I realize it's been a while since I've seen them bright. You're pushing me, Tegan. You're so close to having that pretty throat of yours slit. Keep your shit up and you'll pay the consequences, I snarl, unable to stop lashing out. She willingly went with that fucking asshole and laughed while talking with him. Something she hasn't done with me. Not fucking once. She doesn't speak. She just stares at me. There's such defeat in her stance. There's no fire in her eyes or in her body. My cell rings, and I pull it out and see Dario's name on the screen. I grit my teeth. Fuck. Every time we get close, my cell rings and I'm pulled away. Yeah. There was a shootout. The fuckers tried to take Rocco out, he snarls. When? I growl. What the fuck is going on? Now they're going after Rocco? Not even 10 minutes ago. Meet us at Rock's house. They have the fucker, he snaps. Oh, it's been a while since he's been this fucking angry. Good. Maybe now we'll get shit sorted. I'm on my way, I say, and end the call. I turn back to Tegan, and see that she's still standing there, watching me without emotion. We're not finished, I promise her. We're far fucking from it. I'm going to get to the bottom of everything with her. I want to know how she knows Kelvin Acaster, and where the fuck those scars came from. Goodbye, Elio, she says softly, and the way she says it, almost as if she's actually saying goodbye. I shake my head. No, that's not happening. If she leaves, I'll find her, just like I did the last time. I'm not letting her go. No fucking way. It takes me less than 10 minutes to drive to Rocco's house. The moment I walk in, I can feel the tension. Who died? I ask the second I see Dario's face. His jaw is clenched, his eyes hard, and he looks ready to kill. Rocco and Jade were leaving the gala. Emiliano was driving them, he says through his teeth. The moment Rock and Jade entered the car, bullets started to fly. With the amount of Irish and Italians that were in attendance, they were able to subdue the gunman. Rocco is dealing with him now. But Elio, he shakes his head, and my gut tightens. Who? Someone's dead, and I want to know who. Emiliano, he tells me, running a hand through his hair. He was shot multiple times, but he didn't say a fucking word, Elio. He drove Jade and Rocco home and didn't mention it until he got them there. That's Emiliano. His job was to protect us. He was my right hand, but he was also a man who would die for the famiglia, and that's exactly what he did. Where are they? I ask in regard to my brother and his wife. He starts to pace, and I have a feeling that he's been doing it for a while. They have been going at the cunt since we got back. I have no idea where they are. I was with Emiliano. Christ. I run a hand through my hair and grit my teeth. How fucking long are we going to have to wait for answers? 30 minutes later and my cell rings. Where are you? Rocco asks. Waiting for you, I reply, my words hard. I fucking hate waiting for answers. I'm at your house. What the fuck happened? Good, he says. I'll be there shortly. Don't leave. Fuck. What the fuck is going on? That rock? Dario questions. He's on his way, I say, my gut screaming that something isn't right. I can't get my mind off Tegan. The woman has really dug her way deep inside of me. The door opens and Rocco and Jade walk in, both of their faces filled with anger. Your woman, Rock growls. She's the reason this shit is happening. What shit? Dario asks, coming to stand beside me. The poisoning at the wedding, the shooting at the apartment, and the shooting tonight. It's not you thereafter. It's Tegan. My blood runs cold at his words. No, there's no fucking way anyone is getting to her. Fuck no. The fuck? I snarl. Why? Why the fuck are they going after my wife? I can answer that, Jade says. The day we went wedding dress shopping, a car tried to run her over. I pulled her out of the way, and she didn't seem to realize it was aimed at her. Just as she had no idea the champagne poisoning was. You never fucking said, I hiss. Had she informed me about the car, I'd have known that someone was after her, which means I'd have had more men on her, protecting her. I spoke with Portia on the way back here, after that asshole told us who he was after, but failed to give up who sent him. Portia told me about the conversation Tegan overheard, Jade begins. She was in a diner when two men walked in. She doesn't know who, but she couldn't help but overhear the man plot to kill someone. Portia didn't know all the details, but she did say that Tegan didn't get a great feeling about the men, and that the looks they gave her let her know they knew she listened. I run a hand through my hair. Fuck. If they saw her face, they'll want her dead to keep their secret. But the question is, who the fuck is after her? The boy said the man who hired him had a gold ring stamped with a G on a black background. Rocco's eyes harden. If that's the case, then the men she saw were our men. Elio, there's something I have to tell you, Jade says, and her voice is low, her eyes shining with unshed tears. You were right. I did meet Tegan before the day of your engagement. I met Tegan the night we found Chloe in the Dirty Demons clubhouse. I stare at her, knowing there's a lot fucking more she's not telling me. Kelvin and Pyro went to the basement to get Chloe. It's dark and disgusting down there, she begins. When Kelvin was leaving the room, he noticed someone by the stairs. He left it, as they needed to round up the demons, but he came to me, and we both returned a while later. God, it was awful, she breathes. She was tied to the wall, completely naked, and she was wearing a collar. They hurt her so badly. I turn on my heel. I've heard enough. Fuck. I need to get home. I don't wait for Rocco to agree. I move quickly, my feet hitting hard against the floor as I run out of the house. I need to get to Tegan. I need to make sure she's okay. Fuck. I should have had men on her, should have known that something wasn't right. I climb into the driver's seat as Dario slides into the passenger one. She's going to be okay, he tries to assure me. I put my foot down on the accelerator and shake my head. No, she's not going to be okay. I can only imagine what the fuck she went through, and even then I doubt I'll be close. Christ, I'm a fucking asshole. I've treated her like shit since I met her. Things are finally starting to make sense. The way she's so withdrawn, the way she just takes everything and doesn't say anything. How she retreats into herself whenever I'm angry. Christ, I'm a fucking asshole. I drive like a madman to get to her. I have so much to say and yet so many questions. The moment I pull into the drive, I'm out of the car and running into the house. Dario stays outside, no doubt waiting for Rocco and Jade to arrive. I move through the dark house and toward the bedroom. There's a little lamp on. The bed is completely empty, except for a note on the pillow. A sickening feeling hits me as I reach for it. Elio. My entire life, I felt useless. I felt unloved, and I felt alone. Then you pushed your way into my life, demanding revenge for something I never did. Something I knew nothing about. And you made me marry you. You were my first kiss, did you know that? Since the age of 18, I've been used and abused. People have taken from me. I thought maybe with you it would be different. You gave me pleasure, but that pleasure was the only one I'd ever get. I tried so damn hard to hate you, and I do, but I also fell for you. I was a naive girl who somewhat believed that being married would take me from the hell that lived inside of me for years. But it didn't. Instead, I lived a different hell. One where I was still used and abused, just differently this time. Have you ever felt like you're all alone, and no matter what anyone says to you, you don't believe it or you just can't bring yourself to care if it is true or not? Have you ever felt as though you just need to end it all because you're so tired of fighting every single day? I have. While I lived in that clubhouse, it was all I wanted. I wished for death so many times. I fought so hard, Elio. I fought every single day to stay alive, with the hope that someday, the pain and suffering I felt would be a thing of the past. It's not. Instead, the despair I feel is worse. The darkness is stronger this time. I'm so tired of fighting, Elio. I can't do it anymore. I feel helpless, and no matter what I do or say, I'll never be enough. I'll never matter to anyone. It's something that I've realized. I'm not good enough for you. I'm not good enough for Portia. You'll both be better off without me. The darkness has gotten me in a chokehold, and I'm so damn tired of fighting to get to the surface just so I can breathe. I can't do it anymore. It's done. I want to thank you. Even though you hate me, you have given me something I never thought I'd have. You gave me pleasure and let me experience what love was. Even if it was for the shortest and briefest of moments, I felt what it's like to love someone. You also gave me a name. One that wasn't tainted by my father. I'm no longer a Mitchell. I'm a Gallo. So thank you. I hope that you'll be free, just as I am going to be. That the hurt and anger you have inside of you releases as I go. You have gotten your revenge, Elio. I'm a shell of a woman. I can't fight any longer. Just please be happy. You are worth the love. You are worthy of happiness. You may be an asshole, but I see the glimmer of a man underneath the pain and anger. Let him live, Elio. Let who you really are deep inside come out. Let him feel love and happiness. Be happy, Elio. All my love. Tegan. My heart feels as though it's going to explode out of my chest. The fucking woman has gutted me. Christ, I need to find her. I can't let her hurt herself. Fuck. I'm a fucking bastard. Reading how she feels was like a knife to my chest. My heart thuds against my ribcage as I call out her name. I push open the bathroom door in search of her, and my stomach rolls when I see Tegan lying in the bathtub, still wearing her beautiful dress. Blood stains her arms and legs. There seems to be too much of the dark red liquid. Is she alive? Her skin has a pale, almost grayish, hue. Her eyes are closed, her beautiful lips blue. The floor is scattered with red droplets from the knife on the ground. I feel as though I'm stuck in some kind of nightmare. Dario. I yell, my voice cracking. Call the fucking doctor. Now. I drop to my knees and frantically grab a towel, wrapping it tightly around Tegan's wrist to staunch the blood flow. I feel Jade's presence as she rushes into the room behind me, her breaths coming in short, sharp gasps. She's alive, Elio. She's alive, she says quietly as she presses her finger against Tegan's throat. We need to get her medical attention right away. Her pulse is faint, but it's there. Gently cradling Tegan in my arms, my heart breaks as I fully realize the destruction I've caused with my thirst for vengeance. Christ, I should have known better. The woman I love is dying in my arms because of my selfishness. Oh, Christ. I love her. I fucking love her, and look what I've done. I've ruined the one person I love most in the world. I've ruined the one person I can't live without. What am I going to do? How the hell am I going to make this right? The doctor's on his way, Dario says as he runs into the bathroom, his gaze moving from me to the lifeless body in my arms. What happened? Let's put her on the bed, Jade says as she pulls in a ragged breath, her tears falling down her cheeks. Elio, keep your hand on her wound. Hopefully, we can staunch the bleeding until the doctor gets here. I do as she says and lie her down on the bed, being as careful as I can. I'm so sorry, I whisper to Tegan, knowing that she can't hear me. I'm so sorry. I just pray that she makes it through this. My heart aches as I realize how much I've ruined in this moment, and how much I stand to lose if she doesn't survive. I can't fucking lose her. 20. Elio. She's still breathing. That's the only thing that's keeping me going. She's alive. I've come so close to losing her that I'm finding it hard to breathe. Elio, you don't need to see this, the doctor tells me. I'll take care of your wife, but this isn't something that you need to see. A hand lands heavily on my shoulder, and I look up at Rocco. Come on, let the doc work. As soon as he's finished, he'll call you. Let him help her. I rise to my feet and follow him out of the bedroom. Never have I felt such immense guilt. Even when I found out that our father was hurting Adelina, I never felt as fucking guilty as I do now. I caused this. I pushed her to the depths of her despair with no way out. I'm the reason she tried to end it all. Jade steps in my way the moment I reach the living room. She cocks her fist back and lets it fly, hitting me square in the center of my chest, right below my neck. The punch shakes my entire body. She doesn't stop there. She pulls back and lets her fist fly once again, this time nailing me in the nose with a right hook. What the fuck? I snarl. Exactly, she says, her eyes wild and teary. Exactly, she repeats again, as she waves the letter from Tegan in the air. How about you tell me what you did to that girl, Elio? Rocco steps forward, no doubt trying to calm her down. Jade, this is... Jade holds up her hand to cut him off. Don't, she tells him. Don't find a way to twist this into something it's not. Don't tell me this isn't my business, and don't defend him. Her voice shakes as she continues. You've seen how fragile that girl is, Rock. You've seen what's happened. What I want to know is what he did to push her over the edge. You know the reason I married her, Jade, I say as I move toward the kitchen. I need a fucking drink. Let me get this straight, she snarls. That woman, who has been raped and abused by the man who were meant to be family, has to pay for what her father did to you? Blood rushes to my ears. Raped? I whisper. What the fuck? Jade's lip curls in disgust. She was raped and beaten, Elio. Calvin and I found her. We wanted to help her, but she ran. I don't know where she ended up, but then you found her. She hates me because she thinks I set this entire fucking thing up. Tell me, Jade screams, when did it become okay for you to abuse your wife? Dario shakes his head and steps out of the room. Mia cara, Rocco says softly. Jade's had enough. I had respect for you, Elio. After what went down with Ade, I had respect for you because you stepped up and became a man I could admire. She shakes her head. Now, you disgust me. You broke a woman for revenge. I sure hope it was fucking worth it. She whirls on her husband. The fact that you let this happen makes it even worse. You knew what happened to me, Rock. You've seen me break, and you thought it was okay to let it happen to someone else? We didn't know what happened to Tegan, Rocco says as he reaches for his wife. You think if we did, we'd let this happen? She steps out of his arms. I can't stand to look at either of you right now. He's been married to her for 2 months now. How the fuck did he not know what's happened? Tell me, Rocco, how did he not know what happened to her? I rub a hand down my face. I never pushed her to tell me. I wanted to punish her for her father's actions. I kept her at arm's length so that I didn't have to deal with the fact I was falling for her. Instead, I pushed her to a place I never wanted her to be in. I fucked up, I say hoarsely. My voice is thick with emotion. Jade nods. You did, and I don't think there's a way back from this. I won't believe that. I'll do whatever it takes to ensure that she gets whatever help she needs, and I'll be right by her side. I'm not letting her go through this alone. I'm going to show her that I'm not the man who mistreated her. Not anymore. I'm staying here, she tells me. I don't trust you around her. She's too vulnerable right now. I'm not arguing about this. I'm staying. So am I, Dario says as he re-enters the room. I read the letter, he tells me. So did Jade. She feels alone. She feels as though she doesn't have anyone. She shouldn't feel that way. She's your wife, Elio. He shakes his head. I think you should call Portia. I agree, Jade says. Portia is her best friend. She'll want to be here. Not tonight, I say, feeling the weight of what's happened deeply. Never have I felt so fucking low, so ashamed of my actions, as I do now. I'm not a man who admits to his mistakes. I don't feel remorse for the things I do. I've hurt people in the most severe ways, and none of them have affected me. Until Tegan. Jade is right. Tegan's my wife, she should have never felt this way. Elio, the dog calls. I walk quickly toward the bedroom. Seeing her so still and small, lying on the bed, has my heart clenching. You managed to catch her just in time. Had she been left for much longer, she wouldn't be here. I have stitched her up, and she's got antibiotics and fluids, just as a precaution. She's also underweight. The main thing right now is to get her the help she needs. I have a few contacts I could reach out to. I nod. Do it. Whatever you think is best. He gives me a small smile and a nod. You found her in time. Take solace in that. With the right help, and over time, she may overcome this. I just hope he's right. I'll be back tomorrow to check on her. Let her sleep. She needs the rest. It'll help her body recover from the trauma. Thanks, Doc, I reply as I move toward the bed. I hate that she's so lifeless. So damn still. Her skin is still grayish and her lips blue. I reach for the blankets and pull them up around her body tighter, letting the warmth surround her. I kick off my shoes and take off my jacket. I'm not leaving her alone. I climb onto the bed beside her and wrap my arms around her gently, my fingers at her neck. The feel of her pulse against my fingertips is a soothing feeling, and I release a harsh breath. She's alive. I don't think I'll ever stop looking for a pulse, not anytime soon at least. I'm so sorry, la mia bellissima mogli, I whisper against her ear, ti hodels. Me despias. Non succedera my pew, I promise her. I failed you. I'm so sorry. It'll never happen again. Nothing. No movement, no sound, nothing. Ti voglio bene, Tegan, I tell her. The words flow easily. They're words I should have said before. Is she still not awake? Dario asks the next morning. I shake my head. Right now, Jade's sitting with her. Neither of us want her to wake up alone. I'm not sure what her reaction will be when she does wake. I just hope that she does indeed come out of her deep sleep. What are you going to do? He asks. There's still anger in his voice. Anger that I fully deserve to have. The doc is getting in contact with people who can help her. She needs to work through her trauma and get to a place where she's no longer struggling under the darkness. The words in the letter have been replaying over and over in my mind. I'll never forget them. Not ever. What if that means she doesn't want to be with you? I clench my jaw. I have thought about that. I can't lose her. That's just not a possibility. But if it comes down to her dying or her not being with me, I take the latter. I won't let anything happen to her. If it means being apart, then so be it. I'll just work hard to prove that I'm not going to hurt her again. I'm sorry, he says as he hands me a cup of coffee. I told you to set this up. I gave you the idea to force her to marry you. He shakes his head. When did we become like our father? Christ. That's something I never wanted to be, but he's right, that's exactly what our father would have done. You didn't force me to treat her like shit, Dario. It's my fault, my actions. I should have known better. Both Ade and Jade have felt the depths of the trauma they endured, and not once did I think about what could have happened to Tegan. Had I taken the chance to speak to her, to find out about the scars, maybe things would have been different. That's the realest thing I've ever heard you say, Jade says from behind me. I spin around to look at her. Thought you were with Tegan? She glares at me. She's still angry, and I don't blame her. She's pissed at all three of us. You're taking account of your actions and not trying to brush them aside. Your brother could take a few lessons from you. I came out here to speak with you. I know that you want the doctor to check her out before you call Portia, but I think it would be best if she were here. She crosses her arms over her chest. She's about to argue with me if I don't agree. When Tegan wakes up, she's going to be hurting, and as much as I know you want to help, seeing you or me could set her off. Portia is someone she trusts. Seeing her would be better. I grit my teeth. Call her, I say as I walk past her and into the bedroom. I want to stay with her. Yes, having Portia here will help, but it doesn't mean I won't be with her too. My priority is to ensure she's safe, and I'll do whatever it takes to get her the help she needs. I don't care how much it costs or how long it takes. Tegan deserves to be put first for once. She deserves to feel loved and wanted. I take the seat Jade vacated and reach for her hand. Thankfully, her skin no longer has that grayish hue to it, and her lips have returned to their normal color. She's warm, and that's a fucking huge relief. I press my fingers against her neck and listen to the strong thumping of her heartbeat. I press my lips against her hand. Ti prego perdonami, amore mio. Ti amo. Torna de me, I whisper, hoping she can hear me. Please forgive me, my love. I love you. Come back to me. Yet again. Silence. She doesn't stir. She doesn't move. She's so still. Why the fuck isn't she waking up? 21. Tegan. Itchy to slip further into the comforting warmth, but as I do, fiery pain tears through my arm. A hoarse, ragged cry escapes my lips. Mia Amada? I hear the softness of Elio's voice sound from beside me. I turn to see his eyes brimming with such intensity, like a raging storm. My hand throbs, and I catch sight of the white bandage, dredging up memories of what happened. I'm alive. Why? How? I try to turn my head away. Shame and guilt hit me hard. I couldn't fight it any longer. I didn't have the strength. Elio reaches for my face and gently pulls me back to look at him, his thumb strumming over my cheek with so much softness and tenderness that my heart clenches. What's going on? I'm so sorry, he whispers, his eyes bright with unshed tears. It was my fault. I almost lost you, he shakes his head. I need you, he breathes, swallowing hard as he shakes his head. I don't know what to say. He hurt me deeply, but it wasn't just him. My past has a lot to do with the way I feel. I'm trapped in a vicious cycle, and I don't know how to get out of it. I'm unsure how I'm supposed to continue. How do I go on when there's so much pain and heartache inside of me? Tegan, he says, and I'm shocked by the worry in his voice. I almost lost you, he whispers again, his fingers trembling on my cheek. That can't happen again. Coldness seeps into my veins once again. You don't want to lose your plaything, I say, my words just as numb as my body. He shakes his head. No, he says, and there's a bite to his tone. You're not my plaything. You never have been. You're my wife. The woman I should have cherished. Instead, I pushed you away and kept you at arm's length because I was scared you'd betray me. He leans over me, and I flinch when I see the intensity in his eyes and the anger swirling in them. I'm not going to lose you, he whispers, his eyes burning with possessiveness. You're mine. You always have been. I stare into his eyes, and my breath catches in my throat. I'm tired, I whisper. I can't fight anymore. His thumb swipes along my lips. You're not fighting alone, he promises me. I'm right here, Mia Amida, and I'm not going anywhere. My chest heaves and I can feel a pressure building inside of it, threatening to break free. Tears stream down my face, but I resist the urge to give in to the anguish that overtakes me. I grip the bed sheets, willing the emotion to stay tightly locked away as I struggle to keep my composure. I'm right here, Mia Amida. You're safe. His words are my breaking point. I can't hold it in any longer. I hate you, I say, my voice breaking as the sobs I tried so hard to stop force their way out of me. As much as I hate him, I can't stop loving him. I hate you, I cry. I feel the bed dip beside me. His arms wrap around me, and he pulls me into his chest, rocking me as I unleash all my pain through the tears. I sob for everything I've felt over the years, but buried deep inside of me, scared to let it all out. The loss of a family who never wanted me. The pain and heartache I've felt over the years, and so much guilt that eats away at me every day for the loss of Nell. I sob for the pain of trying to move on and find my way, only to be knocked back down. The pain of knowing that all my hopes and dreams as a child never came true, that nothing I did was ever good enough. I weep for the loss of my innocence and freedom, things I'll never be able to get back. Everything pours out of me, releasing into Elio's arms. You're safe, he whispers softly, his hand running over my hair, soothing me as I weep in his arms. He holds me tight and whispers words of comfort to me as I cry. His voice is tinged with so much pain and regret, the emotion in it wraps around me. I try to push him away, but he doesn't budge. He holds me tight, offering me support as he cradles me in his arms. He promises me that he'll never hurt me again. I don't believe him. There have only ever been 2 people who have ever truly cared for me, and he's not one of them. I'm terrified of letting him in because if I do, I'll be shattered into a million pieces. I don't want him to break me again. I don't want to lose myself anymore. But I don't want to be broken anymore. I'm so tired of fighting. I just don't have it in me. I don't have the strength needed. I gasp for breath, my chest heaving as I try and suck in some much-needed oxygen. Elio continues to rock me, not once letting me go. His actions are confusing me. Why is he being so sweet and caring? I don't know how to react to this side of him. It's not what I've come to expect from him. I meant what I said. I hate him. He gave me glimpses of hope, something for me to cling on to. But he just kept whipping them away, taking pleasure in showing me nothing but the anger and hatred he holds inside. Mia Amida, Elio says as he presses a kiss against my head once the tears have dried up. I'm still in his arms, and he's not letting me go. Can you look at me? I raise my head and look into his dark brown eyes. They still hold so much worry. Yes. I say, my voice hoarse and trembling. I need you to know that I'm so fucking sorry for everything I have said and done to you. I'm a fucking bastard for how I treated you. I nod. His words mean nothing to me. Sure, he's apologizing, but an apology only holds so much weight. Actions speak louder than words. Jade knew nothing of what I had planned. In fact, she's beyond pissed that I married you. She's not happy with me or my brothers. I blink. Why are you telling me this? His hand smooths down my hair. You need people around you who you can trust. Jade told me that she wanted to help you, that she wanted to keep you safe, and she still does. I think if she had the chance, she'd kill me for what's happened. She truly does want the best for you. I don't say anything. I'm not someone who trusts easily. I've been burned way too many times. I can't and won't bring myself to lower the walls I have kept firmly in place. The last time I did, I let Elio in, and that didn't work out for me too well. Portia, Jade, and I are going to be with you. There's so much more he hasn't said. His unsaid words are hanging in the air like a ticking time bomb. Until I'm not a danger to myself. That's what you wanted to say, right? No, he says vehemently. That's not it at all. I may not know everything that happened to you, but I'm in fucking awe of how you managed to survive what those animals did to you. I recoil from him. What? I breathe. How does he know what happened? Jade and Kelvin found you in the demon's clubhouse, he says, his voice soft and filled with anguish. Had I known. I'm not someone for you to pity, Elio, I snap. I may be a lot of things, but I will never be someone's charity case. You did what you had to. I hate you for it, but damn, I knew where I stood. It was my fault I got things confused. Don't lie here and feed me placations, Elio. They don't work. My anger at Jade rises. She told him and God knows who else something I hadn't wanted anyone to find out. She should have never divulged something that wasn't hers to tell. Mia Amida, he says, his lips against my head again. Stop, I plead, tears forming in my eyes once again. Please, I can't do this. Having him care for me is something I can't deal with. It's too much. It's way too much. I can't breathe. I feel as though I'm suffocating. I hate it. I'm so confused. He releases me instantly. What's wrong? I can't do this. You're confusing me. I don't want you to be affectionate and act as though you care. I can't and won't let you break through my walls and get me to fall even more for you, only to hurt me again. That's not going to happen. I'd rather die than hurt you again, Tegan. I shake my head. I don't know how to believe that, I whisper, hating that I'm so jaded, but I know it's for a good reason. That's okay, Mia Amida. I have the rest of our lives to prove it to you. I pull in a ragged breath. His words are everything I would have loved to hear before, but now, they make me sad. It's took me to reach rock bottom for him to say them, and I can't and won't believe them. I don't know if I want to be with him anymore. Do I even have a choice? Mia Amida, he says thickly. I would like you to do something. The doctor came to help you last night, and he's been finding someone for you to speak with. I'd like it if you'd give them a chance, just have a talk with them and see if they can help you. My lung sees as my blood runs cold. No, I breathe. Please, no, the thought of having to pour my darkest secrets out to someone has me in a chokehold, the fear gnawing at my psyche like no other. I don't think anyone will be able to help me. Years, I've lived with this darkness swirling around me like a veil for years. There's no helping me. Please, T. I know you're suffering. I wasn't here to help you last night. But I can see how much pain you were in. I'm begging you, please, have just one conversation with them, Portia pleads as she comes to sit down beside me. I hadn't heard her come in. No, I whisper, shaking my head. Tegan, please, she implores, tears in her eyes. Stop it. I scream, my words hoarse, the sound ripping from my throat. Look at me, she says as she reaches for my hand. I've lost one sister. I don't want to lose another. Her voice cracks, tears falling down her face. Please, just one conversation. A knot forms in my throat, and I try to swallow it down. I don't think, I stutter, finally catching my breath. I don't think anyone can help, I whisper. But I will try. I'll try anything. I don't want to feel this darkness anymore. Her hand tightens on mine, and Elio's hand rests on my stomach. Mia Amida, you're not alone anymore, he tells me. Portia nods. I agree with the asshole. You're not alone, and when you talk to the woman, we'll be right outside, ready for whenever you need us. I nod. Okay, you can set it up. Elio presses a kiss against my head. This time, I don't recoil. I let him kiss me. I close my eyes and savor the kindness. I'm proud of you, Mia Amida, he whispers. I suck in a breath. No one has ever said that to me before. So fucking proud. We're going to help you through the darkness. We'll take it one step at a time. I swallow past the lump in my throat. God. Could there really be a life without the darkness nipping at my heels all the time? Could I live without these thoughts? 22. Tegan. Hi Tegan, the woman with bright red hair says as she takes a seat opposite me. I grip Portia's hand tighter, not wanting to let go of the support I have. My breathing is ragged, and I'm struggling to think, let alone talk. Just give her a second, Portia says softly, squeezing my hand back, letting me know that she's here. Hi, I reply after what seems like an eternity. The woman smiles at me. It's soft and filled with warmth. I'm Lena. Right now, we're just going to talk, that's it. When you're comfortable, we can then move on to something a little deeper. But only when you're comfortable. I glance over at Elio. He's not been far from my side since I woke up. I hate that I keep searching him out whenever I can't see him. His strength is something that I'm leaning on, and I know it's stupid. It's just going to get me hurt, but right now, it's what I need. He winks at me as he hands me a cup. I frown when I realize it's not coffee. Mia Amida, this will help calm you. Coffee will make you anxious, he says thickly. It's chamomile. I stare at him in shock. I didn't think he'd even know what chamomile was, let alone have any in the house. He's right, Lena says, her eyes crinkling as she watches our interaction. Chamomile is known for its calming properties. It's a taste that not everyone enjoys. I take a sip and glare at Elio as I wince in disgust. He smiles. You'll get used to it. I shake my head and take another sip. He's right, the second sip isn't as bad as the first, but it's not as nice as coffee. Would you like a cup? I ask Lena. She laughs. No, thank you, Tegan, although your husband did offer me one when I arrived. Her laughter dies as my eyes widen. Why does that shock you? I shrug. I guess I don't know him well enough, I say, the words cutting me deeply. We've been married for a few months, and I don't know him at all. My husband and I have been married for 6 years, and we're still finding out new things about each other. It takes some time to fully know someone. Does it hurt you that you don't know him well? I bring the cup to my lips again. I can feel the heat of Elio's gaze on me. I nod, unable to say the words out loud. Do you think it hurts him? No, I say, my voice clear. I think he'd prefer it this way. Tegan, Lena says softly, would you prefer we be alone to speak? I nod once again. I don't want to hurt Portia or Elio's feelings, but I know that I can't talk freely with them here. I keep my gaze firmly on Lena as Portia rises to her feet. She gives my arm a squeeze in reassurance before leaving the room. Elio, however, walks over to me and crouches in front of me. Mia Amata, he begins. Don't be afraid, okay? She's here to help you. No matter what, I'm just in the other room. Okay? I nod, glad that he's not upset with having to leave. I'm proud of you. I can't imagine how hard this is for you, but I'm so damn proud of you, Mia Amata. His lips press against my forehead. They're warm and wet from his coffee. I close my eyes and lean into him. Ti amo, Mia Amata. Thank you, I whisper. I have so much to thank him for today. He's been someone who has held me as I've cried, who has encouraged me to become better, and has put me above everything else. His lips press against my head again. I have a feeling that he's going to keep doing this until I can't live without them. What's your favorite color? Lena asks once we're alone. Black, I reply instantly. I also like pink. Lena smiles. Black represents strong will and determination. Pink represents a loving, kind, and sensitive person who has a nurturing side. I'm not that person, I say with a shrug. From what I've seen so far, you are. You didn't speak whenever there was a question that could potentially hurt someone you care about, so you nodded instead. I would say that was a kind, sensitive, and loving person, wouldn't you? Maybe, but I don't have a strong will or determination. Not anymore. I'm tired of fighting. She nods in understanding. That's okay, Tegan. When days are tough, we lean on those we trust and can count on. Do you have anyone you can lean on? I place the cup onto the table and trace the white bandage on my wrist. The doctor came this morning to check on the wound. He said it's healing and that it'll take some time until it's fully recovered. I didn't hit deep enough to do any nerve damage. Tegan, why does that question make you feel uncomfortable? I lick my lips. Until this morning, I believed that I was alone. I felt that no one would care if I was alive. She leans forward in her seat. What changed this morning? She's so inquisitive. Elio held me as I cried, and Portia was scared she'll lose me. She's silent. I can see the questions swirling in her eyes. Growing up, what were your parents like? I recoil at the question. My mom died before I was 3. I went to live with my dad then. I'm sorry for your loss. What was she like? I shrug. I don't know. I can't remember her. I've heard stories about her. She was sweet and kind, and she was always helping people out who needed it. She loved my father, but he didn't return the feelings. She nods. Do you feel as though that's happening with you and your husband? That he's not returning your feelings? It's like ping pong. Going from one question to the next. There's no time to breathe. Yes. Elio was the first man to show me pleasure, but he's not exactly the easiest man to get along with. Tegan, whatever is said stays between us. I'm your doctor. I'm here to help you. I just want to help. I'm not here to judge. I inhale deeply and release it slowly. Elio and I, we're not like a normal couple. He didn't marry me for love. He did so for revenge. She waits for me to continue to speak. My father did something despicable to him, and I understand that he needed to make him pay for what happened. But my father died, and Elio needed an outlet for his anger and pain. So he came to you. Yes. But things weren't always so dark. I made friends, and I was free. Something I enjoyed being. I was able to see the light in my world. So what changed? You saw the light, so what brought on the dark? I swallow, unsure if I should say this or not. Nell died. Who's Nell? Was she your friend? I nod. She wanted to save me, and I failed her. She was finally happy, and now she's dead. Why do you believe it was your fault? I glance away from her. The pain of that day hurts deep. Someone broke into our apartment. He shot me, and Nell raced over to help me, but he shot her too. I survived, and she didn't. It was my fault for not getting up in time and pushing her away. Had you pushed her away, do you think the gunman would have let you both go? She asks softly, and her voice has a tinge of sadness to it. He would have probably killed you and Nell. I stare at the wall and will the tears not to fall. Okay, let's try something else, she says, and I turn to look at her. She sits up taller and presses her hands together. When I say happiness, what do you think of? I blush. The images of Elio's head between my thighs and the orgasm washing through me hit me. But then images of Portia, Nell, and I watching the sun come up fills my mind. Watching the sun come up, I tell her as I bring my feet up onto the couch and bring my knees to my chest. I rest my head against them. I love the feeling of seeing the sun rise and watching as it spreads across the city. I must try that one day. It sounds like it would be an amazing thing to watch. It's breathtaking. She grins. What comes to your mind when I say pain? Nausea rises in my stomach at the memories of what Crunk did to me. The rapes that happened, the beatings I took from the men in the clubhouse. Talk to me, Tegan, Lena says softly. I shake my head. Please, I whisper. I can't do this. That's okay. We can talk about something else. Would you prefer that? I nod, unable to speak right now. Memories hit me in thick waves of pain and anger. They hit me hard, and I can't stop them. I'm too wrapped up in the emotions of the moment. I feel like I'm going crazy. Suddenly, tears are streaming down my face, and I begin to shake uncontrollably. Every touch, every smell, every memory, all of it feels so heavy. It mixes together into this huge storm of pain. I feel like I'm going to drown in it. My entire body trembles as I curl up tighter. I hear Elio's voice, but it sounds like he's underwater. Mia Amida, he whispers thickly. It's me. You're safe here. Listen to my voice. My heart barrels into my chest. I take a deep breath and force myself to focus on the sound of his voice, like trying to hit a tiny target in the middle of a raging storm. I can feel myself straining toward Elio and his voice, pulling myself out of the haunting memories. His voice is like a beacon, calling me back to the here and now. That's it, Bellissima, just listen to my voice. You're okay. You're safe. I fall into him, my body shaking against his. He holds me tight, just as he did earlier, letting me know that he has me, and for once, I let someone catch me when I need them. It's okay, baby, he whispers as he starts to rock me once again, whispering to me over and over. Tegan, Lena says once I've stopped crying, but I've got Elio's hand gripped like a vice in my own. I can't let him go right now. You did fantastic today. It's going to take some time until you're comfortable enough to open up fully. Would you be okay if I come back tomorrow? Yes, I say, my voice a little hoarse, but the word is clear. She smiles as she gets to her feet. That's great. I'll see you tomorrow, then? You'll probably be emotionally worn out, so you should rest. You've had an exhausting few days, and the rest will help. She will, Elio says. I would roll my eyes if I weren't so darn tired. I'm worried about your mental psyche, Tegan. You're emotionally drained, and there's not much more pain and suffering you'll be able to take. I'm okay, I tell her. I have Portia and Elio here. She looks at me, and I can see the hesitation in her eyes. I'll leave my card. Call me anytime. Whenever you feel it's too much, or you can't cope. Call me. Even if it's to speak about the sunrise. I smile. I really need to start watching them again. They bring me so much peace. I promise. She will. We'll make sure of it, Portia says as she stands beside me. We'll be keeping a close eye on her. Lena glances between Elio and I, and then to Portia. It's good that she has you both, but be careful not to smother her. You want the best for her, but sometimes we can push when we don't mean to. Let Tegan guide you. She reaches for my hand to shake. Thank you for talking with me. I'll be back tomorrow at 10. And go get some sleep. Thank you, I say, grateful that she came to speak to me. I'll see myself out, Lena tells us. Don't forget to eat and drink. It'll help your body gain some strength back. Once Lena has gone, Portia and Elio talk about what they want to eat. I shake my head. They seem to be being civil to one another, which is great. I don't have to worry about Portia saying something that'll get her killed. I get the pressing urge to pee and move toward the bathroom, my mind on what was said in today's session. I'm wondering if I'm actually strong enough to talk about my past, or will it just be something that eats away at me? I know it may help if I talk about it, but the thought of telling someone the horrors I suffered makes me feel sick. I come to a halt when I enter the bathroom in our bedroom. I wasn't even thinking about where I was going. Blood coats the bath, and there's blood drops on the floor. Arms close around me. I'll clean it up, Elio's deep voice says. I should have done it before now. You shouldn't have to see it. I turn in his arms and look up at him. The despair shining in his dark brown eyes has my heart clenching. I'm sorry you had to find me, I whisper, shame hitting me hard. He frames my face with his hands. Don't, he says sharply. Don't think like that, Mia Amida. You have no idea how fucking relieved I am that I found you in time. He pulls me into his arms. You'll never know how much I fucking love you, Mia Amida. His words make my heart skip a beat, but I can't help but feel as though it's a little convenient that he's now in love with me when his toy almost slipped through his fingers. I know you don't believe me, and that's okay. I'll work at proving to you just how fucking much you mean to me. Seeing is believing. There's so much pain in my heart and soul that I'm not sure if I can ever truly move past everything that's happened. Come, he says as he leads me out of the bathroom. Use the main one. If he had loved me before everything happened, I would have been the happiest woman in the world, but it doesn't seem real right now. I don't even love myself, so how can anyone love me? 23. Elio. I feel Tegan move in the bed and wake instantly. She's been restless this evening. It's been almost a week since I found her in the bathtub, and I can't stop the images of her lifeless body forming in my mind. Whenever she's asleep, I listen to her breathing. I watch her chest rising and falling. I need to know she's alive and that she's here. Mia Amida, I say gently. What's wrong? She turns to face me. She's as far away from me as she can be in the bed without falling out, and I fucking hate it, but I understand that she needs to put distance between us. My mind won't shut off, she says. My memories are flooding my brain and I can't shut it off. Shit. Speaking with Lana brings up all the traumatizing events that have happened to her. Tell me about your mom, I say, hoping to pull her thoughts from the shit that she went through. I don't remember her, she tells me. I wasn't even 3 when she died and I had to go live with my father. As the years passed, I forgot everything about her. The sadness in her voice tugs at my heart. There were no pictures of her. There was nothing but the teddy bear. Fuck. The damn bear is at our house in Indianapolis. We're still in Chicago. Right now, we're focusing on getting her better. I know it's going to be a tough road ahead, and that there's no magic cure, but with the doctor she's speaking with, we're hopeful that she can pull through the darkness. I used to wish she wasn't really dead, that she was just hurt somewhere and that when she was better, she'd save me, but it was just a dream, something I had hoped. I learned that no one but myself can save me. I'm sorry, I say. It's something I don't make a habit of saying to anyone, but with Tegan, I need her to know just how truly fucking sorry I am. I pushed you away, not realizing just how much that hurt. Had I known what I was doing to you, I wouldn't have done it. She turns onto her back. Even in the darkness, I can feel the weight of her confusion. She's unsure of my motives. She doesn't know why I'm being nice to her, and that fucking guts me. She shouldn't be wondering that. It should be a given that I'd be pleasant, caring, and attentive to my wife. The first time I remember my dad hitting me, I was 5. I had spilled water onto the table and interrupted his morning blowjob from one of the women from the club. I didn't know what she was doing, but I knew it made me uncomfortable, but I wasn't allowed to leave until I had finished my breakfast. She pauses for a moment, and I let her be, giving her the time to tell me. He backhanded me and split my lip open. I can't remember if he did it before that, but that's the first one I remember. My gut rolls with acid. Christ. Bear Mitchell is a fucking bastard. Who the fuck does that to their daughter? I'm glad he's dead, Mia Amida, I say gruffly, a heaviness on my chest. So am I, she confesses. That makes me a bad person, doesn't it? I shouldn't want anyone dead, especially my own father, but I do. I'm so damn glad he's dead, and I hope that he suffered terribly. I reach out for her. The moment my hand touches hers, she clasps it and holds tight. No, baby, it doesn't. It makes you human. I also realized that with the Gallaghers killing those fucking bastards, it stopped the abuse she was suffering. It stopped the pain she had to endure. If anyone needed revenge, it was Tegan. I miss the sunrise, she says quietly, but I hear her. I haven't seen it in a while. It's one of the most beautiful sights in the world. I release her hand and climb out of bed. Let's go, I say, as I reach for my sweatpants. I know the perfect place. I overheard her speaking to Portia yesterday. Tegan told her how much she missed being able to watch the sunrise over the city. I didn't have to think twice about what I wanted to do. I made a few calls, and within the hour, I had rented out an apartment in one of the tallest complexes in Chicago. Where are we going? She asks, her voice wispy and soft. I hit the light on and see her sitting up in bed, her eyes wide as she watches me. It's a surprise, but you're going to love it. What should I wear? She questions as she traces the bandage at her wrist. something I notice she does when she's uncomfortable. I move to the wardrobe and pull out one of my tees, along with a pair of pants for her. Here, Mia Amata, wear these. You will be comfortable. We'll leave whenever you're ready. Would you like coffee? Her eyes brighten at my words and a soft smile plays on her lips. Yes, please. I wink at her. Get dressed and we'll go. I see the excitement brimming in her eyes. If I can give her a tiny bit of happiness today, then I know it's going to be one of her better days. It's still dark, just after 6 in the morning. I'm driving through the city to get to the complex. Tegan's practically bouncing in her seat. She's wearing a small smile, and her eyes are wide as she takes everything in. What's this? She asks as I pull into the apartment complex. Come Mia Amata, we don't have long, I say as I climb out of the vehicle. She's right behind me, wearing some cute flowery flip-flops with her yoga pants and my tee. She's so beautiful. I can't believe I almost lost her. She takes my hand as we walk into the building. Are you hungry? I ask. She shakes her head, glancing away from me. I'm not hungry, she says. Mia Amata, you need to eat. You barely ate last night, and the doctor said you're underweight. We step into the elevator, and she looks up at me. Sticky buns, she whispers. It's the one thing I know I like. I pull out my cell and send a message to Lorenzo, telling him to bring us sticky buns. I don't give a fuck where he gets them from, just as long as he gets them. I pull her to me, wanting to hold her. What do you mean, baby? She presses her head against my chest. I wasn't allowed to eat anything other than bread, she says in barely a whisper. When I lived in the streets, the food was bland, but I just ate the bread because when I ate the other food, it made me sick. Christ. There's so fucking much I don't know about her, so much I have missed because I was so blinded by revenge. We'll try smaller portions. You need to adjust to rich foods. Once you are, we can try out different types to see what you like. She looks up at me, her eyes wide and her lips parted. Okay. The elevator door slides open, and I take her hand once again and lead her to the apartment. How many homes do you have? She asks. I chuckle, loving that she's asking questions. I can see she's getting more comfortable around me. It's going to take time until we can get to where I want us to be, but I have no one to blame but myself. I was a fucking asshole and hurt her. This is a rental. Balogh 3, I tell her. The one in Indianapolis, the apartment there, and we also have an apartment in New York. Her eyes widen as she gasps. You do? We do, I correct her. Can we go? She asks, once again brimming with excitement. Soon, I promise her. Thank you, she says as she jumps up and down on the spot. I open the apartment door, and she walks in ahead of me. Her eyes widen, looking at the view of the city below and the lights shining like Christmas. She turns around, eyes aflame, and her smile is worth everything. Christ, I fucking love her. The view is beautiful, she says, looking at me. It sure is, I say thickly as I stare at her. Heat rises in her cheeks, and she glances away. It's too soon for any intimacy, but I do need her to know just how beautiful she is. I reach for the blanket that's thrown over the couch and lead her to the balcony. Outside, there's a love seat and a heater. I hit the heater on and take a seat. She gingerly walks over to me and curls up beside me, kicking off her flip-flops. I think this could be the best sunrise yet, she whispers as I pull the blanket over us. Thank you for bringing me here. We can come anytime you want, I tell her. If this is what makes her happy and feel at peace, we'll do it every morning. She's quiet. I glance down at her and see she's deep in thought. I let her be, not wanting to disturb her. I'm more than content in holding her and just being. There's so much shit going down right now. Between losing Emiliano and not knowing which of the men are after my wife, it's a fucking crazy time to be hiding out. But I have to. In a time when I should be showing a united front with my brothers and leading the men in Indiana, I can't, and as much as it fucking sucks, I have to be here. Nothing is more important than Tegan right now. The door opens, and I glance over my shoulder to see Lorenzo walking in. He's got a slight gait to his walk from being shot, but he's doing good. He's taken over as my right hand since Emiliano, and has taken on everything I can't. Boss, he says as he steps out onto the balcony. Tegan tenses beside me, her body pressing closer to me. Is there anything else you need? He asks as he hands me a box from the bakery. Meet with Dario, and he'll let you know what I need from you. He nods, understanding that I can't say anything in front of Tegan. Tonight, there's a meeting and I have to be in attendance. Jade and Portia will be with Tegan. I hand the box of sticky buns to my wife, who grins up at me. She sits up and opens the box. I chuckle when I hear the little moan she releases as she eats one. I'm fucking kicking myself. Being with her is easy. It's so fucking natural. I've spent too long pushing her away and fighting every instinct I was feeling. The silence that's between us isn't awkward. It's peaceful, and the content smile on Tegan's face tells me she's feeling the same. Once she's finished, she settles back into me and turns out to watch the sunrise. Have you ever stopped to watch the sunrise? She asks. No, I rarely have time to sleep, let alone take in the damn sunrise. I'm glad you're doing this. It's good to just take a breather and feel the peaceful times. Seeing beauty is sometimes the only thing we can do. The sun starts to rise, and the red light shines across the city, beaming like a beacon. I can understand why she finds it soothing. I glance down at her and see that she's transfixed by it all. Once daylight hits, we stay seated for a while. I don't want to pull her away from her favorite thing, but she has an appointment with the doctor, and no doubt Portia will be blowing up my cell whenever she wakes and realizes Tegan's gone. Mia Amata, I say, but she doesn't stir. Glancing down, I see she's asleep. I leave her be, knowing she didn't get much sleep last night as she had nightmares. I reach for my cell and send a message to Jade, letting her know where we are and that we'll be back to the house later. Jade, who knew you were so sweet? I roll my eyes and ignore the message. I'm not going to respond to that shit. I'm not sweet. I'm doing what I need to do to help my wife. Tegan is my priority. I know that the famiglia should be, but it's not. I think it's why I rebelled against getting close to her for so long. I knew she meant something to me. I was just too chicken shit to admit it. Now I'm doing whatever it takes to put her first and let her know she's not alone. 24. Elio. You good? Rocco asks as I drive toward the meeting place. It's a meeting for all our closest men. I nod tersely. I hate that I'm going to be away from Tegan for so long. As the miles pass us by, the knot that's in my stomach tightens. She's strong, he says. She's been through hell and made it out of the other side. Your wife is fucking strong, Elio. The sooner you realize that, the better you'll be. I know that, I say through clenched teeth. He has no fucking idea just how strong she is. I admire how she's fought, how she's clawing her way back from the depths of despair. Do you think she's okay to be at home? Dario questions. I mean, with what happened, should she be left alone? Dario, Rocco hisses. What? He says, acting as though he's just said something that's normal. I mean, she's a danger to herself, right? No, I snarl. She's not. Fucking hell, Dario. What the hell is the matter with you? He holds up his hands. Tell me you're not worried, Elio? That you're not scared you're going to walk into the house and find her dead? I don't answer him. He's a fucking asshole for even saying that. I want to smash my fist into his face for even suggesting it. Wouldn't she be better in a hospital? He asks. She'd get the best care there, wouldn't she? I take a steadying breath so I don't reach for my gun in my holster and use it on him. Aude wouldn't forgive me for killing him. He's lucky he's sitting in the back seat. If he weren't, he'd already have a broken nose. If you want to live, Dario, Rocco growls, I'd shut the fuck up. Tegan is getting the best care she can. Being with Portia, Jade, and Elio while talking with Dr. Lena is what works for her. We can all see it's helping her. So keep your fucking opinions to yourself. Silence descends between us all, and I'm glad that Dario's shut the hell up. I won't listen to the bullshit any longer. I won't have anyone disrespect Tegan or comment on her mental health. Arriving at the restaurant, Lorenzo, Mattia, and Diego are waiting for us. Boss, Lorenzo begins, the place has been swept and is clear. Everyone is in attendance who should be here. I've had questions from Pietro and Stefano. They've heard about the meet and have questioned why they're not here. I placated them, telling them that it's the top-level soldiers, but if they find out that Mattia and Diego, along with other made men are here, there's no doubt they'll have something more to say. Leave Pietro and Stefano to me, I say with an edge to my tone. If they have shit to say, I won't be placating them. They could be the fuckers who have been trying to kill my wife. No, none of those cunts will be placated. Hell, if I had my way, all 5 of them would be taken out. None of them offer anything to the famiglia. They're only here because they were friends of my father's, and even then they weren't assets to our organization. Losing them won't be a hindrance. Let's get this show on the road, Dario says, rubbing his hands together. He's dying to put a bullet into someone. We've lost Emiliano and Raul, we could have lost Lorenzo from whomever the fuck is after Tegan, and we're not going to lose anymore. Rocco follows Dario into the restaurant, but I hang back. Lorenzo has that crazed look in his eye, one I know too well. He's got information. Tell me, I say once we're alone. Boss, I looked into the man, he says, and I know that he's talking about Lino, Pietro, Stefano, Diego SNR, and Santino. Stefano and Lino were both seen the time that Raul and Emiliano were killed. I don't give a fuck if they were seen. Whoever the hell is doing this has used others to do their dirty work. We're going to find out which of them is behind all of this shit, I snarl as I enter the restaurant. I'm not waiting any longer. If I have to take out every fucking one of them, I'll do it. Lorenzo nods. I'll have your back, boss. He's one of the most loyal men we have. As Lorenzo rose through the ranks, he showed his allegiance to Rocco and me, rather than our father. It's one of the reasons we trust him, and why he's now my right-hand man. Now that everyone's here, Rocco says as I take a seat. We've got some information on who's behind the hit on Emiliano and for the shooting at the apartment where Lorenzo was shot. We believe they're responsible for the death of Raul. Our men sit up taller. Only a handful of people know who we believe is responsible for it. The rest are now wanting to know so they can get their revenge. I keep my gaze firmly on the men, watching them, Dario, Lorenzo, Mattia, and Diego doing the same. While we know that at least one of my father's men are behind this, I can't be sure that our men aren't. When my father became a made man, his friends did also, Rock says, his arms crossed over his chest as he speaks. Those 6 men all received a gold signet ring with a black onyx setting, all of which have a G in the middle. Those men have worn those rings proudly and still do to this day. So one of those men killed Emiliano and Raul? Francesco asks, glancing around. These men are ours. They're our brothers in arms. They're betraying us, Mattia snarls. They're fucking betraying our boss, our organization, and us. There's no sympathy, no mercy for those who go against us. Hear, hear, Alberto says, slamming his hand on the table. Why the fuck are we sitting here and not taking them out? I smirk at the nods and agreements our men are giving Alberto. They agree with what I want to do. It would be easier for us if we took them all out and be done with it. Enough, Rocco says, raising his voice. Silence descends on the restaurant. We're not taking them all out unless each and every fucking one of them are guilty. Now, as you can understand, those 5 men have been given other jobs to do while we figure out which of the fuckers are betraying the famiglia. So what's the plan? Bruno asks, his brows knitted. You can't expect us to sit around and wait for whoever the fuck it was to make another attempt. Who's next? One of us? Our wives? Not fucking happening. I'll take them out before they even try to come after Tegan. What about you, Elio? Alberto asks. They've taken out 2 of your men, shot a 3rd. Hell, they would have killed your wife had you not arrived in time. What do you say about sitting around here twiddling our thumbs? I glare at Alberto. I'm all for telling Rocco what the fuck I think, but never will I do it in public, not in front of others who aren't family. It's my privilege as his brother. As someone he trusts more than anyone. I have earned that privilege, and for anyone to disrespect him, to question him in public, in front of his men, they're taking this shit too far. I agree with the boss, I say, my voice filled with anger as I glare at the fucker. As much as we want to take out the bastards, I'm not taking out one of our own because one of his friends is betraying us. I raise a brow as I stare Alberto down. It would be like someone taking you out because your father was a thieving bastard. His jaw clenches as he nods. You're right. Sorry, boss, he mumbles. Sorry my ass. The fucker's not happy that he's been called out. But he needs to remember his place. Rocco is the boss, and that means whatever he says, goes. Now, Rocco snaps, gaining everyone's attention again. Mattia, Bruno, Leo, and Diego are to stay close to the men, watch them, and report back to us. Mattia rises to his feet. You got it, boss. I won't let them out of my sight. He gives me a chin lift as he moves toward the exit. Bruno and Leo are right behind him, both with grim but determined looks on their faces. I'm sorry, Diego says as he rises to his feet. If this is my father, I assure you that he'll pay for what he's done. He's taking it hard that it could be his father who's betraying us. As long as he's not involved, he'll be fine. We're not our fathers, and we shouldn't pay for their sins. If only I had thought about that before I fucked Tegan up more than she already was. I pull into the drive of mine and Tegan's rental home. We're still in Chicago. I'm hoping that in a few days we'll be able to return home. She's grown stronger than before, and I can see the change in her. The darkness isn't as bleak. She realizes she's no longer alone, and that she has people to lean on when things get bad. I open the door and come face to face with Lena, Tegan's doctor. "Ah, Mr. Gallo," she says. The woman watches me with caution. I don't know, nor do I care what Tegan has told her. The woman is under the Hippocratic Oath, so she can't repeat anything she's been told. If she does, she'll end up dead. "Lena," I say coolly. "Do you have a moment?" I raise a brow. This is different. Usually, she'll just say hello and that will be it. She closes the door behind her and looks up at me. Fear flickers through her eyes as she stares at me. Tegan has PTSD. The abuses she suffered at the hands of the men in her father's club have deeply affected her. I need you to understand, Mr. Gallo, that Tegan has deep abandonment issues. She believes everyone will eventually leave her, whether it be physically or emotionally. I grit my teeth. Those fucking bastards. Christ, I hate every single member of that fucking club. The dirty demons are lucky they're dead, otherwise, I'd be stripping their skin from them. She knows that you're trying to make amends for what's happened, but you're going too fast. You need to slow down. You continue to push, and you're going to send her spiraling. She doesn't know how to deal with her feelings, and you're confusing her, she says pointedly. I appreciate you telling me this, Doc, I say through clenched teeth. I fucking hate being told what to do, but I know the doctor is doing everything she can to help Tegan. Your wife had been starved of affection and attention. Until you. Don't think it's a bad thing. Tegan and I are working through her feelings and she's getting better at acknowledging that she's not alone and that affection is a good thing. Just take it slow, but don't stop altogether. You're helping her more than you realize. I nod. She walks down the steps and stops as she reaches the bottom. I've spoken to her about medication. She's not inclined to take any. She won't tell me her reasoning, but I believe it could help clear the darkness enough for her to live day to day. That's Tegan's decision, I tell her. If my wife wants to take it, she can. If she doesn't, she won't. I'm not forcing her to do anything she doesn't want to do. She smiles softly at me. It is, she agrees. I'll see you soon, Mr. Gallo. As I reach for the door, I feel the gaze of someone watching me. Turning, I glance out past the gate, but there's no one there. The knot in my gut tightens. This is coming to an end. I can feel it. I just hope Tegan doesn't get caught in the crossfire when it does. 25. Tegan. The silence around the house is deafening. It's been weeks since I've been alone. Hell, I'm surprised Elio allowed this to happen, but so very grateful that he did. I know he just wants to make sure I'm okay, but it feels as though I'm being watched. That everyone just waiting for me to fall once again. It's a different type of suffocation. It's breathable, but it grates on me. I understand the need for them to surround me, to wrap me up and not let anything touch me, but it's too much too soon. Today, Elio has a meeting with his men. He should be in Indiana, should be leading them from there, but he's not. He's here with me, waiting until I feel safe enough to return to Indianapolis. I'm scared. What if we return, and things go back to how they were before all of this happened? I'm not sure I could cope with that. Jade has to meet with her dad, something about plans for the nightclubs they're looking to purchase in and around Chicago. She also didn't want to leave. If Elio's not here, she's like my shadow. I'm still not entirely sure I believe that she had no idea. She does look sincere whenever she tries to talk about it, but I'm not ready just yet. Portia has a job interview in Jefferson City. She was excited to apply. I have a feeling that Calvin set it up for her. The night of the gala, they were talking afterward, and since then they've kept in contact. I'm happy for her. I really hope she gets the job. I'll be sad if she does, as it will mean she'll be leaving. I'm trying not to think about it, but I'm not going to be selfish. She deserves all the happiness she can get, and being able to get a job is a huge step for her. The microwave dings, letting me know the popcorn is ready. Since Nell died, I've tried to watch a romantic comedy once a week, just because I know how much she loved them. I miss her and her bright smile every day. The pain of losing her is still with me, and I think it will always be. It's not as debilitating as it had been. I settle onto the couch, pulling the blanket around me, and select one of Nell's favorite movies. I always feel much closer to her when I watch them. I know that if she were here, she'd be snuggled up beside me and snacking on the popcorn and junk food. It's not long before I feel my eyes drooping. I'm tired. I'm always tired these days. I don't sleep much. The nightmares that take a hold of me rock me to my core, and I find it hard to fall back to sleep. So I nap a lot during the day. It's working for me. I'm able to function better if I nap. I just wish I was able to sleep through the night. I awake with a start blinking. I realize I fell asleep while the movie was on. It's now finished. Sitting up, I stretch, trying to figure out what woke me. I strain to listen, but it's complete silence. Shaking my head, I reach for the remote control and switch off the TV. I'm still tired. I feel as though I could do with another nap. I fix the couch, placing the blanket neatly on the back of it, and reach for the full bowl of popcorn. It's cold and stale. Sighing, I empty it into the trash, regretting having made it. I tidy up the kitchen and reach for my cell that was left on the counter. If Elio came home and saw it on the counter and I was somewhere else, he'd pitch a fit. He's made it clear numerous times that my cell has to be within touching distance at all times. Checking it, I'm relieved there are no calls or texts. I thought for sure that Elio and Jade would have been bombarding me to check in. They haven't, which makes me smile. Maybe, just maybe, they're able to trust me to be alone. I strip down out of my clothes and pull on Elio's shirt that he discarded last night. His fresh scent hits me, and I bring the collar to my nose and inhale deeply. God, I'm getting even more attached to him than I had been. It's a scary feeling. He has the ability to break me harder than ever before. I decide to send Elio a message. I know he'll be worried about me, that much I do know about Elio. He cares, and it's a weird feeling, but it's not a bad one. Tegan, I'm okay. I'm going to have a small nap. It doesn't take him long to reply. Elio, good girl. My stomach flips and butterflies swarm. God, I can imagine that deep, delicious voice of his saying those words to me. I know I'm not ready for anything remotely intimate to happen between us. There's so much pain that I feel whenever I think about us having sex. I just can't go there yet. I know I need to heal before I even consider going to the next stage with him. I can't keep the smile off my face as I move around the bedroom, putting my clothes onto the chair, getting ready to climb into the bed. My entire body tenses and my blood runs cold when I hear the sound of a door opening. Elio, Portia, and Jade would have told me if they were returning to the house. My heart is racing, beating a mile a minute. If you want a job done, I hear sneered, you do it yourself. I suck in a sharp breath. God, I know that voice. I know it. It's the man who was at the diner. The man who wanted to kill his boss. Panic starts to rise inside. What am I going to do? Footsteps sound, and my stomach drops. I can hear them getting closer. They're not quiet. Not at all. I hear them working their way through the house. The closet door in the hall catches my eye. I know that if they look through the kitchen, office, and living room, they'll head for the bedroom next. I move quickly, barely able to hold my breath as I push hard to get to the closet before I'm seen. I make it just as I hear a man growl. There's no sign of her. Are you sure she's here? Yes, I hear replied. I'm positive. The boss is having a meeting. This is our only chance. There's a dark laugh. Good, then that fucking Mitchell bitch is going to die. Finally. I pull the door closed. The slats through the doors are giving me enough room to see through. The darkness of the room haunts me, pulling my memories from me. I can't let them take a hold of me. I need to have a clear head. These men aren't here for shits and giggles. They want to kill me, and if I don't have my wits together, they're going to do exactly that. My hands are shaking. My entire body is trembling. I fear that my breathing is too heavy and is going to give away where I am. There are only slithers of light coming into the closet from the slats in the door. It's not enough. I can't breathe. It's too much. My cell buzzes in my hand, and I jump, covering my mouth to stop the squeal from coming out. Crap, the buzzing was loud. I hold my breath as I listen. The men are still at the front of the house. I'm okay for now. I raise my other hand and look at my cell. The buzzing was from a notification of one of the games I have on it. I swallow harshly, realizing that I need to call for help, but if I call someone, the men are going to know where I am. I quickly turn the sound off, not wanting any more notifications to sound and for the noise to give away my hiding spot. Tegan, someone's here. There are at least 2 men. Elio, they're going to kill me. He calls me, but I reject the call. I can't take it. I'm too scared. I fire off another text. Tegan, they're in the house. I'm hiding, Elio. Please, I can't take the call. They may find me. This time, he responds by text, and I'm relieved. Elio, I'm on my way. I promise you, Mia Amida, I'm coming. They're not going to hurt you. I pray that he's right. I hope he gets here in time. She's got to be here somewhere. Where the fuck is she, Stefano? The man growls. She should be here. Shadows pass the closet, and I release a ragged breath as I press against the wall, the towels and bed linen either side of me. God, I can't believe this is happening. I knew those assholes saw me that day, but why have they left it until now to do something about it? They're in the bedroom. If they don't find me, are they going to leave? If they do, how will Elio know who they are? I gingerly reach for the handle of the door, my hands shaking, my heart racing, but I power through and open the door slightly. I pull up my cell's camera feature and start to snap picture after picture, making sure I get both men, their faces visible, so I can show Elio. So he'll know who killed me if the men do get to me. I don't know where I've managed to get this strength from, but I have, and I'm determined not to die. I'm not going to allow another man to hurt me, to use violence against me. It's not happening again. No way. I won't be a victim anymore. I quickly close the door and press close to the corner, hoping that if the men leave and just quickly open the door, they won't see me. A cell rings, and I drop to the floor, pushing myself under the shelf. I press close against the wall and wait. Yeah, the man says as he answers the call. What do you mean he's on his way back? What the fuck, Alb? I thought you said the cameras were off, that you had set them up so he wouldn't know. Oh God, there's even more than just the two men in the house. Someone's helping them. Fuck, he snarls. We've gotta go. Elio's on his way back. I don't know if he knows we're here or not, but I'd rather not be here when he gets back. I hear their heavy footsteps as they run from my bedroom, their shoes slamming against the floor as they do. I don't dare breathe, scared that they could return. My heart is hammering against my chest. I stay tucked up against the wall, pressed as much as I can into a ball. It reminds me so much of how things were when I was in the Dirty Demons clubhouse, in the basement. The memories hit and they hit hard. I'm a quivering mess as I silently weep into my knees, praying the men don't find me. 26. Elio. Lorenzo, I say as we leave the restaurant. I'm on edge. I fucking hate being away from Tegan, and with no one at the house with her, I'm even more tense. Thankfully, she's messaged and let me know she's okay and going to sleep. The sooner I get these meetings done today, the better. Where's Alberto? The fucker has been AWOL since the meeting at the restaurant last week. He's not been in contact with anyone, which has caused a lot of suspicion. Boss, no one has seen him, he tells me through clenched teeth. Mattia said he stopped by his house this morning, but no one was there. That's a huge fucking red flag. Alberto has a wife who's just given birth. They have kept the baby home, and Alberto has been the only one to leave the house. He's not let anyone visit either. The women have been wanting to meet the baby and visit with his wife, Rosa, but all communication has been stopped. The lives of our soldiers are something we don't get into. It doesn't mean the men don't talk about it. I'll call Rocco, I say, reaching for my cell. He'll either pay Alberto a visit or send Andrea to do so. Andrea is Rocco's consigliere. He's his right-hand man, the one who will give Rock advice if my brother ever asked for it. As I go to my brother's number, Mattia's number comes on screen as my cell rings. Yeah. Boss, he says, his voice tight. Diego SNR is gone. He's given me the slip. He's been acting shifty all morning, calling someone regularly. I grit my teeth. What the fuck is going on? Lorenzo's cell rings, and I watch as he steps out of the vehicle to take the call. I couldn't get close enough to find out what has been said, but it seems as though he's been planning something. The fucker must have known I was watching him. He went into a store downtown and hasn't come out. I checked it out and the asshole was gone, Mattia explains. We should have taken them out, should have made sure they were all dealt with. Now I need to know where both Diego and Alberto are. Fuck, I want to know where all those fuckers are. Mattia, find him. With Alberto gone too, it's all starting to seem as though something's going down. I hear his harsh intake of breath. I'm on it, boss. Eduardo is watching Santino, and Nicolo is on Patero. I'm not sure who's watching Lino and Stefano. But I'm sure the men will help if we call on them. Bruno is watching Lino. That fucker is the slipperiest of them all, I growl. I fucking hate Lino, always have done. He'll walk into a room and act as though he's better than everyone in it. He still treats Rocco as though he's just an underboss. For that alone, the fucker should have been put down ages ago. As for Stefano, Leo's watching him. We've made sure that they are all being watched. Not one of them do we trust fully. Everyone has a price, you just have to find out what it is. For those men, money speaks louder than loyalty. I'll call them and see if they still have them in sight. If they do, it just leaves us to find Alberto and Diego SNR. Fuck. Call Diego JNR, see if he can get his father to us. I want those fuckers found, Mattia, I snarl. I want them found today. On it, boss, he says, and I end the call just as Lorenzo slides into the front seat. We got a problem, I tell him. He shakes his head. Yeah, that was Andrea, he hisses. Rocco's made the rounds. Only Nicolo has eyes on his man. Everyone else has fucking vanished. Well, fuck. They're planning something. He nods. They are, but the question is, what? My cell buzzes with an incoming text. Tegan, someone's here. There are at least 2 men. Elio, they're going to kill me. My blood runs cold at the message. Lorenzo, I snap. Someone's at the house. I hit call on Tegan's number as Lorenzo's eyes harden. He starts the car and drives toward Tegan. She ends the call, and fear grips me. What the fuck is going on? My cell buzzes once again with another message from Tegan. Tegan, they're in the house. I'm hiding, Elio. Please, I can't take the call. They may find me. She's alive. Fuck. She's alive. But for how much longer? I need to get to her. Lorenzo, someone has made it into the fucking house. Tegan's alone, I snarl, my fingers moving quickly to type back a reply to her. The chokehold fear has me and is almost paralyzing. Elio, I'm on my way. I promise you, Mia Amata, I'm coming. They're not going to hurt you. They're going after her, he grunts, his fingers tight on the steering wheel. Question is, I begin, my leg jumping as I rely on Lorenzo to drive us to the house. How the fuck did they know she was going to be alone? He shakes his head, his jaw ticking. I call Rocco, hoping he's closer than I am. You heard then, he says, his words angry. My brother's ready to kill, and it's only going to be a matter of time before he snaps. Unfortunately for him, I'll be the one to snap first. Rock, someone's in the fucking house, I grunt. They've broken into the house and Tegan's on her own. I hear movement, the sound of angry cursing, no doubt coming from Dario or Jade. We're on our way, he tells me. I'm calling Jade too. We're at least 15 minutes out. I look at the dashboard. The speedometer rises as Lorenzo pushes the car faster and faster. Get to my wife, Rock. She'll be fine, he says, trying to reassure me. She fucking better be, I hiss. The pain I feel at the thought of losing her is too fucking much. The car ride is filled with tension, Lorenzo pushing the car faster. The speedometer is hitting over 100 now. Cunts, he snarls. Once we get our hands on them, we'll show them what the fuck happens when you come after our own. Lorenzo's loyalty extends to Tegan as my wife. He'll do whatever it takes to ensure her safety. For someone, one of our own, to go after her, it's the biggest fucking mistake anyone could make. 12 minutes later, and he's pulling into the driveway. I'm out of the car before Lorenzo pulls to a stop. I run toward the front door, gun in my hand, ready to kill anyone who's inside. I move through the house, Lorenzo right behind me, both of us with our guns drawn. I'm praying that Tegan's still hiding, that she's safe. The house is empty. Completely fucking empty. Whoever was here is now gone. "Boss," Lorenzo calls, and I turn to him. He tilts his head toward the French doors, which are open. Now I know how the fuckers got in and out of the house. The question is, how did they do it undetected? They shouldn't have made it into the house. This is twice security has failed Tegan. The last time was when her friend died. Tegan? I yell as I start checking behind doors, under the couch, anywhere I think she may have used as a hiding place. Silence. "Fuck. Boss," Lorenzo says as he steps up behind me. "The security feed is down. Whoever was here cut it." "I want footage," I snarl at Lorenzo. "Do your thing. I want every piece of footage from this house and everyone that's around us." He nods. On it, he assures me. He turns on his heel and walks toward my office. He'll be able to use the computer in there and do whatever he does best to get me what I need. I continue through the house, checking every fucking nook there is to see if I can find her. My heart is thumping with every second that ticks by and I haven't found her. Moving through the hall, I spot the closet. Could she be hiding in here? Reaching for the door, I pray that she is. I need to see her, check that she's okay. That she's alive and well. The second the door opens, I hear a deep whimper. Pain rips through my chest when I see her on the floor, arms wrapped around her knees as she weeps silently into them. "Mia Amida," I whisper, my voice hoarse. She lifts her head and looks up at me. Fear shines brightly in those gray eyes. "Elio," she whispers, her entire body shaking as she begins to sob. I reach for her, pulling her into my arms. She throws her arms around me, her head burying into my shoulder as sobs rack through her body. "I thought they were going to kill me," she breathes through her sobs. "You're safe, baby," I promise her, my arms tightening around her as I walk her to our bedroom. I sit on the bed, holding her in my arms as I wait for her to calm. I won't be able to get anything out of her like this. She's too distraught. Too fucking frightened to speak. "Va tutto bene, mia amata, sei al sicuro. Te lo prometto, sei al sicuro," I whisper to her, over and over again. "Va tutto bene, mia amata, sei al sicuro. Te lo prometto, sei al sicuro." It's okay, my beloved, you're safe. I promise you, you're safe. Her body trembles in my arms, her sobs tearing through her. She bucks and hiccups with every single one of them. Her fingers clench around my shirt as she holds on. "Elio?" I hear Rocco call out. Tegan jumps at his voice, burying herself closer against me, almost as though she's trying to merge bodies. Seeing her this way only adds fuel to my anger. No one should make her feel frightened. No one should break into our house and make her feel unsafe. They'll pay for what they've done. Rocco, Dario, and Jade enter the room, all of them watching us, their gaze moving from Tegan and then back to me. I tell them through clenched teeth what happened, all the while not letting go of Tegan once. I can't. I'm afraid that if she's out of my sight, she might vanish. It takes Tegan a few more minutes to calm down enough to speak. She begins by telling me about the men she saw in the diner, how they were talking about taking out the boss. We know about that, Mia Amata, I say softly. Tell me about today? I heard the door opening. I knew instantly it wasn't right, she whispers, her voice shaky. I hid, and the men started to search for me. One got a call telling him you were on your way, and then they left. Who were they, Mia Amata? I ask. She shakes her head. I don't know, but the person who warned them, they called him Alb. I glance at Rocco, who nods, turns on his heel, and walks out of the room. We know who informed the bastards. We just need to know how Albert knew. Who the fuck told that bastard I was on my way home? We're going to find them, Mia Amata, I promise her. They're not going to hurt you. That is a motherfucking guarantee. She nods, her eyes still watery, but she looks at me as though she believes me. I took their pictures, she says, shifting slightly to reach for her cell. I tried to get the best picture I could. She hands me her cell. I don't look at it, not just yet. I'll do that when I'm not around her. I'm staying here, Jade tells me. No one is going to get to her, she vows. I trust Jade with my life. I know she'll protect Tegan with everything she is. I'll be back, I tell her as I lift her off my lap and place her onto the bed. Be safe, she whispers, her eyes wide and a little fearful. Come back to me, she says so that only I can hear her. I lean down and press my lips against hers. Always Mia Amata, voglio bene, tesoro. Her lips part, and her eyes flare with heat before it's quickly pushed down. Go. Be safe, she says. I nod. As shit as this fucking thing is, it's let her be a little vulnerable with me, and I can see she's getting to a point where she's trusting me. All I can do is hope that one day she'll be able to forgive me for what I've done. 27. Elio. Niccolò has Albert, Rocco tells me as I walk out of the bedroom. Good. Have him question him. Find out who the fuck told him about my movements, I snarl, pissed that the fucker is involved in this shit. Already given him the go-ahead to play with his knife, Rocco says with a twisted smile. I nod as I go through Tegan's cell, looking for the pictures she took of the man who broke into our house. Where's Lorenzo? I ask as I search through it. Here, boss, he says, emerging from my office. I spoke to Tommaso. He said there was an issue with a car that kept circling. Tommaso instructed Damio to check out the car, which left the rear unprotected. They were set up. It gave those fuckers time to have the security feed on a loop and then sneak into the house undetected. Fucking cunts. They had everything planned out. I find the photos, and my stomach twists as I stare at the faces of Stefano and Leo. Bastards. Fucking bastards. I pass the cell to Rocco. While hiding, my wife managed to capture the images of the fuckers who broke in. Rocco's lips twist into a snarl. Let's go, he snaps. It's time to pay Stefano a visit. I turn to Lorenzo. I know he wants to come with us and eradicate the traitors, but I need him here more. His expression is fierce as he stands tall. I know, boss, he says. I'll stay and protect Mrs. Gallo. His loyalty is the reason he's here, why I'd allow him to be inside of the house when I'm not. I have every faith that he'll die in order to protect my wife. You can deal with Alberto, Rocco says to him. When we're finished, you'll go to Niccolò. We value loyalty, Lorenzo. You have shown that you are for the famiglia, and for that, you'll be rewarded. He bows his head in gratitude. I appreciate that, capo, he says thickly. I'm honored that the boss trusts me to be his right hand. Let's go, Dario urges. The fucker is just as impatient as I am to get this done. Rocco calls Niccolò on the way to Stefano's house to tell him about the information, as well as telling him to lay off the hits that Alberto receives. Lorenzo is to kill him. If and when he asks for it, Niccolò will help. The second we pull up outside Stefano's house, Leo is out of his car, his brows knitted together as he watches us carefully. Boss, he says, nodding his head in respect to Rocco. Is everything okay? Yes, Rock tells him. We've some information on the men, and we need Stefano's help. Leo's shoulders slump forward. He's not hiding this shit. What the fuck is wrong with him? If I were betraying the famiglia, I would be doing everything I could to ensure my betrayal stayed hidden. Come, Rocco instructs Leo as we walk into Stefano's house. The fucker is sitting on his ass watching TV. He doesn't even hear us enter. Only when Leo bumps into a fucking stool does he realize he's not alone. Boss, Stefano says as he spots Rocco. He switches off the TV and gets to his feet. Are we alone? Rock asks him. Stefano nods instantly. Maria is visiting her sister this week, boss. She's not here. We're free to talk. Rocco nods, a smile on his face. That's good, he says. It happened so fucking quickly that Stefano has no idea it was going to happen. Rocco pulls his gun out of his holster, the silencer already on it, and pulls the trigger. Stefano releases a scream as he drops to the ground, his hands pressing down against his knee as he tries to stop the blood flow. Nice shot. Dario smirks. Pretty sure you shattered his kneecap. Rocco doesn't reply. He's not one to joke around when shit hits the fan. He's determined to get this over and done with and eradicate the traitors from our midst. Boss, Stefano stammers, his eyes wide and filled with confusion as he stares at us. What? He asks, shaking his head. Tell me, Stefano, did you truly believe we wouldn't find out that you're the one who killed Raul and Emiliano? His face pales at Rocco's words. Christ. He truly believed he wasn't going to get caught. What a fucking idiot. Leo takes a step backward. Does he think he's clear? That we'd let him walk away without a word? Hell no. Andrea is at the door, making sure no one escapes. If Leo does try to run, he'll run into the consigliere of Rocco, and Andrea is not one to play around. He'll hurt Leo before he brings him back to us. Boss, please. Save it, Rocco snarls. I don't want to hear your lies, nor do I want to hear your excuses. I already know that you're to blame for their deaths, that you're the one who set up their murders, that you set up the attack on the apartment, killing an innocent woman and injuring one of our men. We fucking know. Stefano pulls himself into a sitting position. Gone is the facade. He knows he's been caught, and he's now smirking. His leg is bleeding like a stuck pig, but the man doesn't seem fazed by it at all. She's lucky. He grins. She's fucking lucky that she's alive. All those hits on her and she's still standing. Don't worry, Elio, we'll get you your revenge. She'll die and it'll be painful. Rage boils inside of me. I want to get my hands on the bastard and kill him, but I can't. Rocco's the boss, and what he says goes. There are too many men around to disobey. If I do, it will be seen as disloyalty and disrespect. You'll never touch her, I hiss. You've tried and you've failed. Why the fuck are you going after my wife? He shakes his head. She was in the wrong place at the wrong time. I had no idea who she was. No one did. Then one morning, Maria shows me the newspaper. You were getting married, and right there, the picture had the woman I had been looking for. Smiling and fucking happy. So you knew she was mine and you still wanted to kill her? I snarl. I knew this, but hearing the fucker say the words out loud just angers me even more. He shrugs. I had to do what I had to do. But no matter what, she just wouldn't die. Someone was always around to protect her. That fucking Irish whore pulled her out of the way when I tried to run her down, and the stupid Irish mutt took the drink that was meant for her. Then there's her friend. Such blind loyalty. If she had just fucking died, none of those people would have had to suffer for her. Rocco pulls the trigger once again. This time, the bullet hits his other knee. Call my wife a whore again, Stefano, I fucking dare you, he growls. But the fucker doesn't care. He knows he's about to die, and he's going to do so, letting us know exactly what he thinks. That whore has been through men, Rocco. She wasn't pure. No, she was a fucking whore and you married her. The question is, who's running the famiglia? You or that bitch of a wife? Rocco smirks. Jealousy is such an ugly look, Stefano. My wife isn't a whore, and I couldn't give a fuck who she's been with before me. As long as there's no one after. As for who's running the famiglia, that is me. It's why your ass hasn't been made a captain, nor will you ever be made one. You're just a fucking wise guy. Stefano's face reddens with anger. His cheeks flush as he clenches his jaw and sneers at Rocco. You're all going to get what's coming to you. Mixing the fucking famiglia with those whores. Bad enough you married the Irish, and then him marrying that fucking biker bitch. I crack my knuckles, my anger palpable. He's pushing too fucking far now. I won't tolerate him talking about Tegan like that. Why did you take out Raoul? Was he in the wrong place too? Stefano shakes his head. I didn't touch him. He agreed with me about that Irish bitch. Just like Leo and Alberto. The fuck, Leo hisses from behind me. Stefano laughs. If I'm going down, I'm taking you all down with me. We already knew about Leo, Stefano. Why do you think the fucker's standing beside us? He's not one of the inner circle. He shouldn't be here watching, but we want to show him what's coming to him. As for Alberto, we knew that too. Nicolo's currently getting him to talk. Stefano's eyes widen. You knew? How? It's my turn to smile. While you were skulking around my house, my wife was hiding and still managed to take pictures of you in our bedroom. Both of you. Rocco raises his gun. You'll die a traitor, Stefano. Everyone will know that you're a piece of shit who can't be trusted. He pulls the trigger, and the bullet sinks between Stefano's eyes. Boss, Leo begins when Rock turns around to face him, the gun now pointed at him. Please, he pleads. I didn't. It's bullshit. He knew exactly what he was doing. He fucking knew that if he got caught, he'd have to face the consequences. But men like him and Stefano, they're so fucking delusional that they don't think they'll get caught, so when they do, they're confused, wondering how this managed to happen. They were sloppy. We knew it was one of 5 people. It was only going to take a matter of time to uncover the truth. Rocco nods to me, and I smirk. Good. It's time to get this shit over and done with. As much as I'd like to take my time and let him feel the pain that Tegan's felt, I need to get back to her. I reach for my gun and don't even hesitate. My finger slides onto the trigger, and I pull it. The kickback is only slight, and I smirk when Leo's eyes widen and stumbles backward. Blood blooms across his chest as he drops to the floor. Please, he breathes. My son. Dario stands over him, a smirk on his face. Will grow up knowing his father is a traitor and betrayed the famiglia. You've paid that price, Leo. You've got what's coming to you. You, just as Stefano, will be shunned. You are no longer a member of the famiglia. You will die in disgrace. Dario lifts his head, his eyes filled with disappointment. The fucker couldn't last 2 minutes. What the fuck is with these bastards? None of them deserve to be a part of the organization. My brother is bloodthirsty and no doubt will go with Lorenzo when he goes to kill Alberto. The fucker is crazy and just loves death and anarchy. The question remains, Rocco hisses. Who the fuck killed Raoul? I'm telling you, Rock, it has to be Sergei Turgenev, I say. I thought it was him from the get-go, and I'll be damned if I'm wrong. The new Pakhan has been building his empire little by little, and so far, he's had every avenue other than the porn industry blocked in Indianapolis. He's now started to branch out in Kentucky and has become a fucking nightmare for everyone. Then it's time to get this shit sorted, he grunts, his jaw tight as he looks at the lifeless body of Leo. It's time for Nicolo to return to the depths of hell. Nicolo has a dark history with the Bratva. Before Sergei Turgenev took over as head of the Bratva. Before he came along, the previous man, Alexei Belayev, was the Pakhan and was a fucking animal who liked young women. One of which was Nicolo's daughter. She was mixed up in drugs, and in the end, that's what killed her. For Nicolo, going into the depths of the Bratva to uncover if they're the ones who killed Raoul, a captain for the famiglia, is going to bring back a lot of heartache, but he's the only one with the connections to get us that information. Andrea, Rocco calls out, call the cleaner. Get these 2 fucks out of here, and make sure the house is spotless. We were never here. Andrea smiles. Yes, boss. Walking out of the house, I finally feel relief. Tegan's safe from these fucking bastards. No one is going to hurt her. I'll kill them before they can even try. I won't allow anyone to harm her in any way, shape or form. My wife is the most important person in my life. I'll die before I let anything happen to her. 28. Tegan. Hey, Jade says once Elio's gone. My heart is still racing, and I'm sniffling, unable to get rid of the chill that entered my body when those men came into the house. Let's get you something to eat. She reaches for my hand and helps me to my feet. Are you doing okay? I shrug. I was fine, but being in that closet, the lack of light, I trail off, unable to say the words. She nods. I understand. We all have triggers. Trust me, I get it. I freaked out the first time Rocco and I had sex. The sound of the crinkling of the condom wrapper sent my mind back to that fucking place, and no matter how hard I tried to fight the memories, they just kept coming. I glance at her as we walk toward the living room. I guess she does understand. How did you get past it? I whisper. I feel as though I'm stuck in a loop. 1 minute I'm fine, I'm smiling and happy, ready to get on with my life, and the next I'm back in the clubhouse. I'm dirty and lonely. I'm a mess, Jade, and I don't think I'll be able to stop being this way. She nods, her eyes filled with knowing. I'd love to say it goes away. But it doesn't. It's always going to be with us, Tegan, but as we get stronger, we're able to fight through those memories. They don't become so debilitating. I sink down onto the couch and pull the blanket over me. I'm still in Elio's shirt, and thankfully, it covers most of my body. But how? I ask, needing to know the answer to fixing me. Jade sinks down onto the couch opposite me. There's no surefire way to get better, but you're doing what's helping me right now, she says, using her fingers as quotation marks. Talking to the doctor seems to be helping. Do you find it to be? I nod. I do, but I feel so weak having to do so. She reaches for the blanket that's used as a throw on the couch and pulls it over her. Trust me, I get it. You know who I am, Tegan, what I am. Things got tough for me, not as bad as they have for you, but Rocco asked me to speak to someone as I wasn't sleeping. So I did. It was honestly the best decision for me. I was able to talk about everything that happened without wondering if I'd be pitied or be looked at with sympathy or as though I'm fragile. I was able to purge everything I felt, and it was such a huge relief. The doctor I went to was amazing and helped me work through different techniques of how to fight off the memories. I pull the blanket around me tighter. I'd love to be able to fight back the memories. To be able to breathe freely without having to worry that the next minute I'll be shaking in a ball because my past has once again hit me like a freight train and I can't stop it. How many hurt you? I ask, wondering if she'll actually tell me or not. I know she was raped while she was incarcerated, but I'm not sure about the actual details of her attack. 5 men, she spits. Those bastards would hold me down as the other raped me. They knew they couldn't control me. No matter what they did, I'd always fight back. They needed the others to hold me down so they could do it to me. I shake my head. I'm sorry, I whisper. Why do people hurt others? Why would they take everything from us just to feel better about themselves? What about you? She whispers, and I appreciate that she's being kind and taking the time to speak with me about things others haven't. Was it one specific brother or were there others? Others, I say. It was mainly Crunk, though. He was the biggest asshole out of them all. She shakes her head. I'm sorry. I shrug. It's not your fault. If my father had been in any way a good dad, this wouldn't have happened. But instead, he didn't want kids and was pissed that he was stuck with me. In his eyes, I was demon property, and as long as I didn't leave, I was fair game. Her eyes harden. I don't give a fuck if he didn't want kids. He made you. He should have been a man and become a father. Instead, he was a piece of shit. I'm really sorry, Tegan. I hate that they hurt you. I became numb to it, I confess. I didn't fight it. I didn't protest. I was numb. I let it happen, let them do whatever they wanted to. I just took it all. She shakes her head. You did what you had to do to survive, Tegan. Had you not, you would have been dead. You are a survivor. No matter what. You didn't ask those fucking assholes to hurt you, and just because you didn't fight it, it doesn't mean you wanted it. That's what Crump told me, I whisper, the coldness seeping deeper into my veins. He said I loved it so much he wanted to share. She swallows hard, her head shaking, tears in her eyes. The 4 men took their turns, some at the same time. I don't remember much of it. It's like my mind has blocked it out. That may be for the best, she tells me. I wish I couldn't remember what happened. It's not just the memories that are the worst. It's the feeling of being unworthy and dirty. Yes, I say shakily. That dirtiness never seems to fade, no matter how many times I scrub myself clean. I remember the morning I woke up in the clubhouse after Jade and Kelvin found me. I spent over an hour in the shower just scrubbing my body, trying to not only take the feel of the men off me but also to try and warm up. It will, she assures me. You'll realize that you're not dirty, Tegan, that you're amazing. That you're a diamond in the rough. And when you finally realize that you're a smart, beautiful woman, that rough diamond is going to shine. She has so much faith in me, and I just don't see it that way. I guess I have a ways to go until I can find peace in who I am and what's happened. Have you told Lena all of this? She asks, pulling my mind out of my thoughts. I shake my head. Not yet. You should. Lena will help you through all this. Not only her, but Portia, Elio, and I. We're all here. Lean on us whenever you need us. It's a lot easier said than done. Sometimes I don't even trust myself, let alone anyone else. How do I trust people? The only ones who had my trust were Portia and Nell. Now they're both gone. It takes time, and I hope that one day, you'll trust me and Elio. How are you dealing with the thought of Portia leaving? My heart begins to pound at the thought. I'm happy for her. It's been something she's wanted to do for a while and was just too scared to do so. I think meeting me and then losing Nell was the push she needed. She gives me a bright smile. You made an impact on their lives. Both women love you. Nell especially. From everything that Portia said, Nell was living her dream, Tegan, a dream she never thought would happen, and because of your love and kindness, you gave it to her. I'm also the reason she's dead. Bullshit, Jade fires back. I know that no matter what I'm going to say, you're not going to believe me. It's going to take time to realize that what happened to Nell was a tragedy, Tegan, something that should never have happened, but it wasn't your fault. I'm happy for Portia, I say, changing the subject back to the original question. She gives me a knowing look, but thankfully doesn't call me out on it. I think she'll excel at it. She's working for Kelvin. He's got an office in Jefferson City and is looking to expand his business there. You all seem to get around, I say. My cheeks heat instantly as I realize just how rude that came out. Thankfully, Jade laughs. Tell me about it. My family are breeding like rabbits. I've lost count of all the cousins I have at this stage. Chloe's one of 8 children and her older brothers and sister all have kids too. I swallow hard at the name. Chloe was the girl who was in the basement in the clubhouse. How is she? She gives me a small smile. Better, she says. I believe she's been asking after you also. Although she didn't know your name, she said that you helped her, that you washed her. I nod. I hated what they did to her. I knew they were hurting her, but I didn't know what else they were doing to her. I was scared they were doing what they did to me, but they didn't. What they did was bad, but not as bad as what it could have been. Jade agrees. It could have been so much worse. Thank you, Tegan, for helping her. I can't begin to understand how hard it must have been for you to show someone else your secret. But thank you for helping my cousin. You would have done the same, I whisper, not liking the praise. I didn't really do much other than wash her. The man had come all over her, and I knew that if I didn't help her get clean, she'd be sticky and feel dirty, and I didn't want her to feel that on top of everything else she was going through. Perhaps, she says. But not everyone would have. The front door opens, and Elio walks in. My heart pounds like never before. I watch his every step, my gaze roaming over him, checking to ensure he's okay. His lips twitch, and I know he's seen me checking him over. "Jade," he says, his voice gravelly and thick. "Rock's waiting for you." She nods, a smile on her face. "Great. I take it everything's been taken care of?" Elio nods, and she beams. "Excellent. Tegan, thank you for talking with me. I'll see you soon." "Bye," I say, returning my gaze to my husband. He's okay. He's alive. The moment the front door closes behind Jade, Elio pulls me into his arms. I go willingly, inhaling his fresh, dark scent. "You're okay," he promises me. "They're gone, Mia Amida. They can't hurt you anymore. No one will. We're going back to Indianapolis next week." I press closer against him, loving the feel of his arms around me. "Okay," I whisper. "I know it'll be a change, but I'm okay with it." "You're safe," he vows. "I know, I'm with you," I reply, and feel his arms convulsing around me. Elio has proven that he'll take care of me, that he cares about me. I just need to learn how to trust my feelings. If I can do that, I think we'll be okay. In fact, I think I could fall in love with him deeper than before. 29. Tegan. 3 months later. The sound of laughter gets louder. They're drunk. The men always get louder as they drink themselves stupid. But when they get like this, the assholes always get horny, and that means whoever doesn't have a club girl to take to bed will end up making their way downstairs to me. I hate these times. Light spills into the basement as the door opens. Fuck, they're coming. I press tighter against the wall, hoping and praying they won't see me. It's no use. They always see me. Crunk steps in front of me, the light from upstairs shining bright enough for me to see that horrific smile on his face. God, the man's such a pig. I hate him with every fiber of my being, but nothing I do or say will change how things are. He'll take whatever he wants from me, and there's no stopping him. No one gives a shit what he does. He unlocks the collar around my neck. The stench of piss, sweat, and tobacco hits me, and the urge to vomit rises within me, but I've learned my lesson. Getting sick only makes things worse. The men don't want me to be repulsed by them. It takes a hit to their egos. Crunk's hand slides into my hair and he tugs hard. I fall to my hands and knees and hear his chuckle. "Come on, bitch, we're going to have some fun." I shiver in repulsion. I don't enjoy what he does. No one would. He's a monster. Someone who takes whatever they want and doesn't care about the consequences. The man has raped me repeatedly in the past 4 months. The pain he and the other man put me through is unimaginable. He drags me on all fours through the basement into the other room. I'm trembling, that cold numbness starting to seep through me. The fear that I felt as he stood over me has now gone, and instead, a calmness shifts in its place. Going through the pain and suffering of what this animal has done to me, my mind and body have found a way to block it all out. I despise that it's found this coping mechanism. Tonight, Crunk sneers. The sound of his belt buckle opening sets me teeth on edge. We've shed blood, we've drank ourselves stupid, and now we're going to fuck. It's going to be a fucking good night. I blink back the tears. We're? Who's he talking about? Footsteps pound against the steps, and I tense. Who the hell is coming? You're lucky, Crunk chuckles. I was about to get started. Crunk, leave some for the rest of us, Cleaver sneers as he comes to stand in front of me. He's one of the brothers that hasn't yet taken me. He's the same age as Crunk. Both men are overweight and ugly as hell. It makes sense now why they take what they want. No one would willingly go near them. Look at that ass. So fucking perfect with our brand, Boulder snarls, stepping forward and stroking his finger along my jaw. Are you ready for this, Tank? You're finally going to get to do something you've been dreaming of for years. Betrayal slashes through me as I look to my left and see Tank standing there. Unlike the others, Tank never touched me. He never hurt me. Those green eyes of his would always hold sincerity and sorrow whenever one of the brothers would harm me. Now, he's standing in this basement ready to harm me just like the rest. I guess being around the dirty demons for so long has changed him. Definitely. Tank smirks, pushing past both Boulder and Cleaver, his pants already undone and his cock thick and erect as it stands tall. I'm going to fuck that mouth of hers, he grunts, his hand reaching for my hair. His fingers tug the strands as he directs my mouth to his cock. I press my lips together, not wanting to do this, but he doesn't care. His fingers pull at my hair, and the grip he has brings tears to my eyes. I cry out in pain, and he uses my pain as his advantage, sliding his cock into my mouth. He thrusts hard and deep, and the tip of it juts against the back of my throat. I shake my head. He's in too far. I can't breathe. I need him to let go. But he doesn't. He thrusts harder and harder each and every time. Christ, he snarls as he thrusts deep, fast, and hard. It's too much. Tears stream down my face at the force. His cock hits the back of my throat, and I gag. My throat closes around it, and I can't breathe. It's too much. That's it, slut. Take my cock. Take every fucking drop. I shake my head as I try to rear back. I don't want it. His fingers in my hair pull, and I cry out in pain. God, this is awful. He doesn't care. His cock thrusts deep into my mouth. GGG, I gag as his cock swells. I know what's coming. I know what he's about to do. Yes, he grunts as he thrusts deep again. He pulls back, leaving the tip in between my lips and groaning as a warm liquid fills my mouth. I gag. The taste is vile, salty and musky. I pull back from his cock, letting it slip from my mouth, and spit his cum out, needing to rid my mouth of the offensive taste. You do not spill my cum, he snarls. His fist connects with my jaw, and I hit the ground with a thump, my entire body too weak to pull myself up into a sitting position. I just lie here, his cum spilling from my lips and mixing with blood from where he just punched me. Hands reach for me. I know that grip. It's Crunk. You've had your fun, Tank, now let the men have theirs. He lifts me into the air like I'm some sort of rag doll. The pain in my jaw is aching, but I know that if I don't comply, the pain I've just received from Tank is just the start of what they'll do to me. Boulder positions himself on the floor. He's completely naked. I close my eyes. I don't want to see this. I don't want this to happen. Every part of my body rebels against it, but it's no use. Crunk's hands tighten on my body, his fingers digging into the flesh of my stomach as he positions me over Boulder. The men don't give a fuck what I want. As long as they're satisfied, that's all that matters. Boulder reaches for me, his cock thick against my stomach. Nausea ripples through me as he pulls me down onto his cock, thrusting into me and tearing me open. I can't help the cry that rips from my lips. It feels as though he's splitting me in two. Tears fall from my eyes, and I sob, but he doesn't stop. He just continues to fuck me. I can feel liquid flowing down my thighs, and I know he's made me bleed. It doesn't bother him. He's quite content to get his rocks off. Hands grip my waist from behind, and my brows knit together. What the hell is going on? My stomach rolls once again when I feel Crunk's breath on my neck as he pushes my face down onto Boulder's stomach, my ass in the air, and he thrusts deep. The scream that I release is shrill, frightening, and downright scary. The pain that tears through me is so severe that my body recoils from both Boulder and Crunk. The men aren't happy that I'm not complying, and both reach for me, pulling me in every way possible until they're happy. They both thrust into me. My body is completely ripped apart. I'm a sobbing mess. Snot and tears fall from my eyes, and I'm shaking. Every single piece of me is trembling in pain and fear. But Crunk continues to fuck my ass while Boulder fucks my pussy. I hear a deep moan from Boulder, and I can't hold back any longer. My stomach rolls once again, and the sickness flies up my throat and I throw up. Both men continue to do what they're doing, ignoring me as I throw up onto the ground. Open that mouth, I hear Cleaver snarl, and I shake my head. I'm not doing it. I can't. But just like the others, he doesn't care. He reaches for my jaw, pries my mouth open with his fingers, and shoves his cock past my lips and into my mouth. There you go, slut. That wasn't hard, was it? Look how fucking beautiful you look, Tank sneers. Taking 3 cocks at once. Shame you don't have another hole for me to feel. Crunk laughs. Not only is she a good lay, the blood is flowing. We've torn her to bits. She's so fucking tight, she's squeezing my cock. My throat restricts as the men groan in unison. My stomach contracts once again, and I can't stop it. Vomit makes its way up once again, and I can't control it. It spills from my mouth, all over his cock. Christ woman, he snarls. Fuck, but if that doesn't feel good, he groans, continuing to thrust deep into my mouth, pushing the vomit back down my throat. Over and over again I vomit as he continues to fuck my mouth. I'm barely breathing, trying my hardest to do so through my nose, but it's no use. Crunk and Boulder are fucking me in unison. Their groans are perfectly in sync, and I know they're close to the edge. My tears are streaming down my face. I can't control my body right now. I feel utterly useless. Crunk's cock swells in my ass, and my stomach clenches, and once again, I'm throwing up, causing Cleaver to groan and erupt in my mouth. It's too much. I can't hold back any longer. I vomit over and over, listening to all 3 men groan as they come. My stomach is empty by the time I'm finished. But Cleaver's nowhere near done with me. His hand grips my hair, and he smears his cock over my lips. Clean it up, bitch. I shake my head. No, I can't. No way. I can't do that. But Crunk won't take no for an answer. He shoves his cock back into my mouth and forces me to suck it clean. I continue to gag, my stomach continuously rolling in protest. It's just too much. I'm in pain, my body is weak, and I'm barely able to keep my eyes open. My stomach protests once again as the fucking bastard shoves his softening cock into my mouth. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I awake with a start, my stomach rolling, and the urge to puke takes over. There's a slight sliver of light in the bedroom from the bathroom. I slide out of the bed. The second my feet hit the soft, carpeted floor, I'm racing to the bathroom. I just about make it before my stomach empties. A shadow looms over me, and the sound of heavy breathing hits me, but I don't panic. I know it's Elio. I'm safe with him. I continue to vomit. Even as Elio switches on the faucet, I ignore him and continue to empty everything in my stomach. A cool rag hits my neck as a strong hand holds my hair from my face. I sigh in relief as I feel the coolness. "You okay, Mia Amada?" he asks as he crouches down beside me. I sag against him, completely spent and thankfully no longer wanting to retch. "What happened?" he asks gently as he helps me to my feet. I take the washcloth from him and clean up, brushing my teeth softly, not wanting to set my stomach off again, nor do I want to hit my gag reflex. "Nightmare," I whisper once I'm finished cleaning up. He lifts me into his arms. I rest my head against his shoulder and relax into him. It's been 3 months since the men who were after me were killed. I never did ask Elio what happened. I didn't want to know the details. I was just relieved that the men couldn't harm anyone else. Over the past 3 months, a lot has changed. Portia's living in Jefferson City. We speak every day, whether it be through texts, phone calls, or video calls. It's so good to see her happy and thriving. I'm so proud of her. She's done amazing to get her life on track. Elio walks with me in his arms into our bedroom. My body's exhausted. The nightmare has really taken it out of me. Even though we're back in Indianapolis, I'm carrying on my sessions with Lena. In fact, the poor woman actually has her office base here in Indianapolis, and Elio paid her to come to Chicago. I love that he thought ahead, that when we came back here, he knew that I'd want the same doctor. He's lucky that Lena was on maternity leave and he paid her enough that she could afford for her husband to take time off too. He even paid for them to stay in Chicago while we were. He really did think of everything. "Talk to me, Mia Amada. What was the nightmare about?" he asks softly as he climbs into bed with me, keeping his arms tight around me. "In the past 3 months, I've been opening up more. I've told Lena the majority of what happened in the Dirty Demons clubhouse, but also what went down between Elio and I. After speaking with Lena, Elio, Portia, and Jade, I decided to try medication and see if it would help. Since I started taking them, I have seen a difference. I have more energy, I'm eating more, I'm sleeping more, and my mood is more content than before. It took a while for it to take effect. The first 4 weeks or so were a little uneasy. I was feeling really weird and not at all like myself, but with the help of Lena and Elio, I was able to continue, and I'm truly glad that I did. I feel as though I'm doing better. That I can see a light at the end of the tunnel. "Mia Amada," he whispers, his lips pressing against my head. "Talk to me, baby." I can't deny him. I don't think I ever could. Elio's had a hold over me since the moment I met him. There's something about him that makes me feel things in ways I never thought possible. I turn in his arms and press my face against his chest. He stiffens, as he does every time I do this. I haven't gathered the courage to touch his scars with my hands. The red, jagged scars are deeper than the cigarette burns. I hate that he has these. I wish I could take them from him, but I can't. I press a kiss against the jaggiest of them and start to whisper to him, telling him about my dream. My voice is void of emotion as I recount every detail. I'm not sure that this is a good idea, but he's been asking me for weeks about my dreams, and I keep brushing him off. He's more than earned my trust since that fateful night when I reached my breaking point. His arms convulse around me as I speak. His body is tense, and I swallow hard. I need to push through it. I need to open up to him. I look up at the man I love and see the fierceness and sorrow in those beautiful brown eyes. I just pray that after he finds out, he won't think of me as anything other than his wife. 30. Elio. Listening to everything my wife says is like a knife to my heart. Those fucking bastards hurt her. They destroyed her, and when she came to me, I broke her. I'll never forgive myself for doing that to her. I never took the time to actually get to know her. I didn't care. I was so fucking focused on revenge that I had no time for anything else, and I broke her. I'm a fucking bastard. I don't deserve her forgiveness, but Christ, somehow, I have managed to get it. She's lying in my arms, whispering her deepest secrets to me. She trusts me enough to give them to me. The doctor was right. I had to let her lead the way, show her that I was here but not push her. I've given her time, and slowly, she's started to trust me. Don't hate me, she whispers as she looks up at me, those gray eyes of hers filled with desperation. Mia Amida, I say as I frame her face. Never, I vow. I could never hate you. You are safe with me. Nothing or no one will hurt you again. She presses a kiss against my chest as her eyes shutter closed. I tense at the action, my jaw clenching. She's touching my fucking chest. The one that's scarred to hell and back. It's been months since it happened, and I still get the phantom pains of burning. Fuck, sometimes I can even smell the burning of flesh. Having her touch me is a cleansing feeling, but as soon as the softness of her lips touch me, anger hits me. She shouldn't have to be kissing the violence away. She's dealt and seen enough to last her a lifetime. I don't want my shit tainting her. I don't want you to see me as dirty or to hate me because of what they did, she says so low that I almost didn't hear it. You're not dirty. What those animals did was on them, baby, not you. I don't fucking hate you. She doesn't say anything, her breathing soft against my chest. I press a kiss against her head and whisper in Italian, sono in saggizione di te, piccola. Sei così fatturamente preziosa per me. Non dubitar mai. Ti amo. I know that she can't understand me, but she loves when I speak the language. I'm in awe of you, baby. You are so fucking precious to me. Never doubt that. I love you. She's fast asleep. That's something she's been able to do the past few weeks. She's able to fall back to sleep after a nightmare. None were as awful as tonight's. I was woken up by the sound of her gagging and retching. She was thrashing around in her sleep, trying to fight someone off her. Now I know that it was more than one person. Christ. How the fuck did she manage to survive what those animals did to her? She views herself as weak and dirty? She has no idea just how fucking strong she is. She blows my mind every day with how she manages to hold herself. With all the shit she's been through, including what they and I put her through, no one would blame her if she was bedbound, trying to get through the memories and pain each day. But she fights daily to get up, and I'm so fucking proud of her, of how far she's come. She deserves a fuck of a lot better than me, but I'm a selfish bastard, so I'm not letting her go. I'll kill anyone who tries to take her from me. As she sleeps in my arms, I think of our marriage and how little I have cherished her. I start forming a plan in my mind. Tomorrow, we're going on a date. I watch as she walks toward me, a beautiful smile on her lips that reaches her eyes, her hair twisted into some sort of updo with some tendrils framing her face. Her plump lips are a deep burgundy color, her nails painted the same, and she's wearing a black dress that hugs her curves and showcases her phenomenal body. Every step she takes, I can see the slit on the right side of her dress. It stops just below her hip. Thankfully, you can't see anything except for her creamy thigh. Say bellissima, mia amata. Assolutamente stupenda, I say thickly, you look beautiful, my beloved. Absolutely stunning. Her smile widens. I don't know what you said, she replies softly as she steps up to me, but it sounded amazing. I said you look beautiful, baby. I slide my hands around her waist and pull her into my body. She glances up at me, those gorgeous gray eyes of hers bright with happiness. Thank you. You look handsome. I take a chance by leaning down and pressing a kiss against her lips. She doesn't stiffen in my arms. In fact, she pushes closer against me and kisses me back. It's chaste, but a fucking step forward. Christ. I'm rock hard. Ready? I ask. She brushes her thumb against my lips. Yes, she says. You've got lipstick on you. She swipes at my lips once more. There, all better. Baby, having your mark on me is sexy as hell. You can leave it there any time. Her eyes widen as heat rises through her cheeks. Let's go, she says. I've never been on a date before. I'm excited. I take her hand and lead her toward the door. You'll have fun, I promise her. We're going to have dinner at our restaurant. She blinks. You have a restaurant? I chuckle at her cuteness. Yes, mia amata, we have. We have a reservation. She looks adorably confused as we exit the house. You have to make a reservation at your own restaurant? Surely being the boss gives you the perk of going whenever you want. That may be so, mia amata, but it's the busiest restaurant in the city. I do not want to be waiting to be seated. So I've reserved a table. She leans into me as we walk toward the car. Lorenzo's waiting for us, a smile on his lips as he sees how close she is to me. The men weren't let in on what happened, but the scar on her wrist isn't exactly subtle. They'll have an idea, and with us staying in Chicago, there's been talk. Lorenzo is a man who won't ask. He'll watch and come to his own conclusion. Boss, Mrs. Gallo, he greets as he opens the door for us. Tegan slides into the car. Boss, he says low, so that only I can hear him. Niccolò made contact with Dario. My brows knit together. How do you know that? He glances into the car and back at me. He stopped by here, got the call, then raced off again to go see the capo. From what I got from the call, Niccolò's connected with his contact. He's letting me know to expect a call sometime soon. Thanks. Let's go. Niccolò has been working tirelessly over the past 3 months to get close to his contact within the ranks of the Brava. Since the shit went down with the last Pac-Han, they closed ranks and are extremely reluctant to even speak with outsiders. Knowing that Niccolò is now finally speaking with his contact gives us a little hope. Climbing into the car, I glance at Tegan and see that she's tracing along her scar. It's something she does when she's nervous. I settle into the seat and reach for her hand. She's gotten better about me touching her. She's more receptive to it. But only with me. Anyone else gets close and she's stiff as a board and backs away. My cell buzzes, and I know instantly that it's Rocco. Keeping a hold of Tegan's hand, I pull out my cell with the other and read the message. Rocco, Nick has spoken with his friend. He's close now. Will call whenever he has more. The message isn't filled with information, but it gives me enough to know what the plan is. Nicolo will check in with Rocco or Dario whenever he has information. That he's getting close. The quicker he uncovers who killed Roel, the better. Sergei Turgenev has taken over Kentucky and is ruling with an iron fist. The fucker has grown expeditiously over the past 12 weeks. He's recruited many men from all over to join his forces. Not only are they opening whorehouses everywhere, they've started trafficking people. They don't give a fuck who it is. Man, woman, or child. Anyone will do as long as they're getting paid. I have a feeling that this shit is going to come to a head, and when it does, a fucking war is going to break out. If that happens, it'll be the biggest gang war since the 80s, and that time was a fucking massacre. What's the food like? Tegan asks softly, pulling me from my thoughts. She's gotten better with eating. Getting smaller portions and eating different types of food. We've discovered that she loves pasta and pizza, and she is a fiend for dessert. The tiny moans from her when she's eating anything sweet has my dick rock hard. Italian, I reply, my lips twitching. She shakes her head. I should have known. But that's good. I can't wait to try it. She's calmer since she's been on medication. She was scared at first, having read up about the meds online and what the side effects could be. One of which was that she could end up not feeling anything at all. I think that's what she was afraid of the most. But it's not been the case. She's feeling everything, it's just she's able to deal with those feelings better. Whether that's the medication or the techniques Lena has taught her, either way, she seems to be getting better. That's all I have wanted. Lorenzo pulls up outside the restaurant, and I see the queue to get in has already started. We take reservations, but also have tables available for walk-ins. Of course, that means the queue is always here. Currently, it seems as though people will be waiting all night to get in. We need to find a bigger premises. Maybe even expand into the building beside us. It's a bookstore, but it's been struggling in recent years due to online shopping. Maybe buying them out wouldn't be the worst idea. I help Tegan out of the car and instantly feel the heated gazes of people staring at her. My wife is beautiful. I'm not blind, far fucking from it. I know men are going to stare, even women. It's something I'll get used to. It's me she's married to. She's all fucking mine. Her eyes are wide as she glances at the people queuing to get in. Wow, it's busy. I wrap my arm around her waist. It is. Are you ready? She looks up at me, and unlike when we first got married, I see happiness and trust rather than the fear and loathing. I'm ready. It's amazing, she says a while later as she eats her ravioli. I need to learn how to make these. I laugh. Don't say that around Nana, Mia Amida. She'll take over the kitchen and teach you. She smiles. That sounds wonderful. Damn. I forget that she's never had a family. She's never had anyone to teach her the things that normal parents and family do. I'll set it up, I assure her. I'll call Nana tomorrow and have her come stay with us for a while. I think she could be good to have around Tegan. My Nana is gentle and loving, but you wouldn't cross her. Elio. I hear a purr and watch as the happiness in Tegan's eyes falls and is replaced with pain. I turn and see Maria, the blonde bitch who has been trying to get me to fuck her for years. Not once would I get that desperate. She's a jealous bitch who thought she could insult my wife by calling her plain. Fuck, Tegan's never been plain. She shines brighter than anyone. Maria's jealousy is going to get her killed if she carries on with this shit. Maria, I growl. Thought I told you the last time. You come near me and my wife, you won't like the consequences. She waves a hand dismissively. I'm here on a date, Elio, relax. I catch eyes with the manager, who briskly makes his way over to me. It's time for her and her date to leave, I snarl. She's never coming back. Maria's mouth drops open in surprise. But... I shake my head. Warned you, I hiss. I fucking warned you what would happen. Now you're done, Maria. You'll never get work again. Not in this city. Hell, not in any city the gallows run. Her eyes fill with tears, but I'm done with this bullshit. Get rid of her, I instruct the manager. Yes, boss, he says, standing tall and reaching for her arm. Let's go, ma'am, you're no longer welcome here. I turn back to Tegan, who has finished eating and is looking anywhere but at me. Baby, look at me, I ask. She raises her gaze, but that pain is still there. Does she believe that something happened with her? That I'd do something like that? I have never fucked her, I say low so only she can hear. I haven't fucked anyone since you came into my life, Tegan. You are the only woman I've been with. Her eyes widen at my words. Really? She asks softly. I nod. Really? Now put that bitch out of your mind. She's just fucking jealous. She smiles at me. You're making it hard, she says. My brows knit together. What hard? Keeping you at arm's length. I've been trying real hard to stop myself from falling for you again. But it's impossible. I grin. Good. I don't want her holding back. Not anymore. I want everything from her. I have given her time and been at her side throughout it all. Now I want her to give me all of her. You're an ass, she snaps, her eyes flashing with heat and a little anger, but her lips are twisting into a smile. My grin widens. Fucking finally. She's snapping back, giving me back her sass. So what you're saying, I begin and watch as her eyes narrow, is that you love me? I want dessert, she sighs. I saw chocolate cake. Yes. She fucking loves me. She's just not ready to admit it yet. That's okay. We have the rest of our lives for her to do so. 31. Tegan. My head is pounding as Lena speaks. Tell me about how things are with Elio? It's been over an hour, and we've gone through so much already. I'm not sure if I can talk about more. How are things between the two of you? I press my fingers against my temples and rub in circles, hoping to ease the pain. Good, I reply with a smile. Last night, we went on a date. Things are starting to feel as they should, you know? She nods. You're starting to feel like a married couple rather than him being your carer? We've spoken at length about how I feel with Elio taking care of me since I tried to end my life. I hate the fact that he put his life on hold because of where I was mentally and physically. I felt as though he was my carer, but last night, I felt like his wife, and it was an amazing feeling. Yes, I dressed up and we went to dinner at a restaurant. It was my first date, and it was amazing. It felt like a dream come true, and I was beyond happy. Probably the happiest I've ever felt in my life. Talk to me about what happened when you returned home, Lena says, leaning forward, a pen between her fingers, eagerly awaiting my answer. I kissed him, I confess. It was only a soft one, but he deepened it. I felt it in my toes. It was by far the best kiss of my life. But then he pulled back. She nods. How did you feel when you were kissing? Like the world melted away and it was just him and I. I didn't want it to stop. I was hungry for him. I shake my head, my cheeks rising with heat. I sound stupid. She grins. And when he pulled back, how did that make you feel? Sad, disappointed, a little worried. She frowns deeply, the pen bouncing between her fingers. Worried? I nod. Like maybe I did something wrong, and that's why he stopped. Understanding flickers through her eyes. Maybe it could have been that he didn't want to push you. He knows what you've been through. Tegan, that was a huge step opening up to him, letting him see the secrets that you buried deep inside of you. It could just be that he didn't want you to feel forced into doing anything you don't want to. I pick at my nails. I want him, I confess. I want him to hold me while we make love. I want to feel him again. But I'm scared. What if he can't? What if all he knows is to hurt? Have you spoken to Elio about this? I shake my head. No. How do you even ask someone that? Just as you said it to me, say it to him. A marriage is about trust and being able to communicate openly. For you and Elio to get to the next step, you have to be honest. Telling him what you want is a huge factor in that, Tegan. I nod. Okay, I'll speak to him. She smiles brightly at me. Perfect. And that brings us to the end of our session. Now, we don't have a session again until Monday, so I'd like you to take this weekend and work on your communication with Elio. Let him know what your fears are, let him alleviate them for you. I rise to my feet, my hands sweaty and clammy. I will. Thanks, Lena. I'll see you on Monday. She continues to smile at me as she nods. Monday, she repeats. Walking out of the doctor's office, I'm surprised that it's Elio who's waiting for me. Usually, it's Mattia. Since we've been back in Indianapolis, I've had a guard on me whenever I leave the house, and that's Mattia. He drives me to and from my appointments and anywhere else I need to go. Hey, I greet, happy to see him. The second I reach him, his hand slides around my waist and he presses a kiss against my lips. Hey, baby, good session? I nod, blissful and content to be in his arms. Yeah. Not that I'm not happy, but what are you doing here? He grins. Finished for the day, Mia Amida, are you hungry? Sure. Can we go home and eat there? His brows knit together, but he agrees. He pulls out his cell and orders Mattia to get us lunch and bring it to the house. He keeps a hold of my hand as Lorenzo drives us home. I'm nervous, my stomach filled with butterflies and dread. I'm scared but excited, hoping that we can get through this. I miss him. God, I loved being with him but hated the way he treated me during and after. The pleasure he gave me was out of this world, and I want to learn, to be able to reciprocate it. Maddie is already waiting for us when we arrive at the house. He hands Elio the bag of food and gives us a nod. Thank you. The house is covered. You're both free for the rest of the day. I smile, glad that he's giving both Lorenzo and Mattia some free time. They've worked hard the past few months since we've come back to Indianapolis. Both men need a pay rise. Sit down, Mia Amida, Elio instructs as he walks into the kitchen. I'll get lunch ready. I do as he says and take a seat on the couch, unable to keep the smile from my face. I hear the fridge door opening and it's followed by the sound of a pop can opening. He remembered that I love Pepsi. God, I love this man. He's so affectionate and caring. It's not just how he makes me feel, but the little things that he does for me. Like charging my cell because he knows I'll forget. Leaving a book on my nightstand because he knows I like to read sometimes. He's found out every little thing about me and has shown that he cares. I can't deny my feelings any longer. Elio is my husband, and I love him more than I could have ever thought possible. He walks into the living room carrying a plate of food for me, a salad with chicken and pesto, and a glass of cold Pepsi. Thank you, I whisper. That feeling of love and happiness spreads through my body, reaching all the way down to my toes. It's a far contrast from having the coldness seep in. I much prefer this one. He returns, and I see that he has pizza for lunch and shake my head. He also has a beer. I love that he's able to turn off from work when he comes home. Okay, Mia Amida, he says once we're eating. I've let you get your thoughts together. What's happened? I should have known he would suspect something was going on. I shake my head. Nothing, I assure him. Lena and I were discussing our relationship and what I wanted out of it. He continues to eat, but his gaze is intense as he watches me. I know that Lena thinks we need to communicate more, but I think we're doing okay. We're open and honest about the majority of things. One subject we won't touch is Elio's work. He said it's touched me enough, and it won't happen again. I know that he feels that deeply, so I let it be. Other than that, we try to be honest. I want you, I say with a stupid grin. So fucking much. I ache for you. He closes his eyes, his nostrils flaring as he takes a deep breath. Good, he says thickly. Because, baby, I feel the same fucking way. Shivers run along my body at his words. But I'm scared. I don't want to go back to being distant. I want to feel loved when we have sex, Elio. I want to be able to look at you, touch you, and have you do the same to me. Trust me, he says, placing his plate down onto the coffee table. I won't take my fucking eyes off you, baby. I want to watch every emotion on your face as I make you shatter. You don't have to worry. I won't hurt you. But I will pleasure you. I follow suit and put my plate onto the table, my appetite for food diminished, but my appetite for him growing. I get to my feet, my body shivering with anticipation. Every step I take toward him feels as though time has halted. Everything fades away, and it's only us. I'm falling so hard for you, I whisper. Baby, you're already gone, he fires back, his eyes dark with want. The moment I reach him, I gingerly place my hands on his face and kiss him. It's unsteady, but when he slides his hands around my waist and pulls me onto his lap, the kiss heats up. His tongue slides into my mouth, and I let him take the lead, giving him everything. I've wanted this moment right here for such a long time. He pulls back from the kiss, and I'm breathing heavily. Clinging to him, wanting more and praying that this doesn't stop here. I don't think I can take it if he stops. His hand goes to the hem of my dress, and he pulls it over my head. I'm not wearing a bra. He glances down at my breasts and gives me a salacious grin. He leans down, his eyes filled with so much heat I'm left breathless from the look. The second his lips close around my nipple, I release a ragged breath. I cling to him, my fingers clenching at the little hair on his head that he has. My body is humming with need. I suck in a deep breath as his tongue circles around the hardened nipple. He sucks hard on my breast, and I can't help but gasp when his teeth brush against my nipple, adding pain to the pleasure. Gonna show you just how much I fucking want you, he grunts, pushing me down onto the couch and ripping my panties off my body. You're beautiful, Mia Amida, so fucking beautiful. My cheeks heat at his words. I still struggle taking a compliment. I can't help it. Having someone praise me isn't what I'm used to. He runs his finger along my slit, and I practically jump off the couch when he pushes a finger inside of me. I release a long, low moan as he slowly beings to finger fuck me. So fucking good, he growls around my breast. His teeth nip at my nipple. I grind down against his finger as he continues to fuck me, mixing it up between just one finger or adding another. It's not long before the heat rises through my body like an inferno. I can't help but whimper as he pulls away from me. Don't worry, baby, he whispers, brushing his hand along my jaw. I've got you, he assures me. He moves to the other breast, giving it just as much attention as the other. I can't help but go in search of what I need. I'm giving in to my desire, needing to do what feels right. I reach for his pants, unsnapping his fly and reaching for the waistband of his boxers. He lifts up slightly, giving me better access to reach for what I need. I free his cock and wrap my hand around his thickness, my movements uncoordinated and gentle. Tighter, he says through gritted teeth. You won't hurt me, baby. But fuck, you've got to wrap your hand tighter. I do as he says, and he begins to thrust into my hand. He switches between nipping at my nipple and sucking, and I feel my body climbing once again. I'm praying he doesn't stop this time. I can feel my orgasm getting closer. I feel better, less awkward. My grip tightens on his cock, and I begin to move my hand in sync with his thrusts. He releases a strangled groan as my hand slightly twists. The sound spurs me on, and I do it again. Up and down, and twist. He releases a snarl, pulling back from my breasts and looking deep into my eyes. The hunger is there, so fucking clear to see that it sends goosebumps over my body. My stomach clenches as heat pulls between my thighs. Please, I whisper. I need him. He grits his teeth as he gets up off the couch, stripping out of his clothes. His gaze firmly on me as he does. I can't stop looking at him. He's so damn handsome. Even with those awful scars, he's by far the most beautiful man I have ever seen. He looms over me as he climbs back onto the couch. You're so fucking precious, he snarls. Fuck, he says, lining up his cock at the entrance to my pussy. Così bella, mia amata, così fa tutamente perfetta. Mia moglie. Tutta mia, he snarls in Italian, and I can't breathe. I love when he speaks to me in that amazing language. Hearing the words roll off his tongue is by far the sweetest sound in the world. So beautiful, my beloved, so fucking perfect. My wife. All mine. His lips descend on mine as he thrusts hard. His cock stretches me open as he plunges deep inside of me. The feel of his cock inside of me doesn't scare me. In fact, I crave it. The kiss intensifies as he stares at me, his gaze not once wavering as he fucks me hard and fast. I'm completely lost in him. I love him so much. I wind my hands around his neck, loving having him this close to me. Never has anything felt this good. God, I cry out as he thrusts into me, once again my pleasure rising, my entire body tense as a bow as it grows rapidly. Not God, he growls. Who's fucking you, baby? Elio, I cry as he thrusts harder than before. Try again, he grunts. You, I whimper. He rotates his hips and delivers another deep thrust. Try again. My husband, I cry out. His grin is filled with triumph as he picks up his pace. Yes, he growls. Wife. He brings his lips to my neck. I feel the loss of his eyes, but when he sucks on the skin at my neck, I buck against him, unable to stop my reaction to it. My vision blurs, my nails scrap along his back, and I grind against his cock. His teeth nip at the skin as he continues to suck. Elio, please, I whimper. Please, I'm so close, I cry. He doesn't stop. He sucks hard as he fucks me deeper. Feeling his cock in me, it's stretching me with every single thrust. I'm whimpering, unable to control it. I'm so damn close. My entire body is ready to teeter over the edge. Come for me, baby. I want to feel you come for me. He grits his teeth, his gaze back on me as he thrusts deeper and deeper, harder and harder. I claw at his back as my orgasm hits into me like a hurricane. I cry out, my body arching as my vision blurs. I come long and hard, crying out his name as I do. Good girl, he praises me, and just like that, yet another orgasm tumbles over me. He grits his teeth and hammers into me. He's close too. I can feel his cock swelling. Please, Elio, come, I whisper breathlessly. Fuck, he snarls. He bottoms out inside of me, and his cock swells even more as he releases his cum inside of me. Both of our bodies are shaking with the aftermath of our orgasms. I'm unable to catch my breath. I'm so spent that I feel as though I can't even raise my head. He presses a kiss against my lips. Ti voglio bene, moglie mia, he says, and the fierceness in those brown eyes has me shivering in delight. I love you, my wife. He pulls out of me and collapses onto the couch beside me. Thank you, I whisper as I turn on my side and face him. That was beyond amazing. Better than anything I could have ever dreamed of. He runs his hand along my cheek. It was amazing, he agrees. And we'll be doing it over and over again. I nod, unable to keep the smile off my face. I'm hungry, I say, just as my stomach starts to rumble. He chuckles. I'll grab our plates and we can eat in bed. I'm nowhere near finished with you yet. I watch as he reaches for our plates, his ass on full display. It's nice and pert. So damn cute. I'm so happy. Never did I think we'd end up here, but I'm so glad that we have. I think we're going to be okay, that I'm going to be blissfully happy with Elio. That our marriage is going to be great. 32. Elio. My chest aches as if something touched it. The feeling pulls me from my sleep, and I reach out for whatever it was, knowing instantly that they're touching the ugly red scars. I pause as I remember the heat and smell of burning flesh and push the memories away, because I can't let them take me over again. I beat back the memories and open my eyes, relieved to see Tegan's wide gray eyes looking at me with sorrow. Fuck. I gripped a hold of her wrist in my sleep. I'm still not used to anyone touching me. She tentatively reaches out again, this time her movements gentle as her fingers brush the rough, raised skin on my chest. Her eyes are still wide and filled with tears. "Don't cry, Mia Amata," I tell her, hating that she's crying for me. "I'm so sorry," she tells me. "So sorry that he did this to you. You didn't deserve it." I reach out for her, tilting her chin so that she looks at me. Those big gray eyes of hers, watery and filled with pain. "I deserve a fuck of a lot of things, baby. I've done things that would make others squirm. I'm not a good man." She shakes her head. "No," she hisses. "I know I shouldn't say this, but I don't care what you've done. I know the evil that's in this world, Elio. I've felt it. But you're not that. Not to me, not anymore. I wish that I could take away your pain." "No," I snarl. "She's had enough fucking pain to last a lifetime." She slowly traces the ugly, jagged scars, her movements soft and graceful. I leave her be, my body taut as I watch as she caresses them. Her eyes filled with love, not horror. "I hate him, Elio. I hate that he did this to you. I despise that he made you hurt. But even with the scars, you're still the most beautiful man I've ever seen." She needs to stop talking. If she doesn't, I'm going to fuck her, and I've done that a lot today. Since she came home from her session with Lena and told me what she was afraid of, I've done everything to alleviate every fear that she has. She was right in wanting me to treat her like my wife rather than a woman I fuck. In doing so, I've connected more to her than anyone else before her. We're both still naked, the sheets tangled around us. "I know the pain of the burns," she whispers. My hand slides around her waist and onto her ass, feeling the hard, raised ridges that are scattered across her skin. My fingers trace along the jagged pattern, each ridge seared into her skin like a brand. That fucking bastard did that to her. I press my forehead against hers, hating that she fucking felt the burn. She told me about that night, how she begged for the asshole to stop, but he laughed at her. The pain that she's been through at the hands of the demons will never fade. She'll always remember how the men that were supposed to protect her, failed her. She never had anyone put her first. She never had anyone love her. I fucking hate that I wasn't able to take those fucking dirty demons out. Fuck what they did to me, it's what they did to her that I want to kill them for. I've no idea what the Irish did to them to end their lives, but I can guarantee that I'd have made their pain prolonged. Kept them alive for weeks on end just to torture them as they did to her. I would have enjoyed every fucking thing I did to them. But the one thing I know they'll hate is that she's thriving. That she's loved. And fuck them, she is. She's finally smiling. She's happy and she's living her life as she wants. "I would take it all away for you," she cries, her tears seeping down her face. I shake my head. Christ, this woman. Doesn't she know? I'd go through it 100 times, baby. Her eyes widen and she rears back in horror. "Why? If it meant having you, I'd take it all the fucking time." She slumps forward, her face pressed against my chest, and this time, I don't tense. I know she won't hurt me. Her lips press against each and every scar that I have, her tears soaking into my skin. "I love you," she cries. "I really do." My arms tighten around her, and I bring my mouth against hers. I kiss her slowly and gently, wanting her again. Hell, I never stop wanting her. She's my wife. The love of my life. As always, the electricity between us crackles. Her tongue traces my lips, and I deepen the kiss. She moans against my mouth, and my cock thickens. My teeth scrape against her bottom lip as I push my fingers into her hair, tucking her head back so I can continue to kiss her. Sliding my tongue into her mouth, she moans once again. Christ. I'm rock hard. I need her. I fucking need her again. I'll never have enough. I push her onto her back and loom over her. My cock is thick and erect, pressing against her hot core. She's more than ready for me. I can feel how much she wants this. I kiss, lick and suck at her skin, leaving even more marks on her as I make my way to her shoulder. She wears my brands on her neck, breasts and thigh from our earlier rounds. She looks so fucking beautiful wearing them. My hands roam her body, loving the softness of her skin. When I reach her ass, I grip it in my hands, lifting her slightly off the bed, as I use my hips to grind against her. God, I need you. My voice is gruff. My fingers slide between her folds, finding her wet and ready for me. She doesn't say anything, but the moan she makes as I push my finger inside her tells me all I need to know. She lifts her hips, needing more. I slide another finger inside and curl them both up until I hit her sweet spot. She freezes, and her head drops back as I slowly fuck her with my fingers. Yes, Elio, please, she cries as I finger fuck her. As much as I want to make her cry my name, I need her to come on my cock. I want to make her feel good while I'm balls deep in her. I can't hold back any longer. I grind my cock against her pussy, coating myself in her juices. I fucking love that she's slick and wet for me. I line my cock up at her entrance. I groan. God, she's so wet and ready that I slide in without any resistance. She's so tight, I almost come on the spot. Fuck. Nothing feels better than being inside of her. Oh, Elio, she cries, digging her nails into my back. She begins to rock against me, but I hold her hips still, keeping us locked together. My fingers dig into her flesh, and I hold her still as I thrust hard, lifting her ass off the bed. I fuck her, deep and fast. I can feel her tightening around me, can feel her getting close. Her hands slide up my chest, over my shoulders and down my arms, leaving a trail of fire behind. I can't hold back. I'm fucking her like a man possessed. Yes, she cries out, and it fuels the fire inside of me. She wants this just as much as I do. I hammer into her, my cock pushing into her tight warmth. She throws her head back, and I take full advantage, knowing how wild she becomes when I leave a love bite on her. She cries out as I sink my teeth into her skin, her pussy contracting around my cock. Her fingers claw at me, leaving her own marks on me. I can feel the skin opening on my back from her nails. It only adds to my need for her. My pace is relentless, brutal, as I fuck her with abandonment. She watches me, her beautiful gray eyes so full of need and trust that I almost come right here. Fuck, she's amazing and all fucking mine. Please, Elio, she pleads, her voice hoarse. I'm so close. Thank Christ. I tighten my grip around her hips as I feel my spine tingling. She's not the only one who's close. I keep my thrusts hard and deep, rotating my hips so that I get deeper inside of her pussy. She releases a strangled moan as her pussy convulses around my cock, flooding me with her juices. God, she's so damn tight. My balls tighten, and I know there's no fucking way of holding it off any longer. Her lips press against my chest, right over my scars. That's enough to send me over the top. I thrust deep into her, my cock swelling as I bottom out inside of her. Yes, she hisses, as she tumbles over the edge again as I explode inside of her. Her pussy clenches around my cock, pulling every bit of cum from me. I collapse onto the bed beside her and try to catch my breath. That wasn't meant to happen. But fuck, it felt so fucking good. You okay? I ask her, wanting to ensure that she's okay and I didn't push too hard. She gives me a sweet as fuck smile. More than okay. That was amazing. She releases a yawn as she presses closer to me. I need a shower, but I'm too tired. You've worn me out. I chuckle. Come, I say as I get to my feet. I'll wash you. Her eyes go soft as she looks at me. I love you. I don't think I'll ever tire of hearing that. Ti voglio bene, moglie mia. I love you, my wife. What does that mean? She asks as I pull her into my arms and walk us toward the bathroom. I'm surprised she's finally asking. It's been months and she's just let everything I say slide. I said, I love you, my wife. She rests her head on my shoulder. What does Mia Amatamian? My beloved, I reply instantly. Elio, she whispers, no doubt remembering the first time I called her. That was after she woke up after the gala. Let's get you washed, I say, as I switch on the shower. I let the water cascade down the both of us. I reach for her washcloth and start to wash her body. I could get used to this, she sighs contently. I'm fucking so glad that she's comfortable around me and is able to be who she truly is. She leans against me as I wash her. Her body is completely soft, and there's no tension. She trusts me. Fuck. It's a heady feeling knowing I've regained her trust and then some. Mia Amata, I say once we're lying in bed. She says sleepily. I'm booking our honeymoon tomorrow, I say, and her eyes pop open. Where would you like to go? Her lips part in surprise. I don't know, she whispers, the happiness radiating off her in waves. Want me to choose? I ask, knowing she can get overwhelmed with choices. She grins. Yes, please, but don't tell me. I want it to be a surprise. I pull her into me. I have it already planned out. I just wanted to see if there was anywhere in particular she'd like to go. We're going to Europe. I'm going to take her to see as many sunrises as possible. Sleep, Mia Amata, I say as I kiss her head. Night, Elio. Love you. Christ. It will never get old. Not fucking ever. Epilogue. Tegan. 6 weeks later. Elio's hands caress my arms as I lie against his chest. The sound of the water lapping is all that can be heard for miles. It's so peaceful. So tranquil. We're on the deck of our private villa, waiting for the sunrise to begin. He was true to his word and brought me on a honeymoon. A month-long one. I have seen 18 different countries, and today I'll see the last of our sunrises for this honeymoon. We arrived in Bora Bora last night. It was late, and darkness had already settled on the island. Elio and I have grown so much closer in the past month. I can't imagine being with anyone but him. He's the sweetest man ever. Never would you think he could be this damn sweet if you look at him. He's a killer. A murderer. He's done things that have caused harm to others. But the man I know now, the one I love with every fiber of my soul, isn't the same man everyone sees. Ready, Mia Amata? He asks. Excitement bubbles up in my stomach. I nod against his chest, my gaze firmly on the horizon, where there's a red hue on the surface of the water. The reflection of the sun that is yet to rise. Minutes tick by, and I'm transfixed. It's one of my most favorite things in the world to do. I gasp as I watch the sunrise. The multitude of lights that shine against the water as it rises is breathtaking. So beautiful, I breathe, unable to say much else. The swirls of red, purples, pinks, and blues light up the sky along with the water. It's without a doubt one of the most spectacular sights I have witnessed. He definitely saved the best for last. I turn in his arms, fitting my body between his legs. I look up at his face and see the adoration shining in his deep brown eyes. "Thank you," I whisper. His hand spans my back, the feel of his touch like molten fire. It sets my body alight. "I love you, my husband," I say thickly. I want him. This need for him is never quenched. I crave him like a smoker does nicotine. He's become my addiction, and it's one thing I don't want to quit. "You going to keep quiet?" he asks, a dark grin on his lips. I nod. "Please," I whimper softly. He pulls me onto his lap. I'm only in his tea, nothing else. I straddle his waist, my arms winding around his neck. He frees his cock, and I slide down onto him before he even moves his hands. I'm so needy for him that it's caused an ache in my stomach. Elio grits his teeth, shifting his body slightly before gripping my hips and letting me go at my own pace. I steady myself on his shoulders and start to move. It's painfully slow as I try to get a rhythm. This is the first time that I have had the power to take him the way I want. He's usually the one who's fucking me. I press my lips against his chest, loving the fact that he no longer tenses when I do. Not only do I trust him, but he trusts me. I want to brand him, just as he does me. I sink my teeth into his pectoral muscle as my pussy contracts around his cock. "Fuck," he grunts, his eyes wild as he watches me. "Tegan." His grip on my hips tightens. I giggle, loving that darkness in his eyes. I do it again, this time grinding down on his cock as I deepen my bite. His eyes flash, and he releases a low groan. "Fair is fair," he grunts, thrusting his hips and pushing his cock deeper into me. I groan into his skin, loving the pride in his eyes as he takes in the bite marks on my breasts. I pull back and look at my handiwork, my teeth marks prominent and clear to see. He bares his teeth, his hips jumping as he thrusts into me. He wraps his fingers in my hair and pulls me closer to him. I hold on to his shoulders as I bounce on his cock. I'm climbing, my orgasm making its way to the surface. His mouth touches mine, his tongue sweeping in, and dominates me. I love him. God, I love the way he takes me. I continue to fuck him, my hips moving in a hypnotic rhythm, my fingers clawing into his chest as my orgasm starts to build. "Be a good girl," he murmurs. "Don't scream." I gasp as he takes over, fucking me hard and fast. I'm struggling to breathe, unable to catch my breath as he fucks my orgasm out of me. I'm panting, my body burning like an inferno. His hips piston into me, his hand on my neck tightens, and he drags me toward him, his mouth once again claiming mine. I detonate, and our kiss drowns out my screams of pleasure. I shudder against him as my orgasm washes over me. He continues to kiss me, his mouth hot and heavy against mine. His cock swells, and I know he's about to come. He doesn't stop the kiss. Instead, he deepens it even more. He lets out a low grunt as he comes inside of me. Good girl, he praises, and my stomach flips as I release a shy smile. I love when he praises me. I rest my head against his chest as I try to catch my breath. I fucking love being married. I'm trying my hardest not to cry. I'm doing all the techniques, but nothing is working as I walk across the soft white sandy beach. Don't do it, Portia says from beside me. I mean it, T. You'll only hate yourself. I blink the tears back. She's right, I will. How did he manage to sort all of this out? I ask in awe as we walk toward the makeshift aisle of tiki torches. My husband is waiting for me, his brothers standing beside him and Jade opposite, all waiting for me to reach them, where the officiant will officiate the renewal of our vows. Your husband is tenacious when he wants to be, and this is what he wanted to do for you, T. He's showing you just how much he loves you. He's amazing, I breathe. Look how sexy he looks, I remark. His deep brown eyes, solely focused on me. Heating with every step I take closer to him. Girl, Dario is sexy as sin. Look at him, Portia sighs. God, what I wouldn't like to do to him. I shake my head. She's crazy, that's for sure. But judging by the look that Dario's giving her, she's not the only one feeling the attraction. I reach Elio and he takes my hand. You look beautiful, Mia Amida, he says. I beam at him. You look handsome, I reply. The officiant begins to speak, and I'm so lost in Elio's eyes that I'm barely able to pay attention. It's only when Elio speaks that I tune in fully. Tegan, on our wedding day, I pledge to love you in sickness and in health, and for better or worse. The past few months have tested those vows, but we're here standing stronger than ever. I come here today to make a fresh start, to renew our vows of love, honor, and fidelity, and to reaffirm my love for you. Through sickness and in health, per semper, Mia Amida. I swallow past the lump and try to speak the words back to him, still unable to comprehend the lengths he's gone to in order to have us renew our vows. This day has been beautiful. Even better than our actual wedding day. Elio and Tegan, we are here today to celebrate your love and acknowledge your lifelong devotion to each other. Your example reminds us of love's possibilities. Inasmuch as you have sealed this renewal of your marriage vows in the presence of those gathered here, it gives me much pleasure to pronounce that you are now, even more than ever before, husband and wife. Elio slides his arm around my waist and pulls me into him. Our bodies collide as his lips descend on mine. Never, not ever, have I been so damn happy. A cell rings in the distance, but I don't pay attention. All of my focus is on my husband. Elio deepens the kiss, and I feel it in my toes. I cling to him like a vine tree as his tongue tangles with mine. Hey, where's the booze? Jade asks, and I can't help but laugh. Hey, convict, Elio says, not in the least bit entertained. Want to go and annoy your husband? We're kind of busy. I slap his chest. Elio, I hiss. Portia laughs. Now that you two are finished, it's time to get drunk and celebrate. She reaches for my hand and pulls me away from him. Elio's eyes narrow, but he doesn't say anything as he spots Rocco walking toward us. I'm sorry to break up the party, he says, his words filled with rage. But we've got to head back to Chicago. He glances at Elio and me. All of us. Sadness hits me. I get it. Work comes first. But damn, we've just got here. What's happened? Elio demands, pulling me into his arms and claiming me from Portia. Nicolo has lost his mind, Rocco snarls. He kidnapped Inessa. Fuck, Dario sighs, running a hand through his hair. Yeah, fuck. But what makes it worse? He kidnapped her just as she was about to marry Sergei Turgenev. The fuck was he playing at? Elio snaps. Why would he steal the Pacon's bride? I'm so confused. I have no idea who Inessa is or what a Pacon is. The Russian mafia, Jade whispers, no doubt seeing the confusion on my face. Nicolo has just started a war with the Bratva. Not to mention, Inessa was his daughter's best friend, and he hates her. I look up at my husband. The fear is palpable, not just from me but from Portia. Whereas Jade and the Gallo men are ready, their faces filled with determination. This can't be happening. God. No. This isn't happening. Elio's grip on me tightens. We're going to be okay, Mia Amida, he says. Trust me, nothing is going to happen to you. Does he realize it's not me who I'm worried about? What about him? We've just found our happiness, and now that could be ripped away because there's a war coming.